style. Now we never stop for no one. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. You there, give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Oh, just let it show what you feel inside. Don't our stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe. Only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Taking down liquor and juice. Come alive, nothing to lose. Starting something, but comes rushing, rushing. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Yeah, just let it go. Wanna let it out, wanna shake it out. Gotta let it out.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
What a treat we have today. A Leap Day little gift for all of you at home. We got some tiebreakers. 3 teams remaining for a chance to stay into the second phase of our group stage here at DreamLeague Season 22. You ready to break some ties? Let's get it started. Day miracle. My microphone is off. Hello.
Hello, hello. I'm going to be
Speak.
your new host.
You're gonna be my new
For
host.
now, yeah.
No, I'm talking again.
Your
False alarm.
false alarm, everything is good.
It's a
but
Leap Day miracle, my friends. Tiebreakers are upon us, Lacoste.
We were trying to think when was the last time we had Dota on a leap year, and you're like, yeah, 2020, that was when, COVID hit. That was a long time ago, so it can basically happen every 4 years.
I don't think February 29th had a Dota broadcast in 2020. It would have been probably, weren't you with me at that Starladder Minor?
Yeah, I think that's when it all started.
Yes, it was a Starladder Minor in 2020, right before the LA Major was supposed to happen.
That is an impressive memory, Neil.
Thank you.
Nah, he did his research. I
No.
saw him on the
This
phone.
This one's baked in there because it was a North American major, Effie. We were finally gonna have a LAN back on NA soil, and it all fell to pieces. It was tragic.
How she goes.
That's how
What
she
about
goes.
2016 tsunami?
That I would have thought would have been. Let's see. Boston Major was December 2016. DAC-ish. DAC 2016 would be around this time.
You really have a good memory. I gotta give you that.
February 29th, my favorite day of the year. And these are my favorite people as well, Lacoste and Effie. Thank you for joining me on this Leap Day. Effie, it's tiebreaker time. 3 teams are left right now to take 2 slots.
Yeah, we have a 3-way tie currently between OG, Gaming Gladiators, and VP. And this one can be a little intense because I do think that these teams have a potential to go 1-1-1. But unfortunately, while I do love a good infinite tiebreaker, we can't have that this time around, Neil.
There are limits. We have rules in place to prevent an infinite loop, which is heartbreaking, but I think the players may need a little bit of a break. So no matter what, we will do 1 round where it's everyone plays each other. If you lose twice, then that means that you're out, and we'll move on. We'll loop it again 1 more time if they all tie against each other, but 2 loops is the max. Ladies and gentlemen, Purge Gamers is here. Purge Gamers.
Right on time.
What's up?
Purge Gamers, welcome.
Doing some very important homework.
I know you were.
Yeah.
So you better pass the test later on then.
Oh no, it's not going to go good.
Uh-oh.
I was kind of enjoying having this couch all to myself. There's a lot of space.
Yeah, no longer.
I'll give you a softball, Kev. Sell me on the 3 teams that are making it through. Why should I root for
Look,
Gaiman? Why should I root for
Azure
VP?
Ray is. No, I'm just
Oh
kidding.
no. It's F minus see me after
Why
class.
should you cheer for them all? Look, there's a lot of Gaming Gladiators haters, and it's fun to watch them squirm. So that's one reason you should let Gaming Gladiators make it through here. Maybe don't want them to win the tournament. Maybe that wouldn't be so storyline fun, but that's fun to watch. OG, I think, is in a very exciting place right now because of their roster swap again. Once they had Whisper join the squad, I think everyone's talking about him as a player. He's fantastic to watch. Their squad's very fun to watch with Tomato playing and fitting into the team well. That part's really excited. And VP is just another powerhouse that has really, really talented players on their team, and they're just making a name for themselves. So I frankly like all 3 of these teams a huge amount, and I'm excited to see what happens today. And I'm just really happy that 2 of them get to make it through instead of just 1.
I'm
It
sold.
would be a lot more depressing otherwise.
But let's see how we got to this point in the first place. Let's take a look at the entirety of Group A. So, as you can see, the bottom 3 slots for the 4 eliminations are locked. Azure, Heroic, and G2IG are already eliminated, and 2 of the placements to move forward into the next group stage have already been picked as well, BetBoom Team and Falcons. What was your assessment of Group A, Lacoste?
Yeah, these 2 teams, they looked very strong during BetBoom Dacha. Team Falcons did win the whole tournament, so no, not really a surprise there. The big surprise for me was, Team Liquid, who got the 2nd place there. But BetBoom, judging by their playstyle, the way they play Dota, like when you hear them talk in the interviews, they're very hungry, because a lot of the times they do get close to winning the whole thing, but they never won anything. So I think they're very hungry, and for me personally, I think they might take the whole thing.
Yeah, their best showing, I think, was DreamLeague Season 20, when it got pushed to 5 games against Gaming Gladiators, and they were on the cusp but didn't quite make it. It was a shame, but maybe this will be an opportunity for them to turn things around, because it's maybe them only carrying the torch for Eastern Europe. I don't know what to make out of VP too much, because these Eastern European teams, they get assembled. They have a very quick hot streak, but F&G has famously always just been that close from being able to actually make it to the next level. And I'm worried that today may be more of the same.
Potentially, but I do have high hopes for this VP. I think they're very good torchbearers for EEU, not just in terms of skill and ability to compete, but also just overall playstyle. I mean, I remember watching them during TI12 and thinking, this is an EEU team, because they were just doing these bizarre plays, just like diving in over and over and over again. And they were playing heroes that other teams necessarily weren't looking at the time, like their Spectre after it got nerfed and their Doom before it was cool. They had some really interesting ideas, and I did manage to catch a couple of their matches during group stage, and they looked just as solid. I mean, 7-7 in a group that's so strong, that's drawn out this long, is a pretty good score. And they did draw BetBoom, that Lacoste was just talking about, as contenders to win the whole thing. And their series versus BetBoom in the group stage was very competitive as well. So they looked like they could have taken it at any point.
We could also take a look at some glimpses of their gameplay over the course of the group stage, because their results, all these teams' results against each other, everyone's split, except Gaiman got a 2-0 against VP. Otherwise, all the other teams split against each other in this little tiebreaker. This is a moment from the OG versus Gaiman series. A Roche fight.
Love a good roach
I
fight.
remember this one. This is where Tomato gets the really good song, but Invoker is a little bit lagging behind and he couldn't get the meatball after the arena combo. That one was very sad because it looked like they could have thrown the game there, but they won in the end anyway.
In this series, when OG played against the Gaming Gladiators, Gaiman as a team, like average game duration right now is 41 minutes, so slightly longer than Boom Dacha when it was like 39 minutes and 40 seconds total. They know how to speed things up. We saw Gaming doing the same things during TI when like the average game time was around like 35 minutes, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna start picking these Chens, these Bristleback, these Broodmothers, and we're gonna end the game in 15 or 20 minutes, and they can still do the same thing. That's what I like about Gaming, when they can switch their whole drafts completely and just go for this like tempo lineup.
It's such a powerful skill to have, honestly, because every other team expects the game to go late, so you can just surprise them with it.
That's the scary thing about Gaming Gladiators. Like, even if they didn't have the most ideal group stage performance, this is a team that was the most dominant team in the last year, and they weren't just the most dominant in Tundra style, the old Tundra style, where they would take the game to minute 50, choke the enemies out, and win. No, they were dominant in that they would just take a lead, maintain it, and end the game early. And you can never count this team out. Even if they have a lackluster group stage performance, something could have clicked from yesterday to today to bring back that same gaming style. So neither OG or VP are completely in the clear when it comes to Gaming Gladiators performance, because we still don't know what form of gaming they'll be, and they could just bring their A game today and end these games really quickly. Who knows?
We don't even know how many times they'll play today, because they are going to be starting the day off playing against OG after just a little while. And then the loser of that match will be playing against Virtus.pro, because that means that if the loser of the first series and loser of the second series loses again, then we're done. 2 BO1s.
I kind of like that format because it's like saying, like, look, guys, we want this to be over as fast as possible, no wasted games, but it's also like, take the guy that just got smashed and is on the verge of elimination and be like, force him to play again. It's
and
very
the reason why VP
intense.
technically gets to have an advantage of waiting for the first series is because they currently have a slightly higher Neustadtl score.
I think we're all
We
butchering
really need to
this
know how to
word.
pronounce this. It's coming up very, very frequently. But we'll worry about
Neustadtl.
VP later on. What we're going to worry about right now is Gaming Gladiators taking on OG. You guys, you broke the fourth wall.
So sorry.
They're not supposed to know how we get from there to there. It was instant transmission.
Well,
Did they see?
usually we use Glimmer Capes.
That's right.
I
And,
TP'd here.
You
I
teamed
also
here.
TP'd here.
I'm
Mine was on
Blake Haggard.
cooldown.
There's no
sorry.
evidence that we didn't.
I walked
It's
in.
on cooldown if you check our inventory.
Who
I-
used
actually-
Glyph?
I didn't
Cooldown.
ping mine when I was on cooldown, so I can't prove to you guys that.
Fine. Then prove to me you did your homework then, Purge, because you are my tech analyst for this series. Gaming Gladiators versus OG. Why should I care about this series?
I mean, this series is a really big deal just because Gaming Gladiators is coming off the heat of the public, and I think both teams are poised to be final finishers in this tournament if they just click things right, because things aren't going quite as great as Gaming Gladiators hope to. Their group stages are usually a bit mediocre, but they can certainly improve from here. And every team's drafts are like slightly different, but I think the heroes that are really shining through is probably Mars. It's like consistently banned whenever we talk about like the ideal offlane, and we always think Mars, and that's why he's like the most banned hero for every single team. They don't even get to play him that much. So I think draft is really going to matter. Team performances are going to matter as a whole, but also individual ones.
And so you're attributing so Gaiman has always been clicking for all of 2023, but you're attributing their unclick in, I suppose, Kuala Lumpur, a second place finish wasn't their standard of winning. And now Boom Dacha, a little bit subpar performance. Here they're struggling to even make it to the group stage. You're saying it's because everyone's had their eyes on this team for a year.
Yeah.
you're finally going to figure out some weaknesses.
It's the first time that I remember noticing this was basically the original OG squad when they started winning every single major. Illusions giving gold, that you can blame OG for that one. They used to just send Illusions at the high ground. Illusions doing less damage to towers. You can blame OG for that nerf. Those kinds of things happen. It's not just teams watching, it's also Ice Frog directly saying, well, this is clearly the prevailing OP strat, we gotta nerf it. It's happened to Gaming Gladiators repeatedly. Their heroes got nerfed, they're forced to learn other stuff, they continue to adapt, and frankly, they're still doing fine. They're 7-7, like, it's still respectable. They just need to get out of this simple little tiebreaker, and then everything's gonna be okay.
All right, I give you an A- on that homework. That was pretty well done. You
Very
showed
generous.
up late. You may have to go to detention after that for your tardiness, but for right now,
deserve it.
we can take a look at the Wisdom Rune, presented by the U.S. Air Force, for Gaming Gladiators. This is how they've been doing for, I guess, the last 4 events of 2023, which are not wins. These are like literally the only 4 events of theirs that weren't wins. Everything else was a dub. DreamLeague Season 21 was won by Spirit. This was obviously when Spirit was on the come-up. I guess Riyadh also isn't here. I guess there's actually more events that Gaiman did not win than I thought.
They were very dominant in the first half of the year. They were pretty much winning everything, but then Team Spirit's like, okay, there's a lot of money on the line, so we're going to take Riyadh Masters. We're also going to take TI. It's like, yeah, why not? Because it looked pretty easy for them, 3-0 in the grand finals against Gaming Gladiators. But yeah, these two teams, when they played against each other in the groups, they did drew. And I want to point out that all these teams that changed the roster coming into DreamLeague Season 22 are doing really well. You see Aurora, they brought in Lorenov in the mid lane, Shopify with the new roster as well, and now you also have OG, who are doing really well.
And also, it should be noted that they won all 3 majors last year, which is why we have this memory of like incredible dominance. And they got 2nd place at the biggest major of them all, which is TI. So in terms of the DPC events of last year, they were by far the most dominant team. All of these like external events that were occurring last year, they actually did have a little bit more lackluster performances than remembered, but I think their wins were so dominant even in those that's why our memories are so colored with that gaming boring dominance that everybody was complaining about.
And 2 Dream Leagues were also peppered in there that they also won, 19 and 20. So yeah, from
It was a
basically
lot.
January to September, they were a force to be reckoned with.
I don't think there's a team that's ever won so much in a year.
There wasn't.
And frankly, even like Liquid had a really impressive year, getting 2nd so much. We don't think about it as much because it's like, oh, well, you weren't first, but it's like they also had a really consistent year.
I think Peak Team Secret was very close to it because they were winning pretty much everything back when they were considered the greatest team at the time. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators, you can never please people. It's like, yo, gaming's doing well. What is this boring shit? Tundra as well. Like, you gotta close the games earlier. Then they start losing. Like, they should disband. So, we want to see some balance here for Gaming Gladiators.
And that's why we want Gladiators to win again.
There we go.
If we want to talk about a brand that's received a great deal of, I don't know, scrutiny after winning a bunch, OG is high on that list. But that was a list that was made maybe 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. Last year was a weak showing for OG. 2022 was solid. That was whenever they brought ATF into the scene. Him and Yuragi and BZM and Seb occasionally, even though he wasn't really supposed to be there, they were making magic happen all 2022. Then 2023 came along and they kind of fell off a cliff.
Yeah, I remember that. 2022 is an interesting year for OG because they bring in these, 3 young players in Yuragi, BZM, and Amar, and something seems to click, and they're just winning everything. And they were considered to be dominant, but they did have a little bit of criticism, as you mentioned, because of the manner in which they were winning,
Correct.
and the mantles and the item dropping and such. But you can say that it wasn't fun to watch. That was also the stand-in year, where every major, they just had a stand-in. That was really interesting. But I think that team probably was quite dependent on the tri-core meta at the time, and when they fell off, that's because the tri-core meta itself fell off, because they had 3 incredibly greedy players, and that was the style that they learned to play, and they just didn't adjust so quickly in 2023. But with the addition of Tomato to 2024's OG roster, it seems like that's slightly being corrected. We can see them shifting in a direction that actually works with this patch, and honestly, they looked really good. Even though they're 7-7 in the group stages, in the games that they won, they looked solid. They played the map well, they had good rotations, and they had a strong win condition in Tomato.
Yeah, and he's really fitting into the team really well. I'm really happy to watch him play right now. I didn't I also was a little frustrated with like the constant roster swaps. The first one was amazing where Seb comes in and like crushes the tournament with support win rate.
Yeah.
That was really fun. But then after like it didn't work the next 2 times, I was like, okay guys, let's get some stability here. Like I want to see an improvement. So when they did do a big roster swap and they brought all these powerhouse players onto the team with Ari and Whisper, I got really excited. So I'm happy to see that finally this, and there has been another roster swap. I'm glad that this one seems to be mostly working.
Assuming they make it through. Otherwise, we will
Assuming
continue to be
they make
critical
it through.
because they did not make it through Dacha groups. They were 1 game away from making it through Dacha groups.
Which is why they again roster swapped.
That is true,
Yeah.
yes. And maybe this is the one where it all kind of finally comes together.
And if it doesn't work here, I want to see another roster
No,
swap.
definitely not. This roster, even if they don't manage to go through these tiebreakers, I still feel like this roster has a ton of potential because this is what they've been lacking. You know, having this good offlaner, a stable one. I've been praising Whisper for the past like 5 years pretty much. He's been the best South American player by far for me. And when he joined the team, definitely unexpected one. Joining the powerhouse like OG, I thought he's going to stay in his own region, but really glad that he did. And also Ari. So they have like really, really good players at every single position.
I agree with Lacoste. I think that even if they don't make it through this group stage, they should be happy with their results and they should acknowledge the potential that they saw in the group stages. And there's still a lot of room for growth. They just added Tomato to the roster and it already looks so good. And I mean, losing
Tomatoes, they need some time to grow.
They do. Maybe they're not completely ripe.
What color
yet,
is he
you know.
right now?
He's orange.
He's orange.
Well,
he's getting there.
he's getting ripe.
He's almost ready.
Yeah,
Ripe
that's
for
where,
picking.
And then there's a little bit of green at the bottom, but it's mostly orange.
Are you saying when he turns red, some other team's gonna pluck him for a lot of money?
No,
Squeeze them.
no. Sub will just.
Pluck them. Make a tee up, but add a third Aegis to that little logo above there.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah. It'll just be a tomato logo.
I do wonder how much the lack of the DPC will affect roster stability because there are no locks anymore. Once you don't qualify to a handful of events, like the first batch of events have already had the qualifications. It was Dacha, this DreamLeague, and then Birmingham. And then if you didn't make it to those events, you're just like kind of twiddling your thumbs for a little while.
There are penalties for roster swaps though, right?
For EPT, there is.
Yeah.
But we still don't even know how you're supposed to make it to TI.
It's less direct, yeah. Now that it's kind of like, it's not necessarily like Valve lays it out and everyone talks about
Yeah.
it constantly. Yeah, it's a little different. But the roster swaps matter, but so does winning. So sometimes you got to do it.
Maybe both.
I feel like that's where that's where your vision comes in. Like whoever has the most say in rosters, whether or not they believe in sticking it through and ironing out problems, or they just think that problems can be fixed with a simple roster swap. Because like at Team Spirit last year, everybody was saying they need to get rid of Laurel, and then
Yep.
they stuck it through with him in spite of all of the criticism, and they won TI in the end. So it is just a matter of different philosophies in that case.
And I wonder if the culture around roster swaps has maybe changed after there was this long period of having locks in the DPC, because like the 2017 prior era was like the Wild West of rosters. You lose one tournament and then like 4 players will be completely different. But now we've been forced to have to work out our problems with these DPC locks that maybe teams are more willing to just stick it out even without the locks.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
we definitely need some stability in terms of that, but looking at the draft, OG immediately banning Pango Quinn after his performance at Bet Boom Dacha. I still can't believe that they allowed him to pick Pango like 5 times. He won all 5 games. This time around at DreamLeague, they did not allow him to pick Pango a single time, so they know he's the best Pango player by far. You know, Pangos has been a hero that's been super popular, super OP for the last 2 years, but still manages to get through, and I don't think Gaming Gladiators will ever get to play Pango. Even if they go to the grand finals, you can't allow this hero to be played by Quinn.
He even said in an interview a couple of days ago that he thinks Pango is still really good, and he seems to be the only one who thinks so. So it's nice to see that teams respect that Quinn still thinks that this is a good hero in the patch.
Yeah, those slight variations make Pro Dota really fun. When it gets too one-sided, you're like, you start praying for the patch. But even in these 3 teams we're going to see today, they have their little preferences that are slightly different than another.
Yeah, like a Crystal Maiden getting banned out first phase as well. This is a lot of respect bans coming from OG in just the first phase.
Crystal Maid, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Lucas.
So Celery, as a player, he's been known to play these Chens and Enchantresses. Enchantress right now doesn't have the highest win rate. The Chen, 100% contest rate. This hero, like, I don't think anyone
You don't even
wants
need to say
to play.
contest. It's been banned.
Yeah,
100%
he's just
ban
banned,
rate.
so can't really play the hero. Crystal Maiden is a good substitute, another strong laning support that allows you to get the kills, get the trades, and we've seen a lot of times because she's a relatively popular hero right now where she manages, if you don't have enough stuns, silences, if she gets a good ulti in a team fight, you need to like either disengage, which might be even too late for it, or you just might need to tank an L.
Yeah, and it feels like the track record that Gaimin have had, and when you look at teams like XG who are also playing a lot of Crystal Maiden,
Yeah.
I mean, for the teams that have good Crystal Maiden players and drafts, it works. So you just look at the stats and you take it out. And it feels like when Gaimin haven't gotten this aggro support with a bunch of kill spells that you can play for these aggro safe lanes, they don't look as good as they usually do when they have to play for the late game carry meta.
He just gave Whisper Mars. That's his best hero by far. I think I've been most impressed by ATF, of course, whenever he plays Mars. I think XXS is definitely up there, and also Whisper. These three guys so far in the Dream League have shown some extremely good Mars performance. I do like Extreme Gaming's approach to Mars in the safe lane, because they picked Phantom Assassin 3 times as a counter to it, because you build into a BKB, you can like jump out of the arena with the Blink Strike easily. Some of these heroes that are like have built-in magic or debuff immunity, like Juggernaut, Lifestealer, they're not as popular right now. So Extreme Gaming, they're definitely onto something.
Yeah, but there was a day where, I think it was a couple of days ago actually, XG played 3 PAs. They had 4 matches. They played 3 PAs and they only won 1 of them. So while I think that there's definitely room to experiment with PA, she doesn't seem to be that good of a hero independently, right? She takes a lot of time. She needs a lot of space.
I guess
But
it comes down to
definitely
games being longer, so
Yeah.
you are playing for that like mid and late game timing. But Gaimin will pick up Dragonite, a flex hero for them. They can play it across 3 different roles if necessary. Timbersaw already gone, so Dragonite should have a good time. This hero is still really good. I want to see, because a lot of times you'll see Dragonite in the first phase, and you'll see a lot of bans to protect it, because he wants to get this Manta style, be very annoying. It got nerfed in the C patch, but I've seen a lot of like Pugna, a lot of Lion bans, sometimes even Shadow Demon, so you make illusions out of his illusions, use it against him.
Mostly interested about the Dragonite myself. Gaming Gladiators have only picked it twice so far in this tournament. They lost both games. They're banning it a respectable amount, about 7, but this is one of the other flex heroes that's still been pretty popular from the beginning of the tournament until now, whether it's played as carry, mid, or even occasionally in off lane. So this is the draft battle that we get to see.
Yeah, it just feels like when DK gets to that ultra late game stage, he is a monster. It feels nigh unbeatable, and all of these like traditional counters that you would put versus DK in the early game don't seem to even scathe him in the late game. So definitely in this meta of 50, 60-minute games, he is a force, but Gaimin aren't really known for their 50, 60-minute gameplay.
He's a little bit more item flexible now. You don't have to buy Mage Slayer on him necessarily. Some teams are ignoring it. So with that prevalence changing, he still seems okay despite his other nerfs.
I like this Mirana pickup a lot from Gaimin because
Did you watch the anime? Dragon
Oh my
and
god,
Mirana?
oh lore.
it's the homies.
The
Are they
homies.
gonna collect lotuses all game?
Of course. But I think that it would have been a great pick for OG, the Mirana as well, to pair it up with the Mars. And Mirana's gone up in stocks as a position 5 or position 4. A lot of teams have been picking her. But if you pair her with DK, this is just like a very old school combination of Dragon Tail into Arrow, which can give you potentially a strong offlane if that's where you play it. And if you play it mid, you can just put her comfortably on either Celery or Tofu here.
I prefer it as a position 5, because you basically build the same items. Maybe as a 4, you will get some like Spirit Vessel and stuff, but as a position 5 Mirana, I've been mostly impressed by Snaking. The way he plays it, he tends to be very active. One of the toughest heroes to kill at early stages of the game, so you can like even make a mistake as a position 5 and get out of the trouble. And I think the big part of Mirana as a support is Moonlight Shadow. You're basically getting free smokes every 2 minutes, a better version of a smoke, and also playing with Dragonite, which is always going to be good. You build into these aura items, Guardian Greaves, pipe, whatever it's necessary.
But OG picked Enchantress into Mirana, which is a little bit unusual because typically teams would go for Mirana in the past to counter Enchantress. They would just send Mirana to the lane and she's playing on and she would just be able to arrow the neutral creep. But at the same time, Enchantress has changed. Like, she doesn't have to necessarily play on her creep anymore. Her enchant does damage now. She can trade with enchant. She can...
Everything has to do damage in this game.
Love power creep, but she can do, like, she can trade without a creep, and her impetus is going to be a really good tool for killing DK. The pure damage is not something that can be underestimated as the game progresses.
That's a good point. They buffed some Talisman of Evasions. That's like the only easy solution against it, I guess, but...
They have 2 supports that can very quickly scale. I've been seeing 4-position Hoodwinks do more damage than enemy carries in like 3 different games.
FY?
FY,
Luna usually in anime is on a different side, right?
Oh, they did team up in Season 3, I believe.
They did, because I didn't watch Season 3.
Season 3 was good.
Okay.
Season
This
2,
is
garbage.
Season 3.
Season 3 was good.
Where's Invoker? The gang's not all here.
I mean, they should pick him in one of the series. I think it was OG, GG maybe. One of the 2 teams from today, OG played an Invoker in one of those games at the start of the tournament. Got tons of Sunstrikes. I think BZM was like 15-4 and something at the end.
It was versus GG. They had a Naga set up on a side lane. Like, they had Naga set up and they had Shaman set up. And BZM was just throwing out Sunstrikes, which, by the way, I love that. I'm glad you brought that up. I hope they can bring that today if we get to see them play.
He had like an 8-minute Midas and 12-minute Orchid.
Damn.
It's like very intimidating.
Anything elusive could be good. The only stun that they have so far, reliable stun, is this Dragonite. You're not really too afraid about the rotations coming out from this zombie. Mirana can be good if you can set up the arrow with something. We still don't know where this Dragonite is going to go, but yeah, I feel like Invoker could be really good. Templar Assassin still not revealing anything.
They know they're going to
want
pick
to
Invoker.
keep something open just in case they want to have Tomato play this Templar Assassin from the safe lane.
This is a great TA game. Whether she goes mid or safe lane, depending on how these last couple of picks will go, I like what TA can offer here. Is like she has the range to quickly kill this Tombstone. The Sonic Trap Silence is going to be really good versus both of these supports. And she has the minus armor to shred down DK, right? With the TA meld, and the Enchantress, there's going to be a lot of range damage output going on this DK early on in the game. Also, there's not really anything that takes off Refraction. Undying Tombstone maybe will take off Refraction, but like I said, that's easily killable by the 3 ranged heroes that OG has. There's not really the typical TA counter in Gaiman's draft.
They have Dragonite overtime damage. Mirana maybe builds into Spirit Vessel this time around, so some of these small instances should be there. And removing Huskar, they've been watching, Gaming Gladiators did pick Huskar against Heroic, and that game was pretty quick, 30-minute game. I like what Gaming drafted for themselves so far. They have a lot of damage, a lot of heroes who come online fast. You have Luna, one of the fastest farmers in the game. You have Dragonite as well. This hero, after changes to his Breathe Fire, stays on top of the net worth. Like, I think we overtuned this hero. Like, he's just way too powerful at the moment.
It's like 20 damage a second for 5 seconds. So it's like Breathe Fire just got an extra 100 damage on top of it. When you're clearing creep waves or doing jungles, that damage over time is not really a big negative. Against heroes, maybe good in this case against TA, though.
Yeah, there's like a concept here too with this Luna TA, is that I remember watching a Luna versus Alchemist game, and Luna was actually going toe-to-toe with Alchemist in net worth. She is a steroid farmer. She farms incredibly fast. And typically when you're playing against a hero like that, you want to match it. You want to match its farm pace with a hero of your own. So some teams will go for things like Sven, some will go for Battle Fury carries. And TA is also a natural fast farmer. She collects net worth really quickly, so OG will never be in a position where if the game slows down, they're going to be feeling out-farmed by game, and that's just not going to happen.
And I think one other good thing that really helps Luna is that with her steroid farming, she also actually has pretty viable late-game item builds. The Conda build on her is actually pretty good. Lucent Beam, low cooldown, it just got an extra 50 damage in nukes. You have that 20 talent that applies to glaives upon nuke. You fit a Scotty in there, and now you're just throwing out Scotty triple attacks from range every 6 seconds. That's also amped by Conda, so it's going to make her a lot more effective against heroes like Enchantress and Hoodwink, because you can basically chunk 500 damage on them from range while Scotty slowing them without even having to put yourself in danger, so just makes the Luna safer to pick.
I'm a little worried for OG at the moment. Like, the thing I'm looking for is 7-minute XP runes. You have Enchantress, you have Hoodwink, not the 2 best heroes you can take the Wisdom rune with, and if these supports are under-leveled, if their XP rune gets stolen, they could really suffer. I could see Gaming Gladiator push the tempo. They've been known to rotate with both position 4 and 5, 6 minutes into the game, go for Quinn's rune every single game pretty much, and they're gonna stay there 8 minutes. If this is gonna be Dragonite mid, you can expect them to stick around and try to take the tower, which could open up the map. And I'm a little worried again for OG, their damage output. Templar Assassin, not the hero that deals a lot of damage early on. We don't know where the hero is going to go. Seems like it's going to be mid, so they might have like these two cores that can fast farm, which they want to match up the farm of Luna, of course. But Hoodwink early on doesn't deal that much damage. Neither does Enchantress. Mars is pretty limited. In this game, I also want to see Mars getting up an early Blink Dagger, you know, Bracer, Double Bracer into Soul Ring Blink Dagger type of a build, just so that they have an initiation. Because right now, if Mars is shut down, they can't really play the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think it's very important for Mars to have a good game, like you mentioned, but I don't necessarily agree with OG not being able to rotate mid for runes or lack damage, because I think the damage output coming out of Hoodwink and Enchantress early, if their lanes go well, is really strong. And I also think that these two heroes are known for enabling lanes, more so than Mirana. I'd say I'd rather have a Hoodwink on lane than a Mirana, and Undying is a bit debatable because he's playing with Luna. That lane might just be a bit too strong, but I don't see them in a position where they won't be able to fight back, because they did draft strong laners for themselves as well on OG.
And these supports may be able to leave what I'm assuming is a safe lane Gyrocopter alone to rotate for this mid lane TA. They dedicate 2 bans to protecting this mid TA. They take out the Viper and the Huskar, round it out with the Gyro, and now Gaimin are going to send their DK mid and instead pick an offlane Doom.
This Doom makes a lot of sense, because back when Gyro carry was the ultimate meta, he was playing on the Satanic Daedalus and the Flax, and the way that teams would counter him, like 2 Dream Leagues ago, is that they would pick AA versus Gyro just for the heal reduction. But Doom has this heal reduction through Doom, and that's the concept here. And actually, I forgot about this hero entirely, that it was left in the pool. So this is a really great pick versus Gyro.
Oh no, Quinn, he's taking off his jacket.
I saw that.
He's heating
He's
up.
ready to go.
He's warmed up appropriately. Very important.
Okay.
They did
OG, they're in trouble.
I like what you said about the counter to Gyro. I think that's definitely what they're doing. But he also brings some great damage over time against the TA as well, between Scorched Earth. So
I don't think OG's in trouble, though. I think their draft has a fighting chance. Like, their heroes can fight into Gaimin's heroes. I think in the overall late game, though, they're going to suffer the Doom issue. Like, their Gyro will get doomed. Their TA could be getting doomed. So I feel like OG can't really take it past 40 minutes. But up until then, they do have a chance. They have a TA draft, right? They can get the Aegises. They can snowball. If their Hoodwink and Enchantress do a lot of rotations mid, and they try to play into, you know, Gaimin's heavily mid-favored playstyle, OG has a fighting chance for sure.
Especially if Seb gets Giga farmed. Who needs the Gyro to deal damage if you're just going to get Impetus is killing the DK?
Just watch out for that late game, OG. Hopefully you don't go there.
To BO1, Lacoste, which way you leaning?
Leaning heavily towards Gaming Gladiators. I think Mars needs to pop off, and he's playing into Undying Luna. I think he's gonna suffer a lot in this lane. So, gotta be a difficult lane and difficult game for OG.
Effie, you're saying OG may need to close things out early because if it goes late, troubling times?
Not Giga early. They still have like a mid-game timing they need to hit, but I don't think it's that Gaimin favored. I mean, I'd lean 60-40 towards Gaimin right now, but I do believe in the supports on the side of OG and their scaling potential.
yeah, I'm a little worried about dealing with Gladiator Scotty when it eventually comes out. It's like
that's a good
all
point.
ranged damage dealers on the OG side. So that if they get into some like poke fight instead of like a full team fight engagement, I think they're gonna get worn down.
Every single time there's a Mars on the enemy team, though, they're the ones who are starting the fight. Seems to be the trend. Now let's see which of these teams are going to pass through the first phase of this tiebreaker as we get into game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome to the tiebreakers here at DreamLeague. Gaming Gladiators versus OG Sunsfan here with Cinder, the man, the legend, the man that went 0-19 on Pudge and won the game. That's a correction. I apologize for flaming you yesterday. You won that game and lost the series, of course, as you usually did.
Almost got the Melk Award that time. And we did confirm it never happened again.
Yeah.
So Melk is still the only one who won a game with 0-20 or worse. Yeah, let's have a look at this. I love Gaming Gladiators lineup this game. I think it's extremely good in this patch. You've got Dragon Knight, who's a highly contested hero, I think the whole lineup is really built around playing his tempo in the strat. So DK Luna is a classic. You throw a Tombstone in there. You last pick the Doom against Gyro to cover your bases for late game, but also Doom in this game. Curious to see what items he goes. I think this is the type of game where Doom can just go auras. I don't think you have to go for that Octarine late game centric build. And also after the Shiva nerfs, maybe we're just going to see him deviate. We had who was it? Collapse the other day. Go Vanguard.
Yep, that's Celery. He's taking some heavy damage, but Tofu's coming in to help him out. Vanguard on what hero?
On Doom.
Yeah,
we saw that the other day.
Yeah. I don't think he ever upgraded to anything either.
Crimson Guard is really good this game, actually. You're against Hoodwink, you're against Gyro,
Yep.
you're against TA. I think there's a case to be made here for buying items like that on the Doom. And the reason I'm focusing so much on this is that it's Gaming Gladiators, and these guys love winning their games around that 25, 30 minute mark if they can.
They really love winning games.
Yeah, let me finish the sentence, okay, big boy?
Go ahead.
So, as far as OG goes, I think the panel really focused on the right things here. I think Mars has to have a good start, so looking for Ari and Whisper to really perform here. The problem is, I see this as a pretty difficult Mars lane. Undying is already a tough matchup. You put Luna in there, which is one of the strongest laning carries, together with a melee support. And it's a recipe for a tough time. You've also put BZM on TA, which I don't know if they focused on this enough. I feel like a big part of OG's success... Oh, is he just dead here?
Might be.
He is actually just dead here.
He is done. Trying to deny on creep, but Darachi will get the first blood instead. This lane is super tough for Whisper.
So OG have mainly, in my opinion, been successful in many of their games when BZM has popped off in the mid lane. And I just don't know if this is the type of game that TA is going to do that in, compared to, we saw his Puck owning, we've seen an Invoker really get involved with strong side lane Sunstrikes. In this game, if Mars isn't initiating for you, who is?
Yep, as Tofu's getting gone on, homie missiles coming
lead.
for him. Seb.
Let's kill.
Yeah, Tomato will get the kill there, so OG getting on the board now. And should mention, as we have, well, I have the last few weeks now, Enchantress win rate is abysmal. Absolutely abysmal, and it's picked again. And it's not even about the hero doing well, because it seems to have a good game every time that I cast it, but I'm not sure what the win rate here is at DreamLeague. It's probably like 15 to 20%, but it's still not very good at all.
Wasn't it like 1-5 the last time we talked about it, and then it lost that game? So then it would have been 1-6.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've seen it since. It's probably been played a couple of games that we didn't get to cover, but it's not looking great. It's definitely sub 50. And yeah, it's one of those weird cases where you have a hero that feels good, that seems to be doing well early, mid, and then...
And late, honestly.
Maybe players just need to rethink their itemization a little bit, or the way they play around the hero. Because generally speaking in Dota, for the last couple of years, if a hero is strong in lane, it's generally going to have a good win rate, right? Like, that's most of the time enough. Gonna break the salve there is Ari. Nice little net. But so far, so good for the lanes for Gaming Gladiators. You gotta say, this is looking very healthy. Quinn is crushing mid, by the way.
17-7 to 9-3. I mean, we have seen him absolutely destroy with the DK against certain matchups, not against TA specifically, but yeah, this is not a good start for OG in 2 lanes now.
I think this is a matchup where it really helps TA to get level 5, because at some point the refraction damage just trumps the minus damage from Breathe Fire too much. But until that point, I think Dragon Knight is favored in this lane. I think you just Breathe Fire whenever it's time to get the big creeps, and you get a lot of denies. He didn't even skill Dragon Tail until level 4, I think. I think he went 1-0-2.
Really?
And just, yeah, he just Breathe Fires and secures the CS. This is going to be a nice kill for Tomato.
Yep, another kill for Tomato. So this is the one saving grace for OG, and the one lane that's not going that well for Gaming Gladiators at the moment.
Yep.
And we'll see if... I mean, Whisper actually has caught up in the CS, so perhaps he's going to be able to make a little bit of a comeback there. I think you just need to get through that initial hurdle, and Ari has been pulling a lot of waves as well.
Yep. And Daracho right now is floating on relatively low HP.
Yeah,
if they somehow catch him in a combo here, this could get spicy.
Yep, the Centaur.
Thanks for the help.
Yep, helping out Daracho. Definitely Gaming Gladiators' favorite Centaur there. But Daracho will be healing up, so Don't expect to kill on him anytime soon now. Of course, is a player that will definitely play very aggressive in maybe a little bit of a chaotic way, to much people's chagrin. That's one of the criticisms why he was put on as a B tier carry, which is a joke. Absolute joke. That list is, I mean, if it wasn't from Ame, I think everybody would be flaming it.
He is a polarizing player, I think.
Oh, no doubt, but to say that B
it's fair.
tier is...
Yeah,
that's not.
I mean, tier list will always depend on who you're comparing him with, right? And I would respectfully disagree with the list, but I can understand, depending on what metrics you're really focused on, that this guy can rub some players the wrong way. I think you got to remember the way Ame plays carry and the way Duracho plays carry is very different.
Yeah.
So the things that Ame values might be, you know, he just focuses on other things. Really nice stun chain here from Seb.
Yep, Ace in a lot of trouble again. Is this going to be death number 3 in this lane?
Might be okay.
Looks like he's going to live as more Rocket Barrage from Tomato, forcing the leap out of Tofu, and this lane is just all OG.
Ace's CS is pretty okay, but now it's going to start getting spicy. Tofu will at least get rid of the Centaur creep there, and Mud Golem will walk in and...
All right, anytime you make a tier list, there's going to be like specific criteria for the person that's creating. I understand that, but you cannot have a B tier carry and win that many tournaments. Literally not possible. So I'm going to call bullshit on that one. I mean, if he's making a tier list specifically for carries that don't die that much, then sure. But dying can sometimes be good as Celery, speaking of which, will follow suit as Tofu takes out another creep. Seb's going to be able to heal his way through, so Tofu will now back away. More rotations coming through as you can see the haste taken by Ari.
Good leap.
And Bushwhack will not connect, and Quinn in his dragon form now. Not really close to a tower, though.
Just going to try to get there. This the siege creep here. That's that nice and healthy at 630, so we'll be looking to push this tower. There's actually an interesting dynamic here where since this siege creep is pushing this tower this late, if the supports are helping mid, they might lose their wisdom rune here. OG cannot afford to lose this wisdom, but they're showing Ari here, and Whisper died bot. Celery's gonna go for it.
Yep.
This is really, really bad news for OG that this siege creep was alive this long. Now that this.
Yep, Celery will grab it.
talked about it. I feel like this is a really big blunder that you. I mean, I'm not going to say you can't afford it, but I have my concerns for OG's support duo when they don't find sixes in this game. I mean, especially the Hoodwink, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be.
Yeah, and the fact that Dragon Knight is the position too, the break from Hoodwink is going to be pretty important to be able to kill him relatively early on as Ace.
Nice call down.
Gone on, call down is there, impetus to follow, and the Mud Golem and company will get another kill. So again, Ace is the one struggling here for Gaiman, as that is death number 2 for him.
Yep, doing a great job.
Motto is top net worth now as a result.
I guess it's a bad sign that Ench is doing well, because that's what happens every time it loses. So I think Seb needs to die somewhere. I guess he didn't get the wisdom rune, so he's
not worth that much.
Yeah, he's keeping it. He's keeping it balanced here. Oh, they almost got the tower.
Yeah, that's
8.
a
This
lot
is
of
really
damage
good news
here.
for them.
Yeah, looks
And
like it'll be
snare into
deniable
arrow
as Ace
coming up.
coming in with the Scorched Earth. Tofu.
Not even gonna try it. Okay.
Seb, they still have some creeps to tank this, but it will be denied by Ace eventually.
Has been denied.
What is Ace's plan here? So
so
phase
far,
boots.
just phase bracer so far. It doesn't have his level 6 quite yet.
I think it's very telling for Gaiman's read on the game, specifically what item Doom queues up here. If they're playing for a later timing, or if they're going to try to hit that sweet spot in the mid game. But so far, he has not decided.
Yeah, Quinn wants to continue to harass this tower. Dragon form is going to be going bye-bye here relatively soon. The rune's already gone, though.
Yeah. Okay. He's just checking. It didn't spawn at 8:56. Never know.
That would be funny if it was RNG. The lane would be quite different. As Whisper is level 6 now in that bot lane. Duracho has got his Mask of Madness. And we'll see how fast Whisper actually wants to try and rotate. We're going to see a Moonlight Shadow now. I mean, he doesn't even have his Soul Ring yet. Actually going for the double bracers. R8 will be caught out by Quinn and company. And they're going to use this Moonlight Shadow to try to surround Whisper. Duracho
don't think this is
pops
happening.
that Mask of Madness. The slow from the Tombstone. Nothing will come of it.
And this, however, is happening.
Yeah, the reverse flank from Tomato and Seb. Nice spear from Whisper, showing off the first arena of the game. Dyrachyo, B-tier carry according to Ame, will die. And Tofu has another leap to go, so should be okay, but that is a big, big kill for OG.
Oh, Whisper. Okay.
I wonder if Whisper is just going to either buy this Soul Ring straight up or just save up now just for the blink. Since he was a little bit behind to start this game.
Yeah, it feels like when you rush Dagger on Mars, you're very committed. So I like the Soul Ring on the way. It really ramps up your farming speed. Nice deny there by Ari on the rune.
Yep, his arrow will hit Whisper, who's diving the tier 1 bot. Takes a Lucent Beam to the back of the head, chasing the Mirana down in the trees. Gets a Rebuke off. A couple more right clicks will be enough, and Whisper actually finds the kill. Typically a very difficult hero to take out in a scenario like that, but found the right angles. And there's no punishment. As Dyrachyo, he might be the one punished instead. Whisper coming around, doesn't have that much mana. But he has the Rebuke to slow. The impetus continue to rain from Seb. The blocks is Ari coming in as well. Celery will be able to put down a Tombstone, but Dyrachyo gets bushwhacked to a tree. A couple more right clicks will be enough as Whisper continue to try to chase. That spear will finally find him as Whisper takes out Dyrachyo another time. And now Quinn, he's taking a ton of damage. He pops the Dragon Form and just melts to OG's pure damage with the impetus from Seb. And now the Centaur Stomp continuing its reign onto Celery. So 3 dead for Gaiman, as they've only able to found Ari here as Tofu can't even finish off Whisper, who's just been on a sliver of HP for quite some time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Really nice moves from OG here, just bringing the numbers. And Gaming Gladiators seem to be a little bit on the back foot simply because OG are taking all the initiative, right? This was what I was worried about with their lineup. Are they going to be able to do this with a mid-TA? But Seb is just all over the place with his Ench. Really making the hero look great, as usual. So...
And that move really hurt Quinn as well. He's now a level behind the TA, which he was dominating in lane. So
absolutely,
BCM with the advantage now.
This was a pivotal moment in the game because if Gaming Gladiators are ready for this move and they counterplay it, they are definitely strong enough to stand their ground and fight back, considering Mars had no mana to even use the arena. But
man, a lot of denied runes in this game. Nobody able to really take advantage. I think we've seen 1 haster on Ari. The other 2 denied.
I guess this is one of the things about Doom, right? Got to keep it in mind. There is an offlaner on Gaming Gladiator's side that's just not getting involved. And I understand why. I think it's difficult for Ace to really find much impact currently. But OG are squeezing every little advantage out of this that they can by just getting Whisper involved in everything while Ace can't do anything. So.
True. I mean, that's something we talked about, the Enchantress win rate being really poor. I don't know what Doom's win rate is, but it has fallen off considerably since these nerfs. We saw it first pick a couple times early on in the tournament. Then we saw it in the second phase. This was a literal last pick, and it's not really getting banned much at all. And the games, that small sample size of the games that we've cast, or me and Kezu, me and Lacoste, whoever the hell it was, hasn't looked particularly good. But not that many games to go off of course.
And he went Midas, right? So
yeah,
it's like... I feel like, so Gaiman had a couple of good options at the end, right, for their last pick, and they went with Doom, and I thought it was going to be this, all right, we're going to ball up and be super strong kind of idea, but I guess with how poorly the lane went, he feels forced to fall back on a Midas and play slow, and now the connectivity in their lineup that I saw isn't really quite there anymore for a bit, so...
Yep, there's the Dragon Tail arrow combo. Quinn showing off his newly minted Blink Dagger. Should be able to get the tier 1 as well.
Yep. It's a good move.
TP supports. Whisper's coming in now. Spear into the arena. Rebuke to follow. Quinn still relatively healthy. Tomato coming in as well with that call down. Ace is in a lot of trouble as Quinn comes in with a big breathe fire to try to reduce as much damage as possible, but Tomato and company are ripping through Gaiman easily. 2 cores dead instantly. And Whisper going in for 1 more Rebuke, but Tofu able to find the high ground advantage. And Dyrachyo continuing to get slow. They have the sentry there as well, but no more catch. The tier 1 will fall in favor of OG instead. Another great rotation from OG, able to capitalize on perhaps a little misstep from Gaiman.
I think that was the perfect example of the problems of Doom, right? He just showed up, cast Doom on TA, and just died. He did absolutely nothing. They're going to chase down heroes. Oh my god, if they steal this, this is so big. OG We'll get a decent chunk of this for BZM.
Yeah, absolutely. Dyrachyo will dodge the spear here
Is under attack.
as the rest of Gaiman coming to try to contest. Quinn comes in with the Dragon Tail again. And the arrow to follow it up as well. He doesn't have his dragon form, so it doesn't pose that much of a threat other than that initial stun. So they will force OG out of the triangle, perhaps overstaying their welcome a bit. But yeah, will be the Midas into the Shivas for Ace. And I feel like we haven't really been seeing the Shivas build initially. Like the Veil feels like because of the nerfs to the price, we see the Shivas much later in the game, but it looks like he's prioritizing that relatively early. You can see the replay here of this last fight where Quinn and Ace get demolished. And that's the beauty of Gyro as a carry. You can get involved super early and provide a lot of magic damage, especially in this early stage of the game. Like Luna gets involved as well, but it feels like you don't get Eclipse that early. I think they get it like level 10 maybe in this game.
Yeah, if even. I mean, Luna is just not going to play this type of fight particularly well. She very much leans on the lineup itself enabling her in the fight. And again, for me, a lot of this comes back to whether this Doom was the right choice. It's still early days for the game. We're 16 minutes in. I think Gaming Gladiators are still completely okay here, but...
Goodbye, Celery again.
You wonder if this Doom was a hero that could have been more involved. Like, let's say a Centaur as an example, right? That could probably fare better in lane together with the Mirana and then transition into being part of the fights. But they probably don't want to pick it because Stampede is so bad against Mars.
Radiant are scanning.
And maybe it's just not Ace's favorite either. Or maybe...
But Cart is so good against Mars.
Yeah?
Kind of.
No.
Well, it can be. If
Sure.
you're on the outside of the arena.
I mean, the card is one of those items where it's like, theoretically, it's really cool, but how often do you get in a situation where it matters?
Oh boy, Dyrachyo,
okay.
Eclipse.
Nice
Whisper
accuracy
will,
from both teams. We hit a third of our spells and backed off.
Yeah, it happens. Now Dyrachyo back to farming. B-tier carry. Maybe Ame was right. Winning all those tournaments was definitely a fluke. As Celery again will get demolished, but
if this arrow hits...
The illusion rune goes off, but it ends up being an arrow anyway. That is unfortunate.
That was actually really nice from BZM to go for that attempt with the illusion rune, but unfortunately, BSJ primed the RNG yesterday with his Manta test.
That 1 out of 3, boy.
You simply cannot dodge spells with Manta or illusion rune anymore at this event. Thanks, Brian. That's a huge kill.
It is.
That was, I think that was the top net worth of, or sorry, not the top net worth of the game, but he had a good streak. He was 4-0. Seb will get found here. I don't think they can kill him unless they do. Now they can kill him.
Yeah, that's right. And Tofu going in to finish the job, but Whisper with a big arena onto 2, deletes Tofu to start things out, and Quinn gets sharp shootered.
Sharp shot.
Sharp shot. I guess that is true, but
Timato is super strong in this game. He's doing very well. He's doing a great job getting involved too. It's one thing to be this farmed on Gyro, but he's 3-0-5. He seems to always be there when they really need him.
Yeah.
And he's going for a massive scaling build, rushing the Ags into Crystallis, and now going BKB. So really, his output is enormous in these fights. And sure, eventually the Doom is going to be a really great counter, but we're not there yet. Even if he gets doomed, he's gonna kill everyone if he gets his spells off before.
And Doom you cannot deny any longer.
That is true.
That is a huge quality of life for Doom and no one else.
Yes.
Everyone, it's a quality loss, if anything.
I think it would be interesting if you could deny everything. If any hero is below 10%, you can start attacking them. I think people would not be griefing a lot with that.
Yeah, that's true.
Could you imagine, though?
Yes, actually.
Do you think the meta would change a lot if you could deny heroes on low HP?
It would turn into League of Legends because you wouldn't have that many kills then. Unless you consider the denies.
You'd have a lot
as
of team kills.
Yeah, team kills, I guess.
I guess you would start picking heroes that can finish heroes off when they're like semi-low, so you don't ever get to the threshold where you risk denies.
Oh, Roshan was being gone on, as we
Classic,
talked about. Absolutely useless information, as always.
I mean, it's not like Gaiman were there, so...
Neither were we. BZM takes the Aegis, so...
TA plus Ench can easily do Roche.
That's a 19-minute Roche. Remember the Average time is 22. We confirmed that with absolutely nobody, because nobody seems to care to look that up for us.
Makes sense.
Knoxville.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
To be fair, you were the one calling for the stat. It's not about the question, it was about the asker.
Oh, okay. So you should ask right now, then.
Yeah. Can we please get the average Roche time?
Thank you.
For the first Roche.
First Roche.
Kill time.
That's right. That is a pretty early one, though, regardless of what the average is. Can guarantee you it's not sub 20 minutes. Guaranteed.
How many of these Gussamer capes have we found so far in the Radiant? We have
TA's
found
Nightmare.
1 on Undying.
That'll help Celery survive 1 hit.
And Ace has yet to get a tier 2 item. So
this is a nice steal from OG. You don't typically see this. We talk about it all the time, but the Dire side stealing the Radiant.
Yep.
Not too often. Ari will get his boomerang as a result.
Radiant's middle
And that's one of the benefits of taking Roche early, especially when it's on... I think it was on the Dire side at that point.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Celery feeling a little bit more confident now that he can dodge that initial meld strike,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
giving him a new lease on
Dire's
life.
bottom tower has fallen.
Atos is there now
Radiant's top tower
for
is under
Ari.
attack.
So Shiva's into Blink for Ace. Uh-oh.
There's the Atos. Bushwhack to follow. And the spear and
He's
the
fine.
sharpshooter will not hit because Whisper does too much damage. Oh, 21-minute wisdom, though, so another steal here for Gaiman.
Celery might die for his, potentially. Oh, no.
BZM ended up taking it and bottling it. Now he's just going to run away scot-free. It's funny, when you bottle a wisdom rune, I never realized, it says bottled for 0 experience. Did you see that? That's nice.
Radiant's
Very
middle
cool
tower
information.
is under attack.
Just programming things.
Yeah. Doesn't say undefined, which is a win, I guess.
Yeah. So I think Doom going Dagger here is fine. I mean, you already have Dragon Knight with the Blink, but I think you need to be able to follow through. Yeah, Celery's dead, so just watch his last
Goodbye.
hits here. Ace, realistically speaking, can't really stand his ground until he has BKB as well, because I feel like there's just too much random damage. Even with the Shivas, the armor is obviously amazing against Gyro and TA, but I think still Impetus, Hoodwink's Burst, spells from Mars as well as the Gyro doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me in Ace's ability to frontline still, so I think OG should just really keep trying to squeeze this with their Aegis. Just try to take every tower. Feels kind of tough for Gaiman to fight right now, which is ironic because, in my opinion, this is the time of the game that their lineup absolutely peaks. So this is a great look for OG to be doing this well right now. That's not to say that Gaiman's lineup can't play late game. It absolutely can. But if things had gone better, they would be the ones running the show right now.
Yep, true. And Quinn, still only level 14 here. We'll be going for the Manta. And then, of course, the Aghanim Scepter after the fact. Then we get to see the old-fashioned Black Dragon just split pushing constantly.
Pretty standard build nowadays. Do we ever really see Dragon Knights deviate from this? I feel like they always go the same item.
And it ends up being like Octarine later. I mean, maybe...
Mage Slayer, Manta, Blink, and... yeah, Axe. Like every game.
Pretty much.
Haven't really seen much variety.
Maybe one less Bracer every now and then.
True.
As the Aegis has less than a minute to go for BZM, so not sure that OG are going to force the issue overall.
We got 5 out of 6 towers outside the base. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Whisper's planning something. You know what's coming.
Well, nobody's near him yet.
I meant his item build.
Oh, yeah. The brooch into Divine.
Maybe if somebody comes near him, he changes his item build. That would be funny. And your call is perfect.
Dire are scanning.
Tracho, we haven't really talked about him much. He's just quietly been farming quite well. He's keeping up with the Gyro, which, you know, Luna is an S-tier farming hero. So if you're not, like, shut out of the map, you should be able to pretty much... I mean, you should be able to overtake Gyro, but the game is just not good enough for that for him. But he's keeping up. He got his BKB now. It doesn't feel clear-cut that OG are just going to win a fight without Aegis. I still think there's a lot of risk involved, and one mistake from them, which has been a bit of an Achilles heel for this team in a lot of games, is they do very well in the early mid game, and then when it comes to the later portion, when they need to make the game deciding
When he's spotted.
Nice work.
TP has been canceled. He is broken for the time being, and now Whisper coming in. Feels like the first kill in quite a while, but it is a very important target as BZM will get credit for it. And now they turn this into a Tormy as well.
Yeah, really nice word from OG there, recognizing that Gaimin are going to get creative to find farm, since they are quite cornered on the map. Look at the dire vision, actually, how aggressive the other two wards are, or the three, I should say.
Yeah, that's true.
They have really deep vision. So...
Oh, an Orchid for Seb. Okay. Trying to up this win rate of Enchantress, who has looked like hot garbage for the past month or so. There's now Daedalus there for Tomato. Moonlight Shadow from Gaimin as Whisper's going to run right into them. Doesn't see them initially, but gets the rebuke. Okay. Going to try to go on Dyrachyo, force out the BKB. Now he just runs away. Thought that Gaimin were ready for a fight there, but apparently not.
He's not TPing.
Arrow will be dodged. Whisper. Shivas is popped by Ace. Looks like he's going to take the brunt of the damage. He's kind of isolated now as Dyrachyo still wants to fight. He's going to get off the Eclipse. BZM taking most of the beams as the refraction is now gone, but they get the stun onto Dyrachyo. They take out Ace. Dyrachyo without that BKB will fall as well. Disastrous fight for Gaimin as Seb triple kill on the Ench. And now they're on the doorsteps of Gaimin's base, and it's not looking good for them.
That did just not look like Gaming Gladiators right there. They seemed so indecisive. They never cast Doom. Ace is just walking until he dies here, just gets nothing off. Dyrachyo gets a full Eclipse on the TA and he's pinging, but two of their teammates aren't there. This is just a 5-on-3. I mean, I get that reaction, like, what are we doing? You know, this fight was uncharacteristically poorly planned by Gaming Gladiators, because keep in mind, they could have just... I'm guessing Luna had cooldown on TP there, because she BKB could have just TP'd out, right? After the Mars dropped the arena. I think that was okay, you know? Like, you're not in position to fight, your teammates aren't near, but they stuck around, they ran back, and then Luna's BKB runs out, and she's just food. So very easy for OG there. I feel like they should have not... They've played a great game, but that was just a gift, and that doubles their lead.
Yeah, there's been some games in the past month or so from Gaimin that have looked like this, where they're just not on the same page, which is uncharacteristic, like you said, because in the past couple years now, they have been on the same page pretty much every single tournament. Even when they haven't placed first, they have looked really good in most of the games, but something's been disconnected here lately for them.
Especially because it feels like a really big part of their wins and the way they won was playing very well around 5-manning, playing tight together when there's key moments in the game. They're very good at smoking and grouping up. This game, they have smokes, they have Moonlight Shadow, and they're still getting outnumbered and getting caught, despite having these advantages, so... Just goes to show how good of a game OG are playing.
Collide. Tofu gets off the leap. There's the initiation from Quinn. Gets off the Dragon Whisper with the BKB and the Mars Arena. You can see Ace completely isolated again. Cannot get his ult off at all. Already looking like a disastrous fight, but Dyrachyo coming in with a big Eclipse doing massive damage. Tomato will fall as a result. And now OG on the run. The rest of the members of Gaimin are pretty damn low, though, as now Dyrachyo getting chased. Atos is there. Whisper will help out in finishing him off. So in the end, it ends up being a 1-for-3 for OG. Gaimin gets something out of it this time, at least, but still not a good fight overall.
This was just more of the same from Gaimin, right? They never cast Doom. He blinks in, has no backup, and Luna wasn't there when the fight started. Like, I think... Even though that's a really bad start for Gaimin with the Doom just dying like this, if everybody's in position at the right time, I think that's a possibly winnable fight. And at the very least for them, they kill the Gyro, but just not really fully connected. We've seen, I want to say, a grand total of like 2 Dooms cast. Neither of them mattered. Yeah. This last pick for Gaimin has not worked. I think it's just fair to say it has not done what they wanted. And, I mean, eventually, if you go late enough, I still think he can do what they intend him to do with doing the Gyro, but at the very least, you gotta get it off, right? Like, this has been an uncharacteristically weak game for Ace, and you can solve a lot with items. That's the good news for Doom. You will get gold, you will get those items eventually. No, OG still haven't taken barracks.
Yeah, they were waiting. I think they would have tried to go on high ground if... I had a British accent for a second if Roche wasn't a possibility, but Tomato will get the Aegis.
You saw Ari for a second, you got inspired.
I mean, you used to have a British accent. Actually, I used to have a British accent too, as I told you, for a few weeks. Back when I lived in Cyprus.
Do you think it's coming home in Birmingham? Or OG in Birmingham?
I don't know.
I don't actually remember.
Great question. Thanks for asking.
I think they might not qualify. I think they didn't qualify.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's a big shame. The one UK player we have, the best UK Dota player since Guns come out in Dota 1 that used to play with Puppy in 2005.
Is that really it?
I cannot think of another player. OD Pixel. And T-Governor.
Oh, yeah. That's good stuff.
Has the... Am I
Sheep?
just sheepsticked? Am I just being selectively... Has there been a pro player? Because like T-Gov and Sheep have had pretty high MMRs, but not really played at a tier 1 or tier 2 level. Has there been a UK pro in Dota 2?
Yeah, let us know in the comments below. Thanks for subscribing, everybody.
No, but seriously, can you think of one? I
No.
mean, maybe I'm forgetting a player. I feel like it's
sure
such
you-
a big country, you know. They have to have a player.
Yeah. Maybe Ice Frog's British. That's all that counts.
Oh.
Yeah, Whisper will delete some illusions here as a Moonlight Shadow. Quinn will get hit by the Sharpshooter, and now the Arena into Spear. He is isolated again. Will attempt to TP out. Oh, actually will be able to.
That was such a beautiful play from OG, though. Unfortunately for them, they don't have enough damage, but that was very nicely set up. Sharpshooter hitting him in the invis, then they get the invis arena. Oh, hello.
Acorn shot from afar. Nice. Quinn's like,
Oh, he got stunned.
very nice.
He's limping right now.
He's
What's happening?
he has about 2 APM at the moment.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Dire's top tower.
Oh, interesting. A Lincoln's for Whisper. Okay. Doesn't want to get Dragon-tailed, I suppose, or Doomed. As Celery, he will die again. Has he been getting Doomed? Doom's been cast twice this game, as he said.
He has doomed TA once,
Yeah.
and the other time I forgot.
I guess you can just use it on TA.
He's doomed Eng.
I mean,
Remember that kill in mid. I think
Yeah.
those are the two dooms I've seen. Okay, Ari.
Ari gets initiated on by Quinn. There's Ace. Not going to use Doom this time. Probably a good thing. But yeah, just being able to cast the Lincolns on TA when she's, or Gyro for that matter, when they're going high ground.
Yeah.
It's less
Definitely
for him.
more of a team focus with this itemization. It's not for himself. He's going to put it on the Gyro when he hits high ground.
Is it still 100% uptime on Lincolns?
I don't remember. I think so, but the thing is, Gaming Gladiators have good breaks, right? They're just going to lose beam. So you got to still be a bit cautious about how you use this. You need to be kind of clutch. Lucid Beam is one of the best abilities against this because Luna is not even worried about going to cast it. If you're like, let's say you're a support that wants to break the Lincolns for your Doom, then maybe you're going to get punished and die. But if Luna is going to break a Lincolns inside her own base, it's not like OG are going to jump her and kill her, right? She's way too tanky with a support system around. Especially if Undying ends up getting the shard, which he doesn't have currently.
Yep, only Duraccio has a shard, and he bought that.
I feel like Celery should actually buy the shard this game. I actually think this is the type of game where it's perfect. You look at...
It does feel like he's dying first outside the base. I guess for the base defense specifically you're talking about?
Yeah, you're just imagining how the fights are going to start, right? OG are going to Mars Arena someone. If you Tombstone save them, OG don't kill the Tombstone that fast. Like, Gyro can hit it, and TA can hit it, but just those 2 seconds of Mars stun being gone, whatever core got caught will be able to BKB and actually turn around and play the fight. I think it's likely to be more impactful than Greaves, which I'm assuming he's considering here. But Greaves are also good, of course. I mean, you're against a lot of physical damage. I'm not going to say it would be a bad purchase, but...
That was a spear. Getting the bad ones out of the way.
Where are you going?
At the
Good effort.
practice range here. All right. OG, are you going to go for it? They have Aegis and Cheese. Dragon Knight hit level 18 here. Pretty important. Perch was talking about the Scotty. This is also Scotty, kind of.
True. That was just nerfed in this last patch. As Ace
that's a
comes
good
in with a
fight.
hook stomp onto 2 with the Doom to follow and the Eclipse. Tomato is melting. That is the Aegis. Whisper will die. No way to get back in the game right now. Good fight from Gaiman as Tomato trying to retreat. Can Gaiman follow this up with anything more? Lucent Beam onto Ari. Continue to throw out that boomerang. And looks like that'll just be it.
Ace heard us talking shit.
That was a nice hoof stomp.
Two-man stomp into dooming the... I think... What did they Lincoln break the Mars with? He doomed the Mars, right?
Yes.
Did they just I guess they beamed him? Or does he... Wait, does he have his own break? No, he doesn't. He used the Centaur still.
He might have even used the Lincolns on. I guess he didn't have time.
Yeah, Lucent beam. All right, very nice. But also, nice disengage from OG to cut their losses here. They lose one hero and an Aegis. This could have been way worse if they forced that fight.
Yeah.
And Gaiman still also wise enough to not chase on the high ground.
May have spoken too soon. Tomato spotted. Will be slowed by the dragon. On the high ground, pops the BKB. Bushwhack. Wow, that is a lot of damage on the Celery. And Quinn, they will both die, and Dyrachyo will follow suit. So 3 kills despite OG being in a 4v5 situation. And now the buildings will fall. No buyback for Quinn, but he won't have dragon form anyway.
Yeah, Quinn.
The other 2 do have buybacks for now, and now they're going to force them out by going for throne.
Quinn just guessed wrong there. He blinked the wrong way to try to find the blink dragon tail and gyro, and then he forced up into the high ground. This was what I just commended them on not doing in the previous instance, was not chasing into this enemy team in the high ground with all their cooldowns ready. And this time he opts to go for it regardless. With the Mars dead, they feel confident, but it's not always about numbers, it's also about what's ready. They used all their stuff in the previous engagement. They didn't have Eclipse, they didn't have Luna BKB, and on the flip side, Tomato had his. So he's just going to pop that when they fail the engage, turn around, press all his buttons, and they're just going to die. So very, very questionable decision from Gaiman. It would have looked great if he got the Blink Dragon Tail, but as soon as that fails, you just can't walk up on that high ground there as DK. And they get punished big time. They have to use their Luna buyback, and they lose a lane.
Yeah, so now 2 lanes of racks down. Tier 4s are hurting for a Scorton as well.
As they say.
And OG, no longer with the Aegis, of course, but they will likely, because of the importance of this game in this tiebreaker scenario, will likely wait for this next Roche as well.
Yeah. Interesting. Wait, is the Wisdom... Did Sep just not go there? He is there.
Yeah, Wisdom is there still.
They have a trap on it even. It's like begging to be picked up. But, all right, they're really adamant about holding this position.
Early Shiva's pop. He's going to jump and get the hoof stomp on and the Doom onto the Mars. So again, Whisper will be deleted. And Seb really wants to fight. He's getting gone on, though. Very considerable damage being applied to him right now as the BKB is popped by Dyrachyo's Ari on the back line, trying to keep everybody at bay. It's still a 4v5 for Gaiman. Quinn jumps in. Another Dragon Tail. Arrow will hit. Ace coming in as well. The Enchantress is getting really low, but you can see Tomato is able to take out Tofu, who now buys back into the game. So with a 3v5, surely OG have to back.
Okay.
This tier 1 tower is still up?
Tier 1 is up?
My goodness.
What? Yeah, I was in disbelief too. I was like, am I seeing things? The top tier 1 tower has taken 300 damage? Damn. This has not been a good game for the Gladiators, I gotta say, man. You're playing mid DK, you get your mid tower at 36, and you've barely touched the enemy safe lane.
Yeah.
It just goes to show how much these early moves from especially Seb impacted this game, just invading the enemy jungle and forcing the moves onto the side of Gaiman.
I think that Wisdom rune is still on the Radiant side.
That's a hex. Man, they are so farmed on these supports. Seb and Ari both have about the double net worth of the enemy supports on each of them. And about the same as Whisper, but you know, he's it's not like he's poor. He's close to the enemy offlaner, which is a Doom.
Roche will be up in 32. The teams know that it can be a possibility that it's up now, although I'm not sure how many traps he has set up in the pit area, but that's obviously one advantage that OG would have, but there are none.
Yeah, the game should be decided on this one. If Gaiman can somehow pull out a miracle fight, they can actually they can equalize it, but it is a really tough ask with just the raw item advantage OG have, as long as the vision is even and they get some sort of engage.
And Tomato now gets casual 100 damage with the Ancient Guardian.
Well, depends where he is.
It's true. He will be in their base soon. You're saying he won't be in their base anytime soon, Cinnera?
I think the game is at Roche right now.
Okay.
So, 50
will they come, though?
Nice.
BZM in the pit.
I mean, they have to contest this, surely, right? You cannot give an Aegis here when you're relying on Doom.
It's too late.
Yeah, okay. So.
Ags will drop this time. Who shall take it? Mod already has his. Ari, okay. I would love to see the... all right, the Sharpshooter. Very cool one. Adds that decoy. It's kind of a weird one, but not sure if it's going to make much of a difference this game, but it is conceptually a cool one. I will say that.
Yep. It's pretty good. What were the options that they had? The Mars one wouldn't be great with his item build. Ench could have been something, I think.
Is that Little Friend? I never freaking remember. Yeah, Little Friends.
Little Friends is
They finally buffed it to a point that it's good.
It's honestly quite good. So, but not going to say no to a double break when you look at what heroes you're up against. It's very nice to have that extra break against DK.
If you break Lunar
Dire's top
Blessing,
tower is
does that
under
take away
attack.
night vision? Your extra night vision for Luna? I would assume so. Because I think it's part of that ability. Accelerate will be spotted. Pops his Greaves, gets speared to a tree. Seb making his way over, but they don't have a cancellation of the blink. But Ace is the bigger kill. Forced to use the BKB. They don't have vision quite yet, and we'll be able to TP out as a result. So good Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, if BZM had the foresight for this, he could have probably got the kill there, but he got halberded and Doom just TPs away.
And now Gaimin just resigned to wait for OG to show up in their base. That's BZM with a damage rune.
2 cheeses, an Aegis, and a big old tomato with plus 100 damage.
Yep, now it's 100. Has that Aegis. Already at half HP, but here comes the arena from Whisper. Damage upon the Luna. Will get soul ripped, will BKB. Has to back away to heal in the fountain, but the tier 4s are already dead and the Ancient fully exposed. Quinn with another Dragon Tail onto the Gyro, but Tomato just focusing on the Ancient because he does have the Ancient Guardian, which actually BZM does as well. So another 100 damage for OG. Fortification is used. OG's soft reset. Quinn again jumping in. Gleipnir upon him though. As Tomato just Satanic away. And now Dyrachyo not able to do anything as he is bursted easily. And this Ancient should go down now in favor of OG as they get a very pivotal win in this first game of the tiebreakers. Although Tomato and Seb grouping up, matters not. GG is called. OG take this first game in the tiebreakers.
Yeah, I think it's just fair to say they just played better. They really did. Prior to this game, I really loved Gaming Gladiators lineup. I still do. I'm questioning whether the Doom was the right choice. I'm sure the panel will go over that. Obviously, it was the absolute last pick of the draft. Usually you use that for some sort of a trump card. Didn't really get out of it what they wanted. And OG, for me, really the most important thing about this game was what they managed to do in the first 15 minutes. That really... It's not like that's where they won the game, but they slowed down Gaming Gladiator's strategy so hard. They basically stifled them for a full half hour. And when Gaimin was supposed to peak and were supposed to be online, they were just so far behind from losing a couple of fights, from losing their towers, the map control. They take a 36-minute tier 1 mid with DK, which is unheard of. So major props to OG. I was not a big believer after I saw the draft, but they played to its strengths. They did what they had to do.
Absolutely. So OG take game number 1. And Gaming Gladiators have to win the next game to stay alive. Let's go to the studio to break this down.
That's right. If Gaimin lose the next game against Virtus.pro, then they are eliminated out of DreamLeague Season 22, while OG gets to sit pretty, at least for one more game. And if Gaimin manages to win the next game, well, then we get the full rock, paper, scissors and see how a VP versus OG goes. But for right now, we can maybe take a look at Gaming Gladiators. I'm sure VP are, because this was an uncharacteristically disjointed game from them, I feel.
They did not look like Gaming Gladiators at all. Like, in terms of rotations, it was not there. It looked, you know, if you remove the names from the teams, you would be like, what is this Division 2 team doing right now? But the Gaming Gladiators, they did look like that. I think it also comes down to Seb's rotations early on, because he was popping off on this Enchantress. He was all over the place. I like that Tomato was active. He's playing an active carry. He goes through the gates, kills Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo goes to the same place, gets killed one more time. So I didn't like their draft, to be honest, but they made it work. Some of these like early rotations and how they played out their draft was really top tier in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confused about people not liking the draft because the draft looks fine to me. Like, I don't think there are any flaws in the draft. It has good lanes, it has a good mid game, it has a decent late game. The only issue that I saw was that, potentially they're playing Gyro versus Doom in the late game, which is miserable for the Gyro, right? But I really like what Lacoste said about Seb. I think the Enchantress was the pivotal factor in correcting the mid lane and playing tempo around that mid lane because BZM did not have a good time on that TA versus the DK. I mean, he was getting crushed. But because the top lane of Tomato and Seb went so well, they were consistently able to kill the Doom. Once Enchantress was ready to play around mid, not only did they correct the situation, but they, took control of the vision in the area. They did all of these mini skirmishes, and all of this was also due to Whisper playing so well on the bottom lane too, because Ari was rotating a lot. He wasn't really present in that bottom lane, but if you looked at Whisper's CS, he was topping the CS around minute 10. He had like 42 CS, even though he died twice. So really beautiful side lane performances coming out of OG today.
He was topping the kills as well. Overall, I feel like the off-lane contributions differed pretty heavily between Gaimin and OG, at least if I had to pick one role.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Neil. And for the Acer Predator head-to-head, that's what we wanted to highlight. It's the offlaners. The impact that we saw between Ace and Whisper was not the same. Here's the hero damage. That's the most obvious stat that you could find here. Doom can do a lot of damage. It did get nerfed for those earlier levels, of course, but there was a lot of fights where we didn't even see Doom use his ultimate, Doom the right person. It felt like in a lot of cases Whisper was doing that. Here we are 13 minutes in. Whisper's net worth is the same as Ace's, that they had the gold there, but I love this rotation from Tomato coming in, flat cannoning, killing the tombstone while flacking 4 different heroes at the same time. It was just so much impact. And here's Ace on the other side. This is that top fight that they kind of early retreated from, that Dyrachyo kind of half committed after he used his BKB. We don't get a Doom out of Doom. Whisper's in there doing stuff, and at some point Whisper had at least a wicked 6 streak. Maybe it went farther. So the two players, their performances were just so different.
Mm-hmm.
That top lane fight
so
seemed the most tragic from Gaimin.
That fight was weird because I think Dyrachyo actually made the right call to not TP out after he BKB'd, because if they dragged the fight back with his full duration BKB and they got the instant TPs from Mirana and DK, I think they could have taken that fight because Dyrachyo was positioned to get a full eclipse on the TA, and if they had just gotten the Doom off on any of the targets and the other 2 heroes were fast enough, that could have actually been a winning fight. So very weird communication issues going on.
Yeah, we saw Dyrachyo on camera. He's like, what the hell just happened? Where's the rest of my team? And I think I gotta back him up on that one because it feels like they needed to take this fight. A lot of the times you would see them taking a fight with the BKB. If they're the ones who are initiating, they would, get more out of the fight. But if they are the ones getting initiated on, you need to pop this BKB defensively, you're not getting too much out of it. And I think we gotta give credit to Tomato. He was like on top of the network throughout the whole game. He was pretty much saying, catch up with me and try to catch up with my farm.
It was really impressive by him. On the topic of BKB, I think that's one thing that's a little disjointed with Doom playstyles right now, is that everyone says Shivas is so godly, and it is more expensive. So now they're like, okay, I'm going to buy Midas to afford the Shivas. But there's at least like 2 team fights there where he's like, okay, I'm going to die, and I need to cast Doom, but he's like, but I'm silenced for 2 seconds. And that's all it takes for him just to not even at least cast your ultimate before you go out swinging. So I feel like Dooms almost have to fit a BKB into their itemization right now. Like before, maybe they could get away with the Shivas and then get BKB a little bit afterwards, but now the timing is just delayed enough where there's this like long stretch of the game where they need to be getting things done, but if fights do happen or if they try to fight themselves, they run into that BKB problem. And I feel like I saw other teams with the same issue when they did pick Doom.
But no other offlaner has to buy BKB before they can start being useful. Usually I get a dagger and then I can start being useful.
I believe Whisper did have a BKB.
He did.
Yes, after... Wait, did he get that before the dagger or after?
No, after playing dagger.
I know what Tsunami is saying. He's basically saying that if you're playing an initiator role, you don't have to depend on the BKB to at least cast your spell. And I actually kind of agree with that. Like, if you're playing on Vision, you should be able to get that jump. I mean, he did have a blink. They just weren't able to take the fights on their Vision or take the fights on their terms, which is ultimately what the whole game was like, because OG didn't let them take fights on their terms. They were constantly running at them. They took over the entire map, and Gaimin were never comfortable, not even for a minute of that game after the laning stage.
Well, I would agree with you up until the point that Doom can initiate, but the problem is that he doesn't like lock the fight there. He doesn't anchor it. You know, Mars can blink, arena, stun a guy. It's like, okay, you know your fight's gonna commit. But if Doom comes in like Doom's the right guy and like what he war stomps them, like, and then after that they'll run away or they'll get covered a little bit. I feel like it's not quite the same. It's easier for Mars to get the initiation, force things, and then transition.
Oh, for sure, Mars is the better initiator. That's not the point. I think you should at least still try to cast Doom. Doom wasn't cast.
Agreed.
There's also this one fight mid where they cast Doom on Enchantress. I think it was Mirana. It was Mirana and Doom.
Yeah.
And they definitely overcommitted on that Enchantress skill. I mean, they did need something, but they had the Mirana leap in and then the Doom also chased, when I feel like you should have just tried to let the Doom tick down at that point. Maybe she dies. But because they overchased, they got arena'd and they both died, and it all went very badly. So
And Quinn jumped in as well. So it was like they all were like, that person's about to get away. Everyone goes in, then they all die. It was bad.
very odd. Very odd. But we're very well played by OG, at least. They looked on point today. Every single one of them.
Now they can chill, get some popcorns, and be the biggest Virtus.pro fans.
That's right.
Pretty much try to influence the outcome of this game.
Yeah, they'll be able to sit back and spectate while Gaming Gladiators are kind of in panic mode right now. On the topic of the DK, given the start that he had, I would have never thought that Quinn would have fallen off in terms of relevance for that game as hard as he did moving forward. He was destroying BZM mid, and I know, Effie, you were very confused. Like, there's no way that the TA-DK matchup is this lopsided.
Yeah, I feel like it should be favored towards DK, but not that much. I mean, Quinn is just a mid lane savant in terms of lane mechanics and lane matchups. I think that ultimately I would attribute it to when they were pushing mid for the first time, and then OG had this like really beautiful counterplay. They brought in everybody, they cast their arena into the gyrocopter call down, and they just took that fight. And maybe Gaimin were pushing too preemptively, looking back at it, but when you're a DK, you're also kind of dependent on playing with your team, with your Mirana lockdown, and if the rest of your team is suffering and it's not at any point where you were able to bring them all together, what do you do really? Like we saw the DK cutting waves at some point. He was trying to cut waves, blinking out, TPing out. He got caught one time trying to cut a wave.
Yep.
But when your DK is cutting waves, if that's the only gameplay that your DK can do, then you've put yourself in a very weird position in that game.
Yeah, you know something is wrong when you didn't kill this mid tower for a good 30
As a
minutes.
DK,
As a Dragonite.
Mid lane 37 minutes.
I didn't even think about that part either.
Yeah.
Sebastian Debs really ruined this mid lane for Quinn. After having the great start, Seb was just on his ass throughout the whole game, pretty much.
Well, let's see if Gaming Gladiators are going to be able to pick up the pieces, because they are one game away from elimination. And we're going to see them against a Virtus.pro after the break.
Feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. On parade, on parade, on parade, on parade.
right at borderline to the hell inside. Gravity is pulling me down again. My remedy is still to be found. Keep running. Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to break stuff, specifically ties, because we need to figure out which of the remaining 2 teams in Group A are going to move forward into Phase 2, Group Stage 2, the best of 3s. Right now, it seems like Game & Gladiators are on the precipice, as they have already suffered 1 defeat to OG, which means that they get the pleasure of playing another game right now against Virtus.pro.
Yep, Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro is a really strong team. I think results that they had in the last year and in this one so far doesn't justify how good this team is, because I have high expectations. They're always felt short, but this time around, I believe in Virtus.pro. I feel like there's some magic happening with the drafts. They're also not too afraid to experiment. They're also a team that also pick very different things from the mid lane. For Squadix, he is insanely talented. We so noticed also going for this, new build on Mars with Revenant's Brooch, with the X marks the spot type of a play, hitting some like 5,000 crits, killing 2 supports immediately. One of the best things I've seen recently, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, Virtus.pro is actually
The truth?
actually probably no, they are. They're the highest MMR team in this tournament. Like they have the highest average MMR. It used to be BetBoom, I believe, when Pure was on that roster, but they got knocked down by their brother.
Damn, Miro, step it up. Why is he not grinding out that rank?
Their Virtus.pro brethren are actually probably the highest average MMR team in this whole tournament.
Miero during BetBoom Dacha broke some records as well. He might not have the highest MMR, but he does have highest map pings.
Oh, yes, I do remember hearing about that.
I actually find that really interesting when some players just ping more than others. You can tell that they're probably more proactive in talking too, because they're saying something and pinging it out most likely at the same time.
But then why do you need to do both? You're talking. I don't need to hear the ding, 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 ding in my head also.
Because you're specifying where. Specifying where. You got to get a little bit of both.
I see.
Some people, like me, zone out during the games, and putting a ping directly in my field of vision really does go a long way. Like, hey, that guy walked through your entire ward, he's about to gank you. I'm like, oh, thank you, you saved my life.
Well, let me direct your attention to this draft, as this is also a best of 1. If Gaimin lose, then we're done with tiebreakers. Gaimin are eliminated, and VP and OG will move forward. Chen, Pango, Timbersaw, Mag banned out. Gaimin takes out the Mars, the DK, the Mirana. They first pick Batrider, and VP responds with an Enigma.
VP do love their Enigma. They mostly play it on FNG. I think they've only played it on FNG this tournament, but that does not mean that they won't flex it to offlane. We've seen a lot of teams just be comfortable on either role. Even teams like Secret play position 4 on Eki, for example. So definitely a flexible hero, but I'm leaning towards FNG here. Whereas Gaimin go for their Batrider, also just a really solid hero all around, strong laning, gives them teamfight, gives them initiation.
Virtus.pro, they did run Enigma against Gaming Gladiators in the group stage. They did lose that series 0-2, but they did run it as position 5, as Effie said. I think there was a lot of talk about Enigma 5 coming into the Bet Boom Dacha, coming into this tournament as well, because this hero is insanely strong. You can buy into these aura items, play off your Eidolons early on, and still scale. We're still going back to these, longer games, 40 minutes average game time, pretty much 41 minutes so far at DreamLeague Season 22. So even as a position 5, you're still going to be able to scale. Get your Blink Dagger, get your BKB, maybe even get a refresher. Because Virtus.pro, their average game time is slightly longer, especially when they need to win the game. It takes them much longer time than some other teams. So.
Yeah, and basically every single game that Enigma has been an option for VP gets picked. It gets banned in first phase, either by them or their opponents, every single match. The hero did get some nerfs in the last patch. The Vlad's aura is now only 2 armor, which does matter if you have a cleave or a gyro flat cannon. Your Eidolons are dying faster because they have 2 less armor. But the hero's still good. Also, I think Malefic's cast range at low levels is now less. So it's not going to be as easy to catch a stun into Eidolon right-click kills. But if you're playing correctly, it shouldn't be a problem.
So how much do you need to worry about the Enigma? Do you need to get for the classic spell immune piercing disables? Do you go for a Rubik, or is it just any other support? It's on the field, I'll deal with it later.
I think to play versus Enigma, you can worry about Black Hole later in the game, because normally these support Enigmas don't even get blinks. You can just kind of look for them and get on top of them, have vision of them. It's mostly, you need heroes that can win versus it in lane, so you need heroes that are capable of killing Eidolons on side lanes. Like supports with AoE wave clear, like Bat Riders and Hoodwinks. Things like Lunas who can run down the Eidolons. Anything like that is good versus Enigma.
That's why they banned these explosive damage. Tiberso, who uses 2 spells, pretty much kills the Eidolons. Magnus is the other one. This was the matchup that they had in the game that they lost when they were playing in the group stage. They had a lot of cleave. They had Sven, they had Gyrocopter, and they also had Magnus. But Tiny, so seeing this Enigma and seeing Tiny, I'm a big fan of this lane in the off lane, so I think there's a big chance that they're going to run this Enigma as a position 3, try to ruin Doracio's lane, because this is one of the strongest off lanes, because you deny so much. You have, you're not missing CS in this lane. You have Eidolons, you have Tiny with the tree grab, so you can always secure the range creeps, and a lot of stuns, toss them back into Eidolons, so a lot of kill threat in this lane.
And the obvious response is the gyro, the flat cannon against the Eidolon still gives them an option here.
And they also have the flex option of this gyro in case they do put this Enigma as a position 5 and they don't necessarily need their carry to be able to deal with Eidolons. They can move around their draft as well.
And if it is 5 Enigma, you'd be fine with the gyro 4 there either. It's not just a simple flex, it's like a lane counter flex, really. So they've got to be pretty happy with this response.
And we've seen these support gyros picking up a point in flat cannon when they're playing against Naga Sirens, when they're playing against Enigmas. I've seen even Tofu putting more points in it when he was playing into Naga Siren, just so that he can kill off those illusions.
There's another thing that has AoE physical damage. The Dawnbreaker also can deal with the Eidolons here, and most importantly, gives them a save potential. If a lot of players are focusing on auras and mechs and stuff, being able to put a Dawn ulti on a guy could make a big difference when they get Black Holed.
Yeah, Dawn ult always going to be good against, Black Hole, and you also, I think you shift this Enigma to position 5 right now, because you could be facing Gyro, Dawn ult, and also against Batrider, and you also have setup for Dawn ulti, where you have Lasso, just a rocket could also be setting things up, and this is one of the Squadix better heroes, I would say, in terms of lockdown that they have. They don't have that much. They don't have this reliable stun until Batrider picks up a Blink Dagger, so really good Puck game. Puck has been popping off. I believe his win rate was shown on the screen around one of the top 5 most pick heroes, but he's almost 70% win rate.
And they've played him 4 times and they've won every single game with him, so really good for VP.
Absolutely. Puck is a menace. Puck, if it goes unchecked during a draft by in a team with a good Puck player, this hero does way too much, and there are no instant stuns, as Lacoste mentioned, on the side of Gaiman, so they have to correct this somehow, because the strength of their 2 supports in Batrider and Gyro is that, yes, they do a lot of damage early on, they have a lot of magical damage, they're really good at rotating, but they're not really good at locking anybody down. Up until maybe later where Bat gets Lasso, and maybe you can get on top of this Puck and Lasso him potentially, but even that is hard, so that does need to be fixed. I also want to point out that Dawnbreaker is a really good hero at killing Eidolons too. We talked about the potential of position 5 Enigma, and she eats those, level 2 Celestial Hammer. If Eidolons are summoned, just get on them and they die so quickly.
That's why you gotta rush HP items on Enigma to solve those problems. Gotta get above that threshold.
Also, Dawnbreaker is a great hero if you go Aghanims versus Enigma later on in the game. You can do a lot of healing, a lot of saving. It's also good for, let's say, like you get the Blink Lasso on the Batrider, you have the Dawn follow-up across the map. You have that global presence to always follow up in any pickoffs you look for. So this is actually a cool Dawnbreaker game, even though I'm not the biggest fan of the hero right now.
Yeah, remind me about Dawnbreaker ulti with Faceless Void Chrono.
Well, Purge, if you have it open, we could demonstrate, but I can tell you that Dawn still gets the stun. She gets stuck as soon as she hits the ground, but she still gets the stun when she lands.
Okay, we have the technology. We might be able to load it.
We do not have
I'm
the
logged into
technology.
Dota on the
Okay,
other
take
computer in the
never
green
mind.
room, so unless somebody wants
Tsunami
to go...
explained it.
Same
No
thing with Black
visual.
Hole.
But I do like what Virtus.pro has for themselves right now. It is a lot of circles on the ground, and Gaming Gladiators, great response. Usually when they are picking this hero is on 23, 24. We don't see it that often. I believe we only saw it once during the group stage, but it can cause a lot of issues. This is the hero that, like, look at the lockdown that they have. Like, if we're talking about the real lockdown where they are going full force, try to kill this Huskar, help with the Dawn ulti, they need to commit with Chrono, Coil, maybe even Black Hole, and if he gets out, they have free reign for like 2 minutes and they can do whatever they want.
I just like what Gladiators are doing this game. I mean, number one, they're giving VP the hero that they knew they were going to pick. They had some heroes prepped for it, and they're on the verge of elimination here, and they're just like, yeah, we're going for some YOLO-ish stuff, some new things that other people aren't trying.
Yeah.
They're not sticking straight to the leading meta. They're going to do what they think works for them.
I think there's been a lot of talk in Gaming Gladiators about like some of the mid matchups after what happened during Bet Boom Dacha when they picked Puck and they got sniped once, and they also picked Sniper one more time, that is Team Liquid, when they were playing against Puck, same matchup. So they're like, okay, let's see how we can punish this Puck that is maybe not a sniper, but this Huskar. I would say this hero is not a cheesy pick anymore. It's more about, this hero being super strong. We saw it yesterday in one of the meme games when Extreme Gaming were playing, when they were already securing the upper bracket or the second group stage, so they were memeing around a little bit with Eternal Shroud and stuff, but I think this time around, if you go for like normal items, this armlet, and also Heaven's Halberd has been buffed, so that's a big buff for this Huskar. It could be really big against Puck, against Faceless Void.
I just like Gaiman's fire guys and their sun guys, right? They're just all...
That's true.
They are
Where's
very
Phoenix
thematic.
at?
And then one guy just drops bombs and stuff, so he's technically a fire guy too.
True.
So VP is expecting that to be a support gyro, but what if Gladiators do something like Chrono save type hero, like Avenge or something as their last pick? Save the guy that gets Chronoed? Is that a possibility, or is it clear that it's going to be carry left coming out of Gaiman?
I would think that they would want the late game security, but it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to still play this gyro carry. That could definitely be an option. I think that Dawnbreaker versus Void in the early game can be very disruptive towards Faceless Void, because if you look at VP's lineup right now, there's not really chrono damage follow-up to secure any early game chrono kills, right? Like maybe you'll have Eidolons right-clicking if they're at the edge of the chrono, but there isn't really reliable damage for those early chrono kills. So Dawn herself should be enough to offset things like that.
And this matchup, carry to carry, could be difficult, even though it doesn't look like the greatest Slark game. If you get initiated on by a Silence, you get hit by a Chrono, Black Hole, you can't Dark Pack that off. But if you're the ones who is using your ulti before that, if you are using Shard to save some of your guys, you have Dawn ulti again to be able to help you out, it can go both ways.
Yeah, they have way more saves this way.
But still, Gaming Gladiators have doubled down on their like strong heroes or Huskar, they're overwhelming run at you. So the issue is when you're playing against Puck and you're playing against these Faceless Voids late game when you have a Slark, is if you mess up a little bit on game and you miss a couple of beats like they did last game, they could easily get run over because they don't have reliable stuns to kill this Puck, and they don't have the scaling versus this Faceless Void. So Gaiman are on a timer this game that they've set for themselves.
And you can see that Gaming Gladiators, they took good like 15-20 seconds to decide which support is going to be played by either Celery or Tofu, and they're going to run position 5 in the lane against Notice, because Celery back in the days also did play position 5 Batrider, so they will have something in the lane against Enigma. Noticed Enigma off lane 1 with Tiny, super strong lane, but at those early stages with the Flak Cannon, it could get difficult for Enigma. You're going to be feeding away quite a lot of gold.
I like the Witch Doctor, though. It's going to amplify the damage that they're doing. It gives them a way to do damage into Chrono, Maledict on either Slark or Huskar is a problem that those heroes
Yep.
have to deal with. So that's what they needed. They needed more damage from the support.
100%. That's a great point because they lacked that reliable chrono damage that we talked about, but also they lacked the support being able to rotate mid and punish Huskar. That's how you play against Huskar. You bring your supports mid and you kill him, but Enigma's not so good at that. So flexing Enigma to offlane and picking a Witch Doctor who can come in with Maledict and potentially punish Huskar early on is pretty genius by VP.
In the previous game, when they were playing against OG, Quinn was dominating the mid lane, and then they brought the support. So FNG's like, you know what? I'll bring this toxic Witch Doctor, put a Maledict, maybe land a stun, and you're not going to lack damage to kill Huskar with Maledict, that's for sure.
Yeah, especially with the burst damage that a Puck would provide as well. Seems like Gaimin they're going to go out in style if they're going to go out. A Dawnbreaker who only Ace has played in this tournament, and he lost against Azure.
I think it was Celery who played it. They played at position 5. It was very odd.
It was a 5 Dawnbreaker.
It was a 5 Dawnbreaker. Ace didn't play it.
Oh, geez. Well,
It was very odd.
it was a loss regardless. And Huskar, which they have on multiple times staked their claim on to mixed success. And then we're going to see this Slark, if it's going to be able to pull things off. If not, they will be eliminated from Dream League Season 22, and our tiebreaker will end. So let's get this another tiebreaker started with the PogChamp Pandas.
Tiebreakers continue here at Dream League as VP will be facing off against Gaimin Gladiators. And as the panel discussed, I'm Suns fan Sin the Cinderin. I didn't discuss that. Nobody gives a shit. But
Thanks, panel. Thanks for the shout out.
Gaimin have to win this if they want to continue this tiebreaker. Otherwise, they are out of the tournament, which, I mean, in some ways, it would kind of be fitting because Liquid also going out really early, and these two teams have dominated so much of the last year and a half of Dota.
It's a new day.
That's something. And there's an old man right there in FNG playing the Witch Doctor.
Can I just point out we have 9 heroes that were not in the last game. So if you're concerned about the meta right now, from a pro perspective, it's very different from team to team what they rate high. So for VP, we have an insane teamfight lineup. We have Puck, Enigma, and Void in the same team. And for Gaimin Gladiators, the only repeat hero from the last game is the Gyro, which is being played 5 by Celery this game. Last game it was Carry.
That's right. Oh, a nice task into a blood grenade. As the toss comes out onto Tofu, who's going to die first? It's noticed. Dyrachyo will get the first blood, and Tofu is actually living, and Squadix, he pops his Fairy Fire but still dies. So very good start for Gaimin, despite the panel not believing in this lineup, which it is a bit of an oddball. You get to see the Dawnbreaker. Obviously, the Huskar mid, which...
That is...
But yeah, that's a really good start for Gaimin. You can't ask for a much better start.
3 runes, first blood, and the first blood went on Slark. This hero, notoriously not a great laner, especially against ranged heroes. Him having this bit of an advantage could prove to be absolutely massive for them. Like the panel talked about Gyro making quick work of the idol on Celery, even going to just drop a blood grenade to kill 2 of them off. Seems well worth it, to be honest. And he will pause to celebrate.
That's right.
He crashed. He got so excited. Ultra lag.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just lag. It's ultra lag. Okay, he didn't crash. Okay, nice. All right.
How do you not know if you crashed or not? That's questionable.
Then it is a big lag, you gotta say.
My goodness.
Yeah, so we didn't really get to talk about what the lineups do aside from VP have a lot of team fight. When it comes to Gaimin, their lineup is a little more, how to say... It's definitely less in the teamfight department and a lot heavier on the laning. You've got the Huskar mid, you've got the Dawnbreaker offlane, two heroes that are very strong laners but then have other shortcomings. And then this time they got their hands on the Batrider, which has been banned a lot. So a bit more skirmish heavy. Which is interesting to see as an adjustment after the last game, right? Where they had quite strong 5-man and now they're going a completely different direction.
Yep, that's because the 5-man wasn't working for them, so...
I'm not sure if it was the picks so much as the play, though, but...
It means they lost faith in their 5-man ability, potentially.
So far, they have the top 4 last hitters. Gyro had more CS than a core a moment ago from killing Eidolons. Yep. 2K lead minute 2.
Yep.
Ouch.
Could be a long day if these if Gaiman wins and then there's another split where OG loses to VP, then we restart this process. But obviously a long ways from there, but VP not the greatest start.
Just realized he's 3-0 on Puck. 15-10 Huskar?
Oh my god.
I mean, I know this is a Huskar favorite matchup, but come on, man. He's getting absolutely trashed. He did get first blooded, or rather he died, but he got back to lane for the first wave. Quinn is just not letting Squadix touch anything. This lane is already completely over.
Yeah, that is as bad as it gets for a mid laner, that's for sure. Quinn will deny the Water Rune.
He didn't want the HP.
That's
he wants
right.
to stay lower on the Berserker's blood.
Understandable. That provides a little opportunity for Squadix to get 1 or 2 more last hits, but that's all he's getting for a while now. And, I mean, the panel kind of talked about the rotation potentially coming from the Witch Doctor, which was the last pick from VP, so switching things up to try to counter this Huskar to some degree. But I don't know how early you can come and try to help this disaster out. As Squadix continue to take Burning Spears, and Quinn, yeah, he's just going to stay high ground. He's going to go for it, and that's going to be the death of Squadix. Wow.
Holy shit.
This is
real bad.
Stompy in the mid lane.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around how this lane goes in theory. Like, I know for a fact Puck can't win this, but I wonder how much better than this you could do. Because you must be able to do better than this, or they would have banned it, right? Like, if it's this terrible of a matchup, nice toss back.
Yeah,
into
Malefice
the tower.
under the tower. Nice blocking with the Eidolons as well. Celery looks to be dead. Pops the Fairy Fire, okay. And the Lotus. That will help him survive as FNG under the tower, out of mana. As Tofu applying so much pressure as Gaiman desperately need this win, and see if they're able to snowball this mid lane into kind of spreading the love for the other lanes as well. Level 5 to level 3. 24 and 20 to 7 and 1. As Squadix will grab a Water Rune.
Quinn was like, okay, so I won my last lane as Dragon Knight against TA handily, but it wasn't enough. So give me Huskar in a favorable matchup. How did this guy get last in the 1v1 tournament again?
He just choked.
He's pretty good at laning, I think.
With Huskar, especially, apparently. I mean, how early can you rotate from VP supports? Like, can you even... I mean, this lane's already lost. Like, even if... I'm just not sure what you can do.
I don't think bringing one support is a kill. I think you need to bring both in a smoke. It's... The Witch Doctor Maledict damage is too slow. Unless he has high levels in it. He didn't even skill it, so...
Yep, Celery making his rotation over here to try to kill off FNG. Gets him a really nice cask, but will likely be taken out. But the Avalanche coming in from the Tiny...
Make him word for it.
Delay it a bit. FNG continuing to heal. Flame Break back into the waiting arms of Celery. Kiritich. I mean, the Enigma is also farming well. It's just that Gaiman are farming just a little bit better in the side lanes right now. In the mid lane, we've already talked about to death.
It really is the story of the game, though. I mean, aside from the rune fight, right? The vast majority of the lead is being generated right here. They're going to TP to bottle refill for Squadix. The unfortunate reality is that this mana isn't even that useful because he has level 2 Illusory Orb, so he can't even guaranteed get a lot of CS. He can maybe get the range creep every time with this. He's gonna try to fish for a bottom rune. He won't get that.
Go out top as the rotations come through. Notice left alone, and that means his death. How do you say Tiny's name again?
Sayush.
Sayush? Oh boy.
You know, the Yush. There you go. I'm helping you out.
Sayush.
I hope I said it right now. I'm actually not positive. I asked Tsunami, so if it's wrong, it's his fault.
Is he a good guy, would you say?
What's that supposed to mean?
Sayush? Well, because I'm trying to remember.
Is this a reference to a movie or something?
No, it's just Sayush the douche. That's the way to remember how to say it. But I don't want to... You know, if he's not... If he's a good guy, then I feel bad.
Whatever works for you, you know? It's fine.
Gaiman with a 4K lead. Oh, boy. All right. Armlet online for Quinn.
VP need to at least get a wisdom here, which they will. Otherwise, this would be a complete travesty.
Yeah.
Sayers will pick this one up on the Tiny. This is one of the risks you take when you pick at this teamfight-centric lineup that doesn't have the best lanes, is that the best teams in the world will sometimes exploit you. And I say that, I know it isn't Gaiman's best tournament, but they still know their, they still know their theory. Even if the plays and the communication isn't always up to snuff, you can still see wonderful drafts coming out from them, and they've really solved some problems quite effectively here. FNG is in massive trouble here.
Yeah, Flame Break with the slow of the hammer. Cask actually will bounce appropriately, but then it goes on to the small camp. But Tofu getting gone on his Squadix, making his rotation over. Needs this, won't get it. FNG will instead.
First kill for VP on the board 8 minutes in, and they did a 4-man rotation to kill position 4.
Yeah.
But they had to do something, because they were just going to dive FNG and then just keep pressuring the Void, so they had to bring something over.
Yep, this is providing, I mean, with the fact that Huskar can actually jungle at this point is...
Toss back?
Yep, toss back.
Cask.
Maledict
Nice
applied
play.
to Ace.
Not enough, but decent harass.
Quinn making his way over.
He won't be in range.
Does have life break, but yeah, I don't think he's going to close the gap here. For the fact that they forced him out. I mean,
He's actually farming under a ward right now. If they could somehow get a jump out of Fog, this would be a massive kill for the puck. But it is very difficult for them to execute.
Yeah, maybe they just use this rotation to try and push this tier 1 instead. But Celery's getting a lot of solo XP in the mid lane.
He's level 6.
Yeah. That's the benefit of having this hero that can just go jungle so early. Sayush! Level 4 on the Tiny by comparison. And the funny thing about these Huskar picks is that's the highest amount of last hits at 9 minutes at this event. Okay. But it feels like it's an auto win or an auto lose. There's like not really much in between. I feel like when we see the Huskar mid and it's good, they trash their lane. Maybe not this hard, but not too far off.
Yeah, and as much as we've talked about mid, Slark is keeping up. Yeah. Like, Duracho's having a total free time as well. They managed to shut down this Enigma very well with the gyro support, and can't really ask for much more out of the early game for gaming. This is about as good as it's going to get. So BP will have to find some sort of miracle spell combinations to bring this one back. They're going to get hunted.
Yep, Tofu taking the perfect path to avoid all conflict. FNG will TP. I mean, that is one thing, is Gaiman don't really have stuns until this lasso comes through. Homing missiles very
for that
slow.
reason.
What's that?
Huskar might rush Axe for that reason. I actually wouldn't mind seeing it here. It's such a good item against Faceless Void. Against the puck, it's a little so-so because you can't reliably hit it. But if you do force phase shift somehow, it's just a death sentence for the puck when you get it off.
Kiritich might be in a world of hurt here. Homing missiles coming. Hammer to slow initially. They want him to use that time walk. She will.
Opting not to time walk through the missile here, paying a lot of respect to their chase potential.
And Gaiman. Full throttle right now. Selly will be going for an early mech. Haven't really talked about the Dawnbreaker for Ace. How do you think it fits into this game? It's like a counter initiation for all the AoE spells from VP, theoretically. The Solar Guardian, that is.
It feels like they primarily picked it against Enigma, right? Like the panel talked about. It's such a good way of solving Enigma in the laning stage, and then they just moved the pieces around based on what position the Enigma was showed in. They ended up double dipping to counter Eidolons by also picking Gyros. They could do whatever they wanted and just give him a solid lane. It's great against Black Hole, too. You have this reliable way of preventing Enigma from using it.
Yep.
So, especially if you get Ags, you can drop very fast. I don't think he's going to do that, though, as a core. But if that was the primary problem of the game, the Ags is actually double interesting because it's also good against Faceless Void. If somebody gets chronoed, you can just ult them, protect them from the Void's attacks with 60% evasion, and if you want to drop down for a stun, you can.
Yeah, you think he will go for an early Ags then on the Dawn?
No, I don't think so. He's eyeing up Orchid, which I think is completely fine. Like, just itemize against this puck, against the Void, you know, try to kill them. Keep playing snowball-y. But there was a world where it was a consideration, but I don't think you buy that as the first item pretty much ever. Maybe as a 5, if they had put it there, but they weren't going to put an off-lane gyro. So.
Celery has finally crashed. First one was just a false alarm. To
VP.
Please restart your computer. Windows update. And now
VP have been
it's
waiting
forced.
for this for 11 minutes. Like, please.
I mean, what are you talking about if you're VP right now? Because it must feel so demoralizing to lose, especially that mid lane, this incredibly hard. Like, we've seen so many games, just especially this patch, where laning stage is the game.
Yeah.
Like, it seems to happen more in this patch than in recent memory, but...
I think their mindset should be get level 6 on Witch Doctor and then try to make some sort of moves with their ults. They have tools that can kill any hero on the map, including Huskar. It's definitely possible. The problem is they don't have the best wave clear. So in order to set up these smoke rotations that you want to make with the Witch Doctor plus, say, Puck or whatever, the waves need to be shoved out so it's not obvious, but your heroes don't do it very well. It's one of the biggest downsides to Faceless Void. His wave clear is absolutely atrocious. Looks like they will get Celery at the very least here. Maybe not.
Nope.
Just not even gonna die.
He is fine.
Yeah, okay. That's... And they're also not going to get the rune. Celery will deny this. Yeah.
VP is not getting anything out.
That was VP's first move. And that was with a Witchblade, and they still couldn't kill him. 7k the lead. At 12. This might be the most one-sided game of the tournament at this point.
So far.
We had a pretty stompy game as well the other day.
Yep, solo Roche for Quinn. 12.5 minutes, that's going to bring the average of the Roche
that's good.
quite down to the 22-minute mark is what I originally predicted, of course.
Yep.
Oh, 22:20 is the average time. Look at that shit.
I bet this isn't...
Oh!
108 matches this event.
Man, I was 20 seconds off. That is disgustingly accurate.
Wow.
For once for me.
I'm actually very impressed.
Usually I'm fake news.
I bet you've looked this up and you're just pretending.
Yeah.
And
I'm a man of honor.
You're off by a little bit to make it believable that you didn't actually know, you know?
Well, I still could, I mean, we're not at the end of the event yet, so
That's
like,
quite
that 20 seconds could be cut down.
That's quite impressive. I'm impressed.
Good.
I said you were probably within 3 minutes, but you were within 20 seconds.
That's right. And that's the most interesting thing that has happened this game is we have a smoke now from VP. Dyrachyo will inhibit and be able to pounce away.
I thought he was just going to go for the chrono after the Shadow Dance came out, considering his entire team was connecting, but they might still get... No, they're not even going to get him!
Wasted rotation, although Quinn will show. That's the Death Ward. Pure damage is very good against Huskar, but it is just the Aegis.
Yeah, they have to back down.
But still, that is something gained, kind of.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They just have to wait for that. I mean, the Death Ward is the main source of being able to kill this Huskar.
Yeah.
With the Maledict, of course. As they find the Avalanche from Sayush. The coil is there. Will be broken as a result of the toss. Maledict applied. Celery ticking down. I don't know what level that Maledict is.
Or not. He has raindrops.
No, he's fine.
Raindrops are very good against the Witchman.
Yep.
Oh, he has 2 selves. How convenient.
Yep, that is nice.
I want to say just anecdotally, it feels like Celery is the player who chooses the shovel the most in this tournament. I've seen him with it 2 or 3 games. I feel like I've seen basically nobody else really rocking it.
I feel like it's a very good neutral item. I think most people don't like it.
It's one on the Enigma too.
The players that don't use it is because they don't want to have to worry about it the whole game. Like the min-max thing can be stressful.
The inventory management is actually pretty stressful with this item sometimes when you need to have wards, sentries, 3 different things you've dug up. You want to have value stats. Yeah, it can be a bit annoying. But it's, in theory, a very good item to have at least one of, right? There's the cast.
Cask initiation, but Dyrachyo's there. He takes off the Spirit Vessel. FNG will die. Noticed, able to walk away. Haven't seen the black hole yet, but that's because VP hasn't really done anything yet.
Yeah. He has the Vessel and the Enigma. He would love to get involved in 1 kill to get a charge so he can look for that Huskar. Alternatively, he could just go and die to get a charge.
That's true.
Just literally just run down a lane to a tower.
Yeah, might as well. That charge is very valuable.
Radiant are scanning.
Does it matter if you die to neutrals, you still get it?
I was just going to say, I think you have to die to the enemy team, right? You can't just die to Roche. Can you die to anything and get a charge?
I would think you can die to anything.
Maybe you can.
Yeah. What does it say here? Okay, I skimmed it.
Now, if I know Valve, they
doesn't even say anything.
haven't put this in the text. They made a patch note for it and said that's good enough. New players will figure it out eventually.
Yep, that's right.
There you go. All right, here comes Duracho. He will break the smoke.
Yep, Sayush! Chronosphere on top and the Death Ward. Big kill for VP, but they need like 5 of those.
Yep.
It's a good start. Blink now.
Can we get a replay on that? What happens to Slark when the chrono ends? Where does the corpse go? He died midair.
Well, Malefice
Okay.
into the black hole. Avalanche as well. Solar Guardian. Here comes Ace. Mostly dodge, but you'll be able to get the lasso connection onto Sayush as Quinn is there to burn him down. Trying to get healed up by FNG. Not going to be enough, though. He's actually going to time walk in. Does Kiritich. As a triple kill for Squad X.
That is a
very unexpected teamfight win for VP.
great result. Wow. So they did a ton of damage to the Dawn. There's an incredible synergy between Spirit Vessel as well as Maledict. So they got the Maledict and the Vessel onto the Dawn at the tail end of that. Like, here's the first kill. We just see the Slark die. Oh, the corpse actually falls instantly into the Chrono.
That's right.
That makes absolutely no sense, Valve. Get on the lore. And
That's
then
right.
they kill... The Dawn ult there was just very late, right? If you want to save your gyro, you got to pop it instantly to get down there and stop the black hole. But they just let the black hole run full duration, and then he came in.
Yeah.
So they died one by one. Again, it's giving me a little bit of flashbacks to last game's weaknesses of Gaming Gladiators, where they're not just fully on the same page. This game, they fortunately for them have given themselves a lot of wiggle room.
Feels like they were on the same page that time. It just the page was not particularly effective. It was gibberish. Squad X will likely have to give up his tier 1 tower as Quinn still deathless.
Yeah.
Don't count that Aegis. Has a BKB now.
And he's going for the Axe. I like that a lot, I think. It's just... Should
This
be
is the one
go-to
hero that it feels like they just can't deal with right now unless they just get the perfect initiation.
I mean,
with the blink now on Squad X.
In theory, they have some decent tools, but a big part of it is the Death Ward, so that is not fully reliable, especially at this level of play. But as you pointed out earlier, Gaming don't have the most stuns, so it's actually a quite good Death Ward game.
It's a really good shard game, too.
Yeah.
For FNG, which he will be trying to purchase here, but first he's going to get lassoed into his secret shop, will die next to the shopkeeper who just ignores him. Typical capitalistic nature of the shopkeeper.
His main concern is that they're burning the trees around him. It's not good for business.
That's true. Quinn will be taking out the tower.
Imagine you brand yourself as the secret shop, and then all the trees get cut.
Not secret anymore.
Then you're just the shop. And then people just go to the other one, because then it's not cool anymore.
Nobody wants to go to the other one. That's
I didn't mean that one. I meant the normal shop.
Oh, the normal shop. I see. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, the side shop, we're still missing.
That's right.
What's that guy's name?
They're going to go to the Lotus Pool. That
what was
a
his
good
name?
camera shot.
It was like Squirt. It wasn't Squirt, but that's the only word I can think of.
What?
The guy's name that was the side shop guy. Squirtle? No.
Gotta go with Squirt. Gyro is dead.
On the celery, Maledict applied. Down goes the gyrocopter.
Kiritich actually time walking in for that one. He was definitely dead, but was hoping to get the kill on the Void. Didn't get it. Went to noticed. So vessel charges are intact. As I see you Googling Dota 2 Squirt.
No,
I don't think that's the right thing. You Google side shop man name.
That's right.
Sideshow Bob. That's right. That's what it was. Google really knows what you need.
Get some Dota 2. Okay, we'll get there eventually. Keep up the good work, Cinderin.
For somebody who uses a computer a lot, you're not particularly good at Googling things.
Just focus on the game, all right?
Yep. Okay. I'll keep you up to date, guys. We're currently at Dota 2 side shop man name. I understand why you use ChatGPT. You need something that can guess what you mean, not what you actually write. Okay, you found something here. You got the lore. Side shop.
Yep. We're getting there. This is really important, by the way. As FNG.
So you mean specifically the shop that doesn't exist anymore?
Yes.
What he was called?
Yes.
I mean, that is pretty hard to find. That's years old.
Oh, it's Quart and Sithel. So I just combined them into Squirt. It makes sense now. It's Duracho going in deep. FNG was the initial target, but now they find Kiritich. He's taking a ton of damage, but the black hole comes in onto 3 heroes into no damage at all. And Gaming Gladiators completely destroying this fight as 3 are dead for the side of VP, and it'll be a 4th very shortly. Another stack for Duracho, and now this lead has ballooned to 12K.
They get that one comeback, but Gaming strike right back here, and that black hole is just... There's not enough damage. That's the reality of it. When Void gets killed instantly and doesn't get Chrono off, the fight's just lost. Puck isn't even here.
Yeah, the puck not being there is a pretty big deal, I would say.
Sayush misclicking here, didn't get the TP. He canceled his own TP. I think he got screwed a bit over by the Sticky Napalm, maybe? On his turn rate. Confused him a little bit. But yeah, that is a massive teamfight win for Gaming Gladiators, and they're back where they arguably should have been 5 minutes ago. But they gave up a little bit of space to the side of VP by bleeding 4 kills. Now, back in utter total control. Ags picked up for the Huskar. Roche is up. You know what's coming.
Radiant are scanning.
That's right, Shannon.
Yep, it's Roshan time.
It's the banner. And they will use it.
They will use it immediately, and it will have 0 impact, because players just legit don't understand how to
use it. He did go Ags on the Dawn now.
Okay.
So he went Orchid and Tags. I'm really happy to see the Ags, but like I said, you probably don't buy it first item as a core.
I mean, Gaiman has... They bought 3 Ags in the last 30 seconds, so...
It is just such an incredible Dawn Ags game. Like,
it is.
You can guaranteed cancel Black Hole even through BKB because the ult stuns through Magic Immunity. You protect people in Chrono. You can just keep it running. I mean, it's not going to get much better than this. Here goes Roche. He is burning.
I hope he just attacks the banner. Nope, Celery will take it. Let's see. All right.
He has enough inventory management to do already. He has so many items.
Yeah, the banner might as well be deleted.
I put it in backpack.
Backpack, okay.
Good choice.
Okay,
I think 2 blood grenades are better.
I mean, we had this discussion yesterday, of course, and we're going to have a discussion every day until the players realize it.
Are they actually going to... Are they going to take this? Okay, they did.
What?
FNG died to the Tormentor, and then the Tormentor was alive for another 15 seconds. But they do get it.
Well, the good news is FNG gets his shard, which is unbelievably important this game. Just more pure damage against Quinn, but it just feels like it's just too little too late, as the Tier 2 tower will be uncontested in favor of Gaiman.
Yeah, with the Dawn Ags, I think you just go high. I struggle to see VP killing Quinn twice if they set this up properly. They just have him hit from max range. Berserker's blood running. And if they do kill him once and they want to try to commit for a second one, that's where you Dawn ult. Even this Enigma BKB doesn't solve anything. As long as Dawn is ready, can't Black Hole. You're still also at the mercy of Lasso. So even that could be a potential problem. Tofu has Blink and Force Staff, so he can find you and just pick you off.
But there is a delay on being able, even with Ags, right? You can't go like super fast, can you?
It's like you need to take off.
You're still going to get a Black Hole for like a couple seconds, maybe?
Not even. You
like
need
1.5?
You need to take off, and then you can instantly land.
Right.
So you know you have the animation where you lift the hammer and you take off into the air, but then you can just drop. So I would guess about a second.
Kiritech is dead. They have the lasso, and Quinn just making sure with the life break taunt that won't be able to get out.
And one more thing about Dawn that we haven't really covered. This is one of my favorite heroes, but we don't really get to see it played much nowadays. It is incredible when you're ahead because you never have problems pushing the waves. Ace is just going to cover whatever side of the map the other 4 don't want to play together at, and he's always available to connect.
Ooh, close.
Try there. So at this point...
Oh!
All right, VP dodging some bullets here. You're never worried about the lanes anymore. And on the flip side for VP, it's difficult to make consistent moves because if you... Usually at this level of play, the way you can outnumber the enemy team is that you push out your waves nicely, you smoke, and then when some enemy hero shows to defend and push the wave back, that's where you pounce and get a 5v4 or whatever. In this case, it just doesn't matter. Like, Dawn is always there. It's kind of like having Spectre as a carry, one of the biggest upsides to that hero as well. Just that, in this case, there's even less incentive to go and gank the Dawn. She's super tanky. She could buy back ult back in the fight if it turns into something bigger. And obviously, you're under constant pressure on every other spot of the map, so Dawn could just, you know, take whatever scraps.
I know the conditions are really good for the Dawnbreaker, but it does feel like this hero's underpicked right now. I feel like the value can be had in a lot more games, but don't really get to see it all too often. And by the way, you really need to start believing in me, Cinderin.
Yeah.
I was 20 seconds off of the Roche timer that you made fun of me for, and I was 1 letter off of Squirt for the side shot man. As Sayuch will be gone on. Taunted up by Quinn. And drops. FNG won't follow the same fate.
Very close. He would have died half a second later to a lasso there. Squad X gets spotted by Dracho.
Yep. Silence, but Mules to dispel it. Illusory Orb to the north. Will jaunt away and TP.
It's a hard second pounce to find there.
Radiant's courier
Gaimin
has been killed.
Still in the driver's seat and expected to be in said seat for quite a while. Only a minute left on the Aegis though for Quinn. There's still a tier 1 in the top lane.
God, Gyro's so farmed too. My God, he's got Greaves, Glimmer.
Radiant's top tower
He's got the banner
is under
too.
attack.
Yeah, lest we forget. Let's remind ourselves.
We'll see if they, okay, we'll see if they've learned their lesson. Okay, Squadix. Oh, we got the Black Hole, but here's the Solar Guardian. Not gonna use it to stun initially, but no damage is really done to Dyrachyo, so noticed. Drops to the deck, FNG, uses that shard. Doing a good amount of damage. The coil is there as well as the Chronosphere as they delete the Dawnbreaker. She dies off screen somehow. Bash is there. Dyrachyo actually ends up falling as well. Okay, so VP showing some signs of life.
They sent Dawn back where she came from. It was the reverse ult. Just straight back into space.
That's right, you can't breathe there.
That's a alright, pretty good response there. I thought that was going to be a disaster for VP, but they find a bit.
Heritage lassoed up, pops the BKB, will time walk away. Quinn was not in range.
Without that Yule, that's a dead void, so nicely done from Squadix there. That's important to save the faceless. Save face, as they say. It's something. It's 2 kills on 2 cores. Not bad for VP. Gonna need a lot more than that, though, but it seems to be the stage of...
oh, he's going for the wisdom.
He's
not going to make it.
To die.
Sayush! He dies without the... Oh, the wisdom was so close yet so far. Something like that. As now the Tormy will go the way of Gaimin.
Easy shard.
It is a wasted shard.
Yeah, not the best. I mean, it's something.
Yeah, it's 1,400 net worth. It's worth more to kill him now.
Maybe sometimes he can hit a hero. You know,
maybe.
Yeah, definitely the worst one they could have got, though. This game. Squadix. He is probably fine.
Oh, Orchid.
Invis
pops. Sentry placed, though. Uses the Waning Rift. Has to use Coil just as an escape mechanism. It will work, but still feels bad. So despite getting those 2 big core kills, it feels like they haven't made any dent into this net worth deficit.
Yeah, it's kind of been the story of the game, right? Gaming Gladiators are owning and winning every single minute. There's a couple of small moments of opportunity where VP get a couple of kills, but they don't amount to even a remote comeback. They're gonna have to find something bigger, and probably... Can they even fight for the Roche? Like, I struggle to see it being possible for them to fight for Roches. It's just... The Dawnbreaker is just such an... It's just such a perfect solution to every problem they could have had, right? It's just so difficult to engage with confidence.
Squadix will break a smoke and swiftly die. Solar Guardian coming in with the Chronosphere on top. That means a lot of evasion now. As Kiritich won't be able to come through. His Notice coming with the BKB gets the Black Hole off. Celery with the call down, but you can see no damage being done by VP. Honestly, might just call it here. This is very much out of hand. Sayush the only one to be able to get out.
I'll take that.
I mean, no buildings have really been touched on the base side of VP, but this just looks hopeless.
This is basically the way you almost have to play that situation too, right? It's not like they messed up. They got a pretty good chrono. That one's going to force out the Dawn ult, and Enigma has to wait. The entirety of the time that Dawn is in the air, he has to wait. And then when Dawn finally lands, he has to walk in. Because he also can't stand close, or he's going to get clipped by the AoE. So really, really awkward. And when he finally does get the 2-man Black Hole, I mean, guess what? There's no damage left. So...
Yep, but now Gaimin going high ground. But all these ultimates are down, so I really don't see Gaimin backing off. Although there is a coil. FNG wants to use that Death Ward. Maledict is there, doesn't have his ult. Might have his shard as Dyrachyo showing himself. Already using the Shadow Dance. Trying to get aggressive, but... Oh, the pounce actually canceled essentially by the Tiny. Very nicely done, but the Solar Guardian save is always going to be there. Dyrachyo with the BKB now just pounding into Tiny's flesh. If that makes any sense. Call down placed as well. Gaimin don't really get anything out of it, but nobody dies.
Dyrachyo's flying all over the place, but not really connecting. Didn't need to, though. I mean, I guess they get no kills, but they also didn't lose anything.
As Lee continues to grow, his VP just forced to stay in their base. Obviously no Chrono, Black Hole, or Coil now. But they are going to smoke up and try to get aggressive.
Yep.
Let's see, how long do we have? We have 56 seconds left on Black Hole, 26 for Chrono. As Dyrachyo might... No. We'll pounce away. So shield rune will be taken. We'll go to Squadix. They're nowhere near another Gaimin member, so won't really result in much, it looks like. As Roche is alive and well.
Yeah.
And I have to give a lot of credit to Celery. I believe he has not used the banner. Wait, it's not... God damn it, Celery. Where's the banner? What did they do with it?
We need a more clear indication in the sound, right? It needs to have a sound effect when it gets placed.
Yeah.
That's
what kind of sound effect would you like? It needs to be something noticeable. It can't just be like a flag being placed.
A really loud belch.
Yeah. Well, no, because then I can't make money off that voice line that will eventually get in, of course.
Oh, that would also be a good sound, the one they just played. Like a crowd going, oh!
That, I think, well, the one that they just played was underwhelming, so it actually would work perfectly for the banner.
Ooh, wow, a banner. Oh, or that one. That's good. Canned laughter.
Yep, that's good.
Place the banner, canned laughter.
Perfect.
That's good. Yeah, or...
It sounded like Naga.
That sounded like Exorcism to me.
Where is this banner?
It's,
I'm clicking on every hero now.
He must have used it. We just didn't notice.
Well, it would still be up, though.
To be fair, when it gets placed, there's one little line of text and a ring that shows on the minimap for half a second.
All right. Observers, hit enter, please. Is it in the chat? Was it placed? No. Okay, I'm just going to go out and limit.
It would be on the left. Yeah, just scroll the left bar. Okay,
oh,
we have a bit
Sayush wants to get in there to try to steal the Aegis. Good attempt. Won't happen, so we'll continue discussing the... Oh, there! Oh, that's a new one.
I think he wanted to steal the banner, actually. I think that's why he wanted to. Yeah. All right, let's check the scroll bar again on the left. Let's see.
Investigation. Okay. Continue.
Scroll up. Let's see when they place the banner. You have to move it on the left. Mouse all the way to the left, and then scroll up. That little... There we go. Okay. Banner has been planted by the Dire.
What the...
See, it forced a glyph. The glyph...
That is definitely not related.
Oh, there. Wait, no, that was a TP. Okay, I got excited for
I mean, I checked their base. There's nothing. Whatever. This stupid-ass banner, man. It's going to be the end of me. Gaimin continue to just get crazy items. Attention. Initiation from Tofu. Finding FNG. And from, okay, Celery. The fact that he has a BKB, he's trying to use the banner.
Yeah.
That's true. Understandable. Very powerful indeed.
Worth keeping in mind, Celery doesn't generally have access to this item. He might not know how it works. So.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him purchase a BKB.
Me neither. It's a true rarity here.
The enemies won't see it either.
Okay, here comes Huskar.
Oh, they put it in lane. I see. That's probably why we didn't see it before. Okay, the creeps are marginally stronger right now. Very exciting.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
And this lane is not being contested anyway, so it will be a set of racks. Terrible banner placement again by a pro team. What team will figure this item out? It's really not that complicated.
You sound so confident that you know better.
I know for a fact.
You just know better.
I talked to Ice Frog about it. In fact, banner was my idea. Not really. That would be funny though. Shitting on my own idea. One set of racks for Gaimin. Will VP defend this one? They have all their ultimates. Of course, they have to chew through this Aegis. As the banner, yeah, very strong. These creeps are up. That would be so fitting, actually, as life break. Okay, forcing the BKB out of Quinn. The Tiny's dead. Does have buyback, though. Call down. Gonna prevent any shenanigans from VP to get aggressive here. It's Quinn. Okay, Maledict is still on him, but looks like he is A-okay. That's that second life worst case anyway.
Yeah, okay, that's the second lane that they didn't really do anything. What are they going to do in the third lane?
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Was that an Ags? Who just bought that? Is that Witch Doctor?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right,
Witch Doctor
that's what they've been waiting for.
Yep. But they want to get rid of this Aegis first.
Now, I've been reading a lot of Reddit, Shannon.
Yes.
And according to Reddit, this game is now over and Radiant will win because Witch Doctor and Witch Doctor Ags is so broken that it can win any fight. It just does so much damage and you can't counter it.
I believe it.
So let's see if this is truly a high-rank, pro-level game or if we've all been tricked.
I mean, the True Strike is quite good against the Solar Guardian.
It doesn't give it anymore.
It just said they just moused it over. It says it gives True Strike, unless they didn't.
There's a patch note on the ult.
Okay, so
let's. Aghanim Spectre no longer grants True Strike. So
that is incredible. That is so bad.
Now, what I do think, I remember reading that the secondary bounces have True Strike, which is a bug.
Oh.
And I don't know if that got fixed.
Okay, good.
If that is the case, you need to not hit the target you want to hit.
All right, so we don't really know how Death Ward works anymore. We'll just see.
Or maybe we won't.
Well, I think we will see it cast, but I don't think it's going to do much as Quinn. Oh my God, they get the silence up. Yules. Will he stay alive? Phase shift as well. Kiritich goes in, and okay, the puck actually does survive somehow. But Quinn will get the tower. Got to do something about this Huskar. Range Rax is down.
Barracks.
Got to do something about this Huskar. Malefice. Kiritich getting in a little bit better position. Yeah, Witch Doctor still has Ags, in case you guys were wondering. FNG with the cask. Bounces once. And okay, fortification. That's indicating to Gaimin that they do want to fight.
10 seconds on Aegis. Okay, they've successfully stalled out the Aegis. Now, the biggest fuck you play from Gaimin here would be to go back and wait for next Roche. Just be like, you guys just waited.
Oh, they find the lasso. Oh, boy. But the Black Hole coming in from Notice. The Solar Guardian to try to counter Kiritich will live. Notice not so much. Have we seen the Death Ward yet?
We did.
Okay, he died. Great.
He was channeling it for 5 seconds.
Celery with the fuck you BKB as a support gyro.
He's pushing.
He's killing the barracks. He's going to get the Mega Creeps. Kiritich can't even do anything about it. Mega Creeps for Gaimin. Imagine if they had double banner right now.
Oh.
You'd have double Gaben Creeps. That's double chin Gaben Creeps.
Okay.
Up, Chronosphere is placed. Flame Break. Not going to save the old Slark and Malarkey, so Doraccio will die, but...
The power play here is killing him and then typing GG.
Yeah, I think everyone watching was hoping that would happen.
They're still in it.
Technically.
Yep.
I mean, this would have to be the most massive throw of all time if Gaimin somehow lose this game.
Oh, get another
Tofu
one.
picked off as well.
Okay. I mean, every kill is 2K, so...
If that continues to be 2K each time, yeah. Are these the...
These are regular melee creeps. Oh, regular megas.
The banner's dead, I assume.
Yep.
In the bot lane.
It's gone. It served its purpose. It did a lot. Oh, there's a little...
Yeah, that's not the banner. Good try.
That's a nice try. This reminds me of Tristram.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, you wouldn't know that.
Yep.
It's not a name of a basketball player, so...
Actually, it's close. Tristan Thompson.
There.
Very close. As Tormy will be taken out. Quinn will get his shard. Is that not good enough to purchase? I'm actually confused. It's the inner fire owner.
Oh, this is actually pretty funny. Did you guys see? Did you see Celery's reaction when Quinn got the shard?
Was he really sad?
He was like, "Come on!" You know, he's been wanting his shard for free the whole game, and he keeps not getting it.
Celery, you bought a BKB. All right, you have enough money.
I think.
It's a Maelstrom, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Well, all right.
Sayush!
Nice. Now he can farm.
Yep, good timing.
Pick up a tree and start cleaving some megas.
And Gaiman likely waiting for the last Roche. Then we'll see Gaben creeps, hopefully. If they remember to use the banner, that is. If it's even on that side, in fact. He's actually going for a full Mjolnir.
I don't know.
He gets to cosplay a core.
I mean, at this point, I feel like he's just doing some sort of stat manipulation, you know?
I mean, he's only 1,000 net worth behind the Void, by the way. That is absurd.
And he's still lowest net worth in his team with these items.
Yes.
Minute 40 on a support gyro. It's quite funny. All right.
Gaiman taking their sweet-ass time to finish this game, but don't want to take any chances because if they lose, they're out of the tournament, of course. And with this impending loss, unless VP pull off the greatest comeback we've ever seen, they will face off against OG in this third game of the tiebreaker here at DreamLeague. Smoke incoming from VP.
And worth keeping in mind, OG did beat GG quite handily. So you got crushed like this, you know? It's not going to be an easy game they're up against in the next one.
Perfect infusion.
But for the thing about a game like this is there's only so much you can do. Like, this feels like such a major strategic loss from minute 5, right? It's like, this doesn't really show the power levels of these two teams. It's just a massive draft win at the end of the day for Gaming Gladiators with how these first 5 minutes of the laning phase plan out, including the 2 kills on the rune, which is also, you know, was very close to being a kill on the bat, and then maybe things are a little bit different in the lanes, but at the end of, I mean, it's just mostly Quinn just completely obliterating mid, and the other 2 lanes being good.
All right, I think we will have Gaben creeps, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited?
Ooh.
Let's look at the HP and damage of a normal mega creep right now, please, just to remember. Okay, so they got 105 damage and 1270 HP. Let's see where they put the banner. I mean, you just put it in base. Like, I don't know what the point of putting in lane is at this point. It's global range, for God's sake.
If you want this wave to be strong.
I mean, sure.
I hope he places it next to the Ancient when the creeps are there. It's like a minefield sign. Yep, that's a creep wave. Okay, where'd he put it?
Wait, he used it? Was there text? Oh, there it is. Okay, right in the middle of the mid lane.
Oh.
2,000 HP and 50 plus damage. Those are Gaben creeps.
They're big.
Let's see if Gaben just use them. They don't even need their heroes anymore. They are heroes in and of themselves. The smoke from VP, can they deal with the Gaben creeps? They're so strong. You can kite them into the base all you want, but there's more to come afterwards.
This genuinely feels like a science experiment. They're just testing. They're going to see, can the creeps win without us? And then if they struggle a little bit, they're going to walk in and hit a couple of times.
Okay, those ones are not Gaben creeps. As you can see, quite pitiful mega creeps.
Break.
Here are the Gaben creeps coming in with Quinn backing them up. And that's 2 tier 4s dead. Kiritich jumps in, jumps out. Coil is expended on the sideline. Wind Waker to counter 1. And Celery is going to be A-OK as well. The defense being mounted by VP. Not sure what their strat is. I don't think that dragon inside the Ancient will actually come out. That's probably the only thing that will save him here. They're going to try to toss out onto Huskar. Quinn actually targeted by the Fountain temporarily. There's the Maledict with the counter initiation on the Tiny. Quinn is fine as Kiritich pops his BKB, gets the Chrono off, but it does not hit on Quinn, and now the Solar Guardian is there to counter it yet again. Feels like this Huskar and Dawnbreaker have just countered VP so hard. Notice comes in with the Black Hole and does about 0 damage as GGs are finally called. Gaben creeps still undefeated. And we're going to a third tiebreaker game between OG and VP.
What a stomp. Really?
You know, this is my... I usually don't say stuff like this. Okay. You know, I'm a very positive guy. My issue with the patch right now is that you can win in the lane within 5... Like, the game felt completely over. Unless there's, like, some giant mistake. It takes them 45 minutes to end. That is so long.
Yeah, I think a couple of... Like, the few successful moves VP made actually did stall things out quite a bit. The 4 kills they got when they were 8k behind. The 2 kills they got when they had like 4 kills to their name or whatever. And the fact that the first Aegis of Huskar did absolutely nothing. He just walked up a high ground, lost it, right?
True.
I mean, there's definitely room for improvement for Gaming Gladiators, so they could have won this game faster. But, I mean, they just have so much advantage that they need to absolutely drop the ball to even have a chance of losing this game.
Yep, absolutely. Gaming Gladiators with a Gaben shellacking to go along with the Gaben creeps. Tsunami, what do you have to say for yourself?
Yeah, Tsunami.
What do I have to say for myself? It came with a very accusatory tone.
And this is the highlight. This is how it all started. 3 minutes into the game. Game's already over. I think this would what would feel like if we were playing against Quinn in the mid lane. You know, some big shellacking going on.
You think it would take them 40 minutes to
definitely not. But since they lost the first game against OG, they wanted to play it safe, kill 5 Roshans, 4 banners, cheeses, Aghanim Scepter upgrades,
and a partridge and a
whatever it's necessary. But yeah, something that we did mention on the panel before this game is after losing to Team Liquid, they try to figure out how to deal with some of these matchups, especially Puck, because Puck has been undefeated, played by Squadix. He also had like one of the records broken here at DreamLeague when he was playing against Heroic, 28 kills on Puck.
Wow.
So some insane stuff coming out from Squadix. Not in this one. He got completely shut down, but yeah, game was pretty much over in 5-10 minutes, and then they had to drag it for another 40.
I'm just kind of glad that Huskar is still in the game a little bit in terms of like there is some cheese pick potential mid. I feel like almost all of them have been nerfed out of the game for good reason, but Huskar still feels like one of those like magic mid heroes that can do like wild things and blow a game up. So there is a place for that in a competitive game, and just watching him abuse Squadix is cool.
That's been his entire claim to fame, his entirety existence in Dota, though. I've never known Huskar to be like a viable hero in like a first pick situation.
I'm just saying that like your TAs who could like power deny with like 150 damage on allied creeps, like there were some really insane abusive mid laners in the past, and almost all of them got nerfed in various ways.
You've seen him as a flex a little bit when Save was playing it in the jungle, going for Armlet.
sure.
You know?
6
So
times,
it's doable. That was a couple of years ago.
You're still never gonna. I don't think there's ever been an era of Dota where Huskar is first pick, though.
Absolutely not, and I hope it never comes.
I hope that never comes either. That doesn't sound very fun, but it was a great Huskar game. You know, Quinn just quinned all over them, or whatever he does.
He quinned all over them.
It did feel like at some point there wasn't much that VP could do, and honestly, I would just attribute it to how well Gaimin drafted around the Enigma side lanes too, because if you look at both of their side lanes, like, yeah, we saw the Huskar mid, that speaks for itself, right? We talked about that, but they had the Gyro that could play against the Enigma offlane flex, and they also had the Dawnbreaker that could play against the Enigma 5 flex. So both of their side lanes were equipped to deal with the Eidolons, and we never saw Enigma get off to that really destructive start that we talk about when he has something like a Tiny on his team. That just never happened. And because you've got this Huskar mid situation, you're bleeding from the mid lane, and you have to allocate resources there really early to try to help your mid laner. And you couldn't enable either side laner who are already struggling because of that, and it just felt like a losing battle, right? Because as the game progresses, Dawn gets an Aghanim Scepter, so even if you perfectly cast your spells, which we saw VP do a couple of times, they got some good chronos, they got some good follow-up black holes, they just didn't have the damage. You have this Dawnbreaker Ags healing through the entirety of it, so that was very painful to watch, so I'm not gonna lie, that was a painful 40 minutes.
It was an uphill battle from VP, and there were at least like 1 or 2 moments where Gaming Gladiators did lose the grip a little bit, so some of the symptoms that we saw in their earlier series against OG, it still seems like they're not at 100%, but at least now they get to take a break because the next series is going to be OG versus VP.
Yeah, maybe they need a break. It feels like, you know, Celery played a 40-minute game, didn't buy Shard on support Gyro.
Didn't get the Shard. He didn't have to buy it. The Tormentor should have given it to him.
Yeah, but I don't think that game accurately depicts what VP has brought to DreamLeague as a team, because I've seen them really look good in situations where they're not just on the back foot the entire time. So I wouldn't write them out of these tiebreaker situations just yet, but looking at that performance, I can see why people would be very doubtful that they'll make it through.
After watching this squad, because they did really good at TI, they got what, 6th place, so that's pretty nice for a squad. All Eastern Europeans did good pretty much at the last TI, but Virtus.pro, I feel that it could come down to nerves when things really matter for them, they tend to play bad. I think this is also another situation where you know that if you manage to get a win, you're already through just playing 1BO1 against Gaming Gladiators, and I want to see how that's going to affect them coming into the next one.
Especially if one of their strategies gets exposed here, like their Enigma. Isn't that right, Kevin?
That's right, Neil. Their strategy did get very exposed.
But tell me how.
Well, it came down to the draft. Like Mira pointed out earlier, killing the Eidolons is a big deal.
Tell me why.
Giving you golden experience that you wouldn't normally get. There's a finite amount of resources that are spawned every 30 seconds to a minute on the map. And in this case, there's just way more gold to collect in that one location. So if you suddenly have two different ways, in fact, if you can deal with the Eidolons with your support and your carry can also be there to help dive and kill Eidolons, then notice focus is on like, oh, I got to minimize them getting gold in this way. And then if the other lanes go well on top of that, things are just getting catastrophic. And I feel like this is something that happens sometimes for these top tournament winning teams. You're like Team Liquid type squads, your Gaming Gladiators. They know like, okay, we're going to let this hero through. We're going to have this amazing response and they're not going to have a good choice. And look at that. They get a hero kill and they get to kill all the Eidolons afterwards. And this is Celery just dealing with neutral creeps. And the Eidolons just happen to also die. So that's why he had that BKB, that he got to have that glory moment killing the barracks by himself. First time Celery's ever gotten to do that in his whole life.
Accidentally activating the BKB.
We don't talk about that part.
Right.
Let him have his time in the sun.
That's true. How many times does he get to activate that item in general?
That's true. Also, I just want to quickly say that Celery did not play 5 Dawnbreaker. That was at Bedboom Dacha.
Oh, okay.
Not in DreamLeague.
So it was ace both times then.
It was ace both times.
And now it's 50% win rate because the last one they lost, but this one he made it look good. So why don't we see this Dawnbreaker more often?
I think so. Dawnbreaker really suffered in the patch where every offlaner was buying Mage Slayer, Vlad's, Shiva's Guard. It didn't really feel like it fit her that well, and when Void was the strongest hero in the patch, it didn't seem that comfortable for Dawnbreaker either. But now there could be room for her if you're playing with, like if you're doing these combo gameplays, right? Dawn's place in this draft was being able to put her versus the potential Enigma flex. And also because they had the lasso from Batrider, they always had combo potential where Dawn could do follow-up damage. So it did look better. I think she might actually have a place in future drafts now that you don't have to buy Mage Slayer and Shiva's Guard every game. You can actually play Dawnbreaker and build things like Aghanims, things like Blink Daggers, things like Desolators maybe. Who knows?
I like you citing the fact that the Batrider makes her more viable because if there's any trend that I've been noticing from this DreamLeague, it's I like the offlaners who can blink and start a fight immediately, which is why I'm not a fan of Brewmaster right now. I'm not a fan of Doom right now.
I'm on the same board. This Brewmaster, whenever I see it, I'm like leaning towards the other draft.
But I would have thought that Dawnbreaker would have fallen in the same camp because she can't really start fights herself. She needs someone else to start it really hard first. And then she's like, all right, now it's my turn.
Yeah, the Dawn did good this game, but there's a reason why we don't see this hero. One of the reasons also is Puck being super popular, who's easy, like very easy counter. You drop down that coil, you know the ulti's not gonna go off. One of the reasons why Puck is one of the most popular heroes at the DreamLeague. And sometimes the lane can go really bad for Dawn, and it's also not the hero that can easily like come back into the game. And you're also more of a counter initiator rather than the blink stun that you need at the moment.
I'm still looking for the return of the Axes, the Sand Kings, more blink stunners.
Man, poor Sand King.
Poor Sand King. That kid's in the dumpster.
We did see an Axe earlier in this tournament, I think.
We did.
It's a good offlaner against Crystal Maiden, actually, because CM stops you from killing by limiting your attacks. And Axe is like, I'm going to do Battle Hunger and spin by being attacked. So it's kind of a good offlaner to support matchups. So maybe if we keep seeing CM trend a little bit, it wasn't these last 2 games, but we have other games. So maybe Axe has some potential, but he's also countered by Mage Slayer.
Yeah, he also didn't win, though. Yeah.
I just want anyone who doesn't build Shiva's Guard, because now you don't have to anymore. So bring back all the offlaners who never really cared about it.
That's a fair point, yeah. We'll definitely see more variations. Like, I wasn't sure the Shiva's nerfs were going to be enough when they happened.
Yep.
But I think it's been pretty clear that the heroes that build into it consistently have really dropped win rates in a big way. So
it's too expensive. Just saving up 2,000 gold for a recipe is way too much at the moment. You'll see them picking up maybe Veil and then upgrade it later, but basically no one is trying to rush Shivas unless you're playing into some like heavy healing lineups, which is fine, but you also need to have a really good lane. You need to be able to stay on top of the network to be able to get that Shivas. Otherwise, I just don't see anyone farming that recipe.
Well, we've got potentially one more game of data in this group stage 1 if VP lose. If they beat OG, then we're running it back for a second loop. So let's maybe close out the first loop of tiebreakers here at DreamLeague Season 22 right now.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The round robin continues as we are going the distance in this full first cycle. We're closing it out with OG taking on Virtus.pro. OG got their win in the beginning of the day against Game & Gladiators, and then Game & Gladiators got their win against Virtus.pro, and now Virtus.pro may just treat us to a win against OG, so we loop it again, unless they lose, in which case then OG and Game & progress on to Group Stage 2, and VP, sayonara.
Yeah, I think OG will go full force here, of course, because of two reasons. They already have one dub, and also they are the worst team in terms of Neustadl score.
That is true. So I don't know if we had touched on this in the initial pre-show segment.
We did not.
If we loop it again, so we do at least this loop, and then if we do the whole thing again and everyone rock, paper, scissors each other, then OG are actually eliminated due to the fact that they already have a lower, what was the word?
Neustadl.
One more time?
You could just say it differently every single time. Dr. Neustadl.
How do you spell it?
I can check on Wikipedia.
Neustadtl.
I'm butchering it, but you know.
They have a lower score right now, which means that I believe it was their matchup against Heroic, which differs against the other two teams. VP and Gaiman had different matchups against Heroic, and so OG will be eliminated, even if they split all the series yet again. So yeah, they probably have the most to play for.
They do, but they looked really hot in their first game versus Game & Gladiators, and I'm sure they've been informed of the rules and they're aware of the stakes, so hopefully they just go in guns blazing and we see them play to their best of ability.
Yeah. Tomato popped off completely, which I really like to see, you know, having a new guy being very active early on. And so did Sebastian. Sebastian has the widest hero pool at DreamLeague.
Is that true?
It is true. 12 heroes he played.
12 different
heroes. Even though OG is bottom in terms of the heroes that they played as a team. Bottom 2. So,
but they've only played like 15 games in general. That is a crazy high diversity. Wow.
Wow, OG picked Kunkka as the first. I don't think I've seen Kunkka being first pick in this particular patch. Like even in the previous patch, I don't think anyone was picking it immediately. It doesn't sound like it's a good counter to Dragon Knight, but you know, could be a bit of a flex pick. Whisper does play offlane Kunkka, and also, you know, good matchup against some of these melee mid laners, and also good against Puck, so potentially, you know, setting things up for Squadix Puck again.
Also good against the Puck counter that some teams have been pulling out.
Sniper?
The Sniper. We saw Yopaj play Kunkka versus Sniper. So maybe this Kunkka is like a 3 steps ahead mind game type of thing. Or maybe they just want to combo it with something else. But the Mirana is taken out, which is the typical combo that you think of when it comes to Kunkka.
Maybe they saw what Gaiman did in the previous game and were like, okay, if we just play off-meta stuff, maybe we can take VP off balance, because ain't nobody running Dawnbreaker, Huskar, Slark as a core tri-core.
They're still gonna give it a respect. Squadix, we did mention this is probably one of his better, if not the best hero currently, because he does play all these like elusives. He plays his Storm Spirits, Wind Ranger. He plays a lot of Tiny, and we see a lot of mid laners nowadays picking a lot of OD as well. I think XM was the one who kind of started this trend. Ori as well. These are two hero specialists, but Squadix, he's not afraid to pick some of these heroes that could be very tricky, very like double-edged sword type of heroes.
They've played OD as well too, right? And actually so Virtus.pro's read on this Kunkka is that they want to potentially just have this Kunkka so they don't give it away. They can build around it, but they're thinking about illusion heroes, right? So typically Kunkka counters these like Nagas and these Terrorblades that VP just took out. They're like, okay, maybe they want to build around an illusion draft of their own. And that's the read that they had on it here. So that makes sense. Then you have the follow-up damage from the X-Catch and Hoodwink. She's going to be able to just land her spells when heroes are X-back. She's going to be able to do a lot of burst damage.
And the break is quite useful against both these heroes, the Enchantress and the Dragon Knight. Enchantress rising in popularity for today, and specifically quite a bit. This is now the second time that we've seen her.
Yeah, she was also relatively popular at Pet Boom Dacha at the start of the tournament. Same goes here at DreamLeague when people were like, okay, Enchantress still super strong, Enchant deals damage over time, but win rate is doing her no good.
Really?
I think she's sitting at still sub 20% at the moment.
20?
Yeah.
That's brutal.
I'll double check.
For a support hero, sub 20 is outrageous. And yet, still this viable early in the draft?
Okay,
for
after the last win, 21%.
Hey,
Oh, well, okay.
That's better
That
than
changes
We're getting there.
I'll say that it has a natural synergy with DK drafts, because with DK drafts, once your DK hits level 6, you want to bring that Enchantress to his lane to get that creep, to secure that tower and take over that area. So Enchantress goes up in value a lot when you have a DK on your team.
Yeah, and with this hero, you can choose which lane you want to win. Nature's Prophet, if you play him from the off lane, that means you want to be focusing on your safe lane. If the matchup is not good, come in, 3 versus 2, Blood Grenade. So early on, you can't really do much about it. You know what's coming. And also, Effie did mention these rotations to the mid lane. Now with the Nature's Prophet deeping in, 1 Dragon Tail stun, that's how Virtus.pro, they need to play. Like, they are a very aggressive team. In the previous game, we saw 0 of that aggression. So now with the Nature's Prophet and Enchantress Dragonite, these heroes can come online super early on. You have tower damage coming out from Enchantress and her creeps, and of course Dragonite.
This is a bad Furion game though. Like, even pre-nerfs, you're not happy or comfortable playing against Hoodwink and Kunkka. Kunkka, because he can just X you and stop your TPs. He's just a very good catch. You're not particularly good versus like the Rum either, because you do just sustain damage with your right clicks or your Vessel or whatever you build you go for. Hoodwink, she's not afraid of Sprout. She always scurries out, and she's a hero that later on in the game, if Nature's Prophet is split pushing, she hunts for him in the tree line. So it's a little bit of a dangerous Furion pick. And you factor the nerfs into that as well.
Yeah, so what all happened in the C patch? It was teleportation cooldown?
Oh, yeah, and then Sprout damage got decreased significantly, and not just that, the linger effect of Sprout also got removed, which is actually quite a huge change.
When you walk out of the AoE.
So Furion definitely got hit really hard, but that speaks to Virtus.pro's confidence in how they play Furion, I suppose, but I don't really like it in this game in particular.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Nature's Prophet, just that here with Enchantress, like, they need to win the lanes. I feel like this type of a lineup can easily fall off if you're not doing good in lanes. Your Dragonite will need to be the Blink Initiator, because Nature's Prophet and Enchantress don't do that well. So if you get stomped in the lanes, I could see something similar already happening for Virtus.pro, what they experienced in the previous one. So I want to see something that has, because damage coming out from these 2 heroes is really not there. A couple of right clicks from Nature's Prophet, you know, he builds into Spirit Vessel, but it's a long until you get that. Enchantress also early on doesn't have that much damage. If we're talking about some of these tanky heroes, you did mention the buff, the Rum buff.
And the Glaives.
Yeah.
So the shard from Ag Shard on the Luna Glaives. So this Luna's going to be surprisingly tanky.
Oh, yeah. And this Morphling is a natural response to Luna. He's one of the heroes who plays well into her throughout the game. Also just a Cure Touch specialty hero, so that makes sense. However, though, there's a lot of damage to kill this Morphling, right? You have the instant stun coming out of Lion's Hex. You have the follow-up stun coming from Hoodwink. You're going to have Luna, who is going to hit her item timings earlier than Morphling. And Kunkka, who can rotate on this Morphling early on, so it's not... For a core-to-core matchup of Morph versus Luna, it's good, but overall, OG do have solutions already in their draft. I also want to mention that this Lion is really good versus DK as the game progresses, because when DK gets Manta Style, you can mana drain the illusions, you can hex the illusions. So OG already have a lot of good reads on this.
Morphling, he also builds into Manta Style, so you can easily find the right, like the hero between those illusions. I don't know, even after the nerfs, Lion still feels super strong, especially against some of these elusive heroes, against the Morphling. It looks good, Morphling game on paper, but after seeing what he's playing into, a lot of magic damage burst, a lot of control. Let's say 1x marks the spot, Lion initiates. Could be very difficult, because they have no saves whatsoever. Like your Dragonite and Enchantress Furion, they don't provide any save for Morphling when he gets initiated on.
What they do have, though, is a run-at-you draft on Virtus.pro, and they have the ability of Morphling to self-sustain on a lane. So because you have the self-sustaining Morphling, maybe it's just the 5 Nature's Prophet, right? He's going to be able to rotate a lot, because as Morphling gets a few levels in his shift, he'll just be able to keep healing up and hold his own for a while. So that is the benefit of having Morphling on your sidelines.
And we'll see where this DK ends up going. This is actually the first time that VP have picked DK, so I'm not sure if they have a preference on off lane or mid lane. Right now, it seems like OG are expecting it to be off lane as they ban out the Pango, or actually ban out Enigma.
It's just that they're covering all the bases for now. They don't want to play into Pango, because Pango just feels super strong at the moment, and Virtus.pro, they're going to do the same thing. You have Spirit Vessel Buyer coming out from Invoker from the mid lane.
And
great
it's
against
BZM.
Yeah, and it's BZM, of course, plus also Doom stopping the healing against Morphling. So one mid, one off lane ban. I would love that they pick something different for a mid lane, and it's going to be it. So Ember Spirit in the end.
Do you Huskar them? Does VP get Huskar'd 2 times in a row?
I mean, it could happen. BZM, he didn't play it yet. I think they can go different routes. I think Kunkka is fine for mid lane against Ember matchup, but they could also spice things up. I'm okay with something like a Wind Ranger here.
Oh, yeah. Effie, what you feeling?
I'm thinking, honestly, you're fine putting this Kunkka either mid or off lane. Like, OG are comfortable doing both, so it's just going to be a player call and what they want to play more. And honestly, love this Primal Beast. It solves the Enchantress problem and the Nature's Prophet problem, which is honestly the centerpiece of VP's draft right now, because they need to win the side lanes as hard as they can with NP and Enchantress to have a fighting chance in this game. But typically, Primal Beast has always been a counter to Ench, because he just has the magic damage to kill her through her heal, and he doesn't have to right-click her, right? He can also break her later on with Aghanim Scepter, and it's also a solution to get on top of this Nature's Prophet. So, love this Primal Beast.
Stomp his way out of Sprout as well. I don't even know how Seush is expected to get kills this game.
No, I think it's a great Primal Beast pick. I think OG's draft is very solid.
It looks very easy to play compared to Virtus.pro. Like, if they lose the laning stage on VP, they will need to recover for good, 20 minutes. And we've seen in the previous game how easily it is in this particular patch to just choke people out of the map where they're not getting the farm, going for the second, going for the third Rosh if necessary. But yeah, this OG's draft looks really on point. Also, Morphling against Luna, like the matchup itself, it's not so much about them hitting each other. It's more about hitting an earlier timing on Luna, where you can go threaten the Roshan. You have an innate ability to farm, while Morphling, he needs to sustain himself in the lane for a longer duration and just try to get the farm there.
And you group up with your team on Luna. That's the benefit. She 5-mans really early, and she hits her timings earlier than Morphling. Morphling usually doesn't get to that late game stage versus Luna. I mean, unless the team stomps the side lanes, which I don't see happening. I think that VP have drafted themselves into a little bit of a corner in this game and also in the last game. Although this is a less tight corner than the Huskar game, but it's going to be an uphill battle for VP.
Well, nobody puts a baby in a corner. Maybe they put themselves into the corner, though, because if they lose this, they're eliminated. Let's find out with a final round 1 tiebreaker with the PogChamp Pandas.
Third game of our tiebreaker. It's OG versus VP. Sunsfan here with Parch. Synderen hacking up a lung over there or something. How you doing? You feeling healthier than him?
I'm doing great. Happy to be using the same headset as him. Hopefully he doesn't do any transferring, however that
Everything's going to be fine. He's just faking illness, so he gets a free day's pay, of course.
Yeah,
typical
like
Synderen, easy money style.
Yeah, so I'll do my best to hit half of the humor level of Synderen.
That's not going to be
smart, funny guy.
Everything times 0 is 0, Purge. It's going to be fine. But yeah, VP versus OG. OG, if they win this, they will continue on along with Gaming Gladiators, and VP will be eliminated. If OG loses, then we're doing this all over again.
Yeah, it could be a lot. Tiebreaker days are a big deal, but you never really know what's going to happen. Even drafts that look a little one-sided could just really change a lot if a lot of ganks happen. They talked about the Primal Beast being very good against Enchantress and Nature's Prophet. Certainly the case, but I'm looking at this possible reality that happens where the Ember Spirit just starts setting up kills on your lines and your hoodwinks and picks them off so many times that they catapult a gold advantage, pressure the Luna, and at some point they deal with the Primal Beast. So he should be strong this game. He looks strong, beautiful item set, but things can change depending on how the fights go.
Yeah, I've seen some real abomination of sets, but this one, you've seen the one that they combine, like the polar bear one, like it's super white and then has like the golden arms or something like that.
That was a bad time for Dota when those two sets came out. They're just they look nice when all the pieces are together, but otherwise it looks like Slacks playing the hero.
That's right. Slacks loves that kind of stuff.
He does.
Puts together the worst of the worst abominations. So BZM will be playing at Squad X mid again. Oh, not again, but Squadix 2 games in a row. Hopefully this is a better performance this time around. They didn't get Huskard, which they could have. They mentioned it. I was like, actually, this is a pretty good Huskard game, but ends up being the Primal instead.
It would have been okay, but they didn't really have that much front line, and Primal just does so much for your team fights to make it easy because your opponents have to focus on you if you're in the front and what you pressure. But playing a Huskar is more like you have to play around the hero. Sometimes he sits back and farms camps, whereas Primal Beast is more of an aggressive in-your-face hero, and it has a little bit of a different playstyle. But Huskar certainly could have worked well in the matchup.
Yep, Squadix has 5 last hits. That's the amount that he had at about 10 minutes of last game, so already doing better.
Good for him.
Good to see. Have you felt like this patch, what do you think of this patch, since we haven't really talked about it too much? Like, not the letter patch, but the overall.
I'm enjoying it. I mean, I love nerdy mechanics stuff, so the fact that there's way more prevalence in magic resistance reduction items, I think is exciting.
Oh, really exciting, yeah, you're right.
Exploit those, as we saw. Teams really exploiting the Shiva's Guard for that reason. Teams buying Parasma. A lot of teams realize that things feel good, and that's why they buy them. But me, I know how the math works. Because one fateful day, I spent too much time with a spreadsheet making love, and now I know that stacking those things together is very synergistic.
Okay, good to know. I'll definitely remember that in about 5 minutes. Sayush is playing the Nature's Prophet. With this hero, it feels like it's kind of dropped off a bit. It was probably the most impactful support early on in this patch, but hasn't been picked as much lately for whatever reason.
It got those nerfs again. It got another like 3 base damage nerf. I mean, Nature's Prophet, as you know, S-tier model.
S-body, yeah.
A huge attack range, great damage, incredible agility gain, incredible intelligence gain, really solid strength gain. All of this was to make up for the fact that he had shit skills, and then they buffed his skills, and then you're like, oh, wow, this is really powerful when you see
Sprout does damage now? Unbelievable.
Yeah. Sprout does damage, TP gives you all this damage and damage or armor crap or whatever, and yeah, it ended up being really good, and now it's been nerfed appropriately a couple times.
Bushwhack will not hit, but the Torrent will, so Whisper shall receive the Lotus instead of the Morphling, as Squadix getting really low in the mid lane, but so far the CS is pretty much a wash between the two.
Did you see them spend 180 mana to get back 125 mana?
Wow, that's really cool math. Thanks. Keep bringing that up.
Yep.
Really appreciate that.
That's why I'm here, guys.
I mean, you're from NA. You shouldn't be good at math, so it's kind of weird, honestly.
Some would doubt that I am good at math in the first place.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you could be making up those numbers.
That's true.
No,
you would just believe me.
That's right. I would, of course.
You are also from NA, so
yes, unfortunately.
No one is here to check us on this.
Well, you can check my body weight. That will pretty much tell the tale right there. As noticed, he's playing the DK, the off lane this time. As we see Sayush come in with the Blood Grenade TP. Whisper taking the brunt of the damage. FNG will fall first, though, so Ari gets first blood as Whisper. Oh, the Torrent hits, actually. Kiritan does die, and he dies first, so Whisper gets the much-needed XP.
So I'm saying, I don't know how much they paid for Whisper, but it was definitely worth it.
Yeah,
this guy is so good.
Meanwhile, Notice dies.
I was waiting for the day that some international team would steal him away from the South A scene, honestly. Because he had so many consistent performances for such a long time. He was clearly the best player in the region. I was like, someone's going to want this guy eventually.
Yep, and OG are reaping the benefits. He's had a really good tournament so far. As FNG is brought back with the Torrent. The Hurricane used. As FNG will live. Wild Wing Reaper, not so much.
They got the experience. No gold, though. Still pretty good.
Good console usage. Careful production.
They hacking the system right now.
That's right. Type in status to find out everyone's Steam ID. Searing Chains in the mid lane. BZM. We're trying to walk this off. The Flame Guard continued to tick away, but the Uproar will provide the slow.
Nice. Get some separation there. I mean, Primals are happy to ditch the lane like that because surprisingly he's in a situation where his opponent actually has a little bit more AoE magic damage, can outplay him a little bit. So he wants to drag those to the neutral camps to accelerate his gold and experience gain. We have a TP going to... Oh, that's Prophet. He's trying to get the kill.
Yeah, Blood Grenade.
It missed.
BZM will be able to walk away.
This is when Sayu realizes my Blood Grenade missed.
It's Sayush.
Oh, my bad.
Can't get that right.
I'm a new caster. It's my first time.
That might actually be incorrect. I think we're relying on Tsunami to pronounce that right, which could be horrible.
I was in the conversation, or I was in the room when I heard the confirmation. Went straight on my memory, sorry. It's the NA in me.
And Morphling, haven't really talked about him yet. This hero has kind of fallen off a bit. I feel like it was the carry along with Naga a couple letter patches ago, but Now it's kind of fallen to the wayside, but we're seeing it here again.
Yeah,
what do you think of that hero right now?
It's kind of interesting because Morphling's items didn't really get touched. I mean, did the hero get nerfed in the last patch? I actually can't recall, but he wasn't like super directly nerfed, I don't believe. So yeah, Mage Slayer got nerfed. He didn't really buy Mage Slayer that often. Is that a second wasted blood grenade? Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, well, you got to get rid of that HP somehow. As they do end up finding the kill on Ahri, but Regen Rune was taken in the bot side by BZM. And this Primal Beast hero, who was it we were casting yesterday? They got to such a rough start, but he ended up going 8-4.
The mid player on Heroic.
Yep, that's right. That's who it was. Good call, Purge.
He played really good.
Yeah, the Primal Beast kind of used as an off lane, it feels like, more often than in the recent memory, but the mid lane is always appreciated for the extra XP that you get early on.
Analog? Was it Analog?
That's right, Analog. Very good.
What if I just said a random word
Yep,
there?
that's
Was
right.
that Jigglypuff?
No, Analog, very good player. And I actually would have remembered that, believe it or not.
Yeah, he had that was one of the best Primal performances I've seen.
Yeah.
Especially on this patch.
Oh, that one.
That Centaur got him.
Very sad onslaught there for BZM. BZM also had a really good tournament thus far. Of course, I feel like the games that we've cast, they've mostly won.
Yeah, you and me.
So
Radiant's middle tower
feels like
is
maybe a
under
little bit
attack.
biased in that department, but
I just love, it's fun to watch some of these teams get kind of a recovery moment where OG's had a rough year for a while, and now Whisper's about to have a rough lane.
yeah, boat's coming, provides him with the buff as
Nope, they didn't.
Kiritich will be going on. Looks like Whisper in the trees will be surrounded. Seb is here. The torrent hits along with the impale onto 2. Kiritich has to back away now as BZM kind of trying to catch up to him, but the stun is there from the Centaur Courser again. As Whisper X-backs FNG. Tomato even making his way over here. All right, Impale actually connects as well, so Sayuch is dead. Sheep will cancel the TP, and that'll be the death of FNG, so OG with very nice rotations here.
I did not expect that to happen when he was surrounded by three players. His boat buff didn't even hit himself. It did give him some separation, but the funny moment actually was that when you impale somebody, I think, can you run under them? I think he might be able to. He also has phase boots, so I'm not sure if he was phased or it was the impale, but that was a great torrent setup to give the this follow Ravage follow up. And now,
what do you think it's stack on someone's head during impale? You can make your own Mega Meepo. Kiritich getting on him from the trees. Seb is there. Torrent connects, and Whisper able to finish the job. Huge kill for OG.
he did not expect Seb to still be there, and the torrent landed on him. I mean, he definitely saw the pump fake, but man, he just hasn't been doing any morphing. This is the second death now where he got caught without morphing.
And Whisper eventually will pay a price, but it's well worth it, I'm sure. On the OG side, as we can see the pulverize from BZM. Find the target on a Notice, who's also surrounded by a couple more members of OG. So both offlaners end up dying around the same time here.
Yeah, great rotation.
Oh my God!
No way!
Ah! Seb! A surprise level 6. It was a very early level 6 for him, and he's taking full advantage.
Dude, that is 2 kills in a row on the Morphling.
He has to walk back. Oh, goodness.
Oh my gosh, that was so huge. Let's watch that. He just walked up.
Yeah.
He did start morphine in time in his defense. It was not enough. That's the best feeling as a line support, genuinely.
I wouldn't know, but I can imagine, yeah.
That fast 6 into the finger of death kill on the carry. Oh.
I mean, he should have known he was level 6. I think he did technically show during that chase earlier, but
yeah,
it's still hard to try to counter that.
That's one of those snowball things that are just so important. If Whisper doesn't do so good and get those kills and keep Seb alive, with him get experience, it just all ends up cascading into that kill on Morphling. And what's definitely cascaded is the tilt level for Kiritich.
How did that Centaur not hit? That looked like it should have. They need to update the visuals on that stomp.
Yeah, I'm sure.
After that nerf,
needs a visual indicator on
like
creep
that.
abilities and hero abilities.
Yeah, why not? This needs to be mobile friendly. Someday we'll get there.
Steam Deck friendly.
Oh God. Yeah, that's just painful to watch people try to play the game on that. Early 2K lead for OG. As VP will apply some pressure to this tier 1. They find BZM. The ult comes out from the Nature's Prophet. That's the death of the Primal Beast.
That ward right there below where the Nature's Prophet was, spotting everything perfectly, giving them that great setup. And something that's often a problem when you have that great vision is that somebody messes it up and makes it clear that you're about to go on him. So the fact that he was low and they didn't give it away was really well done there by VP. That was a huge kill because now this net worth is completely changed.
Yep, it's been effectively nullified for the time being.
I gotta imagine that was Nature's Prophet placing that ward in the past. Maybe that time that he TP'd trying to kill the Nature, or tried to kill in the Primal Beast.
Kiritich. Well, early attribute shift. Sharpshooter's coming. Tomato is here. Doesn't have Eclipse. I'm not sure if they're going to have the damage to rip through him. We'll see. Waveform is available onto the other side of the tree line. Acorn Shot gives a little bit of vision, and it actually will be enough. So Kiritich dies again.
Nicely done. I wasn't super confident they were going to get him, but it's still early game. Morphling doesn't have his Yasha yet, so his movement speed is still pretty garbage. His Waveform was only level 2 because he opted for a lot more adaptive strikes, so great rundown and kill.
Action doesn't stop. Whisper gets off the boat. Doesn't really have any follow-up, though, as FNG showing... Oh, my God. Tidebringer actually deletes all his creeps. And now FNG. Nice searing chains. Actually, the Pulverize only procs half of a little upswing from him as the Finger of Death coming in from Seb to delete Squadix. And now noticed completely out of mana, brought back by Seb and company. It looks like that's the death of the Dragon Knight. So 3 dead for VP. So much back and forth in this game.
They've just done such a good job punishing the VP heroes.
Already.
Like with the Primal Beast, the first pick was a Dragon Knight. It got pushed to offlane, and it does okay there. Not as good as the other 2 roles, but you can kill it with magic damage, and that's what Primal does. Just does a huge amount of magic damage, and that's why Whisper went on that go, because he was planning ahead 10 seconds ahead of time. It looked like a weak go, but what it did was it set up time for BZM to get there, who's the big damage dealer right now. So
Seb, Blink Dagger, 12.5 minutes. Absurd.
Yeah.
And now they're going to smoke, and this will definitely not.
Slacks could never do this.
Yeah, well, he could. He goes Midas, though, probably, I'd imagine. This will definitely be a surprise for VP, but there is no Finger of Death this time. But if they can catch out Kiritich, Jesus.
There you go, you got it.
It's a tough one.
It's
going to be popped by FNG. There's the jump. They have the Impale, they have the Trample, but see the HP already going into Kiritich's way. Seb is going to have to sacrifice his life, which actually is probably worth a decent amount. Yeah, that was a killing spree. Searing Chains on the BZM will uproar and run.
That was kind of a wild go, honestly. They did not have Finger of Death. It's level 3 Impale. Yeah, the Primal Beast maybe can pop his ulti there, but they even saw the Enchantress nearby. The upside is that they only lost Lion, so it did force some reactions from VP. Those kind of moves are still okay because the other players on your team are getting net worth. Most importantly, Tomato here, who is on the top, sitting up there with Whisper, the Kunkka, the offlane Kunkka. That's such a good start.
Yeah, what do you think of Tomato in this lineup so far?
I think he's been great.
I think he's technically been considered a stand-in for now. Who knows if he's going to be considered for a long-term position, but so far so good, right?
I feel like the seat is his for the time being, for sure. Even if they hypothetically get knocked out in this BO3 here, not likely. They're already up 1, but I think he's been doing great. Criticisms against Tomato are sometimes that he plays too safe. He isn't necessarily like those Yatoro-like carries that just go and do wild things on their own while playing safe. Like sometimes he does, but I think he's just been fitting in really good with OG here. Really impressed with this playstyle.
Ari was spotted out. Sayush comes in to help block him out a bit. Ari will drop. Yeah, I agree. Tomato, it's always been a very stable carry, I would say.
He has been. But he doesn't necessarily wow like other top carries, so he's up there.
He wowed me once because he bought Glacier before it was actually buffed.
You do love your unique shards.
That's right.
What do you think about the Mirana shard?
The extra leap, and then you get the Belch of Doom, right?
Yes.
The Belch on the Panther.
And you get a double Starstorm on every person hit by the Belch.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And you can vector target where the Belch goes. It could be a fart.
The vector target is very thick. Like the arrow is really weird, right?
It looks like a rectangle.
Yeah.
It's like a girthy rectangle with a point.
I don't know. It's kind of a meh one, I would say. I put that as like a C tier.
Okay.
That's got to be bottom 25 in the game, I would say.
Bottom 25?
There's a lot of good shards.
There's probably a lot of good shards, yeah.
Have to make that list someday. Yeah, OG with the 2K lead so far is Whisper and company looking to go into VP's triangle. But they seem to be aware. They will back away in time as Tomato has the Manta style. Yeah, I think Tomato's issue is he was just stuck in NA for so long. That's That's probably the
Yeah.
NANSA, I guess, technically.
It's hard to rank up from NA to EU. It's not always easy. You know who did it? Divine Llama.
Yeah, that's a really good story, actually, for sure. He has definitely shown that he is, because he was stuck in the Tier 2 scene for a really long time.
He was, yeah. Then they went to EU Tier 2, and then they ranked up to EU Tier 1, and then now his MMR is freaking 12K. So it's like, okay, you can go wherever you want now.
That's right.
You deserve it.
A beast has been created. Seb going for the Shard, which was just nerfed in this last patch. Gives a lot less magic resistance now, and the Mana Drain does not go through Fog as Sayush is found out in the trees. Notice and FNG are going to back him up, though, focusing on Seb for the time being, but see Ari with that Sharpshooter. They're going to be able to delete Sayush to start things out. Seb is still alive, pulverized into the boat as Whisper has come as well, but the impetus destroying BZM has to run away, attempting to TP out, will not get out in time, so it's a 1-for-1 as Whisper's still up and running. As Tomato has come again, there's the Eclipse to take out FNG. Can't find a connection on a second as noticed. Takes out Seb finally. The Lion just living for so long.
And the Primal Beast as well, really. He just went in there and did everything. Eventually gets picked off because of the ward, but OG's skirmishes finally getting met decently by VP, something that's kind of led to OG getting advantages. They get these little hero rotation things, and if your opponents don't respond in the same amount of force, you usually just lose those. And that's kind of what GG pioneered a lot over the last year, but now almost every team is doing that to remain competitive. Because if you don't bring the same heroes, you're going to lose the fight.
Yeah, do you think Gaiman, they don't look the same as they have.
They looked great last game.
They've looked great, and then they look really bad, which has never been a thing, like since Quinn has joined their team. Do you think it's more patch-related than anything, or is there something else? If you had to speculate, your job is to speculate.
God, I love speculating and telling you what I think. I think that, and I've said this on panel like twice now, I think Gaming Gladiators won almost every tournament last year, which means teams are constantly watching them. They invented a bunch of smart Dota play things that teams are all copying, and almost all their heroes and strats got nerfed by Icefrog because they won every freaking tournament.
That's right.
That's what happens. I have tons of excuses for Gaming Gladiators, and I'll have tons of excuses for them for at least 3 more months.
Okay.
And frankly, they're 7-7 right now playing a tiebreaker. They're not doing that bad.
Yeah, not too shabby. Yeah, this tournament's really brutal just because first group stage is really short. Half the teams get eliminated. It's like, okay, well, you have a bad couple days and you're just done. And that's basically where Liquid is
the
right
Liquid
now.
story, yeah.
Yeah.
3 in a row.
Yeah, something about DreamLeague with them. They just can't deal with it.
Maybe next time when they get out of the bracket, though, they're going to be really happy.
Yeah, for sure. FNG is spotted. Sayush is there as well. Sprout is already deleted. And so is FNG, but counter initiation now from Notice and company. Seb is taken out as Whisper with the X Torrent, but would now just be running away. So support for support.
Okay, he's going, I think he had Bloodstone queued up on Kunkka because it gives you AoE for your torrents. Because there isn't the torrent AoE talent anymore, I believe, at 10 or at level 20, right?
Oh, did they get rid of that?
Yeah, I think they replaced it with a torrent cooldown reduction talent. The 20 to the right, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see the talents for Kunkka production. Click on that. There we go.
Yeah, torrent cooldown.
Okay.
So this is your solution, I guess, if you're really far ahead in your Whisper.
That's cool.
You just buy the Bloodstone, increase the AoE.
I'm surprised he's not going for the Shard first, but perhaps hoping for the eventual Tormy.
I was thinking about that earlier when you said bottom 25 shards, and I was like, I feel like I haven't seen Kunkka shard in a while, even though we see Kunkka.
Tidal Wave is so good, though. There's no way.
It can be
They've been purchasing it pretty. I feel like I see it every game. Yeah.
They're probably there. It's probably just...
If you go for the Ags build, you go for the Shard as well. It just synergizes so well.
Yeah. I just probably haven't seen it that much. It's maybe not like the most prioritized. Like if you don't go an Ags build, you don't necessarily buy it, is probably what I'm thinking. But
yeah, I feel like every game now has been an Ags game for Kunkka, at least these days.
Yeah, it's still very effective. It's just not as overpoweredly strong as it was before.
Squadix working on his BKB. The odds are very relatively even right now. The game just slightly in favor of OG right now. Tomato leading the way in the net worth.
Oh, I got very confused because they were flipped from which side was left and right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I was like, why does VP have better odds if they are losing? No. Very close, very close.
See if Whis. I mean, he's changed his mind on items quite often. See if he actually goes for the Bloodstone, like you said. It would be pretty cool to see, though. That was definitely an early build when they changed the AoE, or they added the AoE mechanic.
Is that people bought Bloodstone on every single hero in the game? Is that what you're talking about?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Surely it'll be good.
Are they going to steal this Tormy? This is maybe how he gets his shard. But it's going to be spotted. They can see the Enchantress taking heavy damage.
She's helping spread the damage between the three heroes.
Not able to steal it, and Ari will be the one, so he gets the boomerang.
This is a boomerang.
I believe Seb purchased his own, if I'm not mistaken, so I think it was a 50-50 between... Oh, actually, no, Kunkka is just farming so well, he actually was not in the 50-50 there.
Damn.
As we see Notice with the Dragon Tail. TP not going to come through for the Nature's Prophet. Ari going to turn this around.
Just got baited.
Yeah, miscommunication from VP, and it's going to turn around to a kill onto Notice instead. And it's not just any DK, he's the top net worth on their team right now.
Yeah, that one was a bit weird. I mean, it was right by the tier 2 tower, right? So it's kind of hard to get that kill, frankly, with just their 2 heroes. Large mistake, and now they get to cross the map. Seb gets another finger stack. I feel like that's got to be his 4th or his 5th one. So they're just doing great on the OG side.
Yep, keeping the pressure on. Question is, when can they go for Roche? The Roche team is, or the Roche potential is not the highest, but it's not terrible. They're at the average time now, just about, for when Roche is usually taken in this tournament.
All right, he bought the spell lifesteal item. He has to buy Bloodstone now. There's no going back.
Of course. Yeah, it doesn't. Does it even turn into anything else anymore? Eternal Shroud was changed.
Dagon? No, the Revenant's Brooch.
Oh, yeah.
That's the other one, I think.
Of course. Harken's Blade. Yeah.
And Dagon. Yeah, Dagon, right? Yeah,
Yep.
Dagon's the other one. Okay. It's actually got decent options. I just never see anybody buy it first, and I sometimes struggle to do that as well. I'm like, surely a point booster is just better.
But it does feel good.
The color sprinkles are nice.
Yeah, it feels like it's doing a lot more than it is.
Yeah, probably true.
But the purple is nice. As smoke comes in from OG. There's a scan, so Tomato will be spotted by that.
He's building the Conda.
Yeah, what do you think of the Conda build on Luna?
I think it's one of the best Conda builders in the game, without a doubt. The item was obviously overbuilt in pubs. It just got buffed by 50 damage because it was overrated, of course.
All right, I'm taking a survey of my co-casters with their tier list of Conda. Do you think Sniper's top 5?
No.
Okay, incorrect, Purge. Good try.
I mean, obviously with the Rapier build, it's God tier, but
yeah, getting there is difficult.
I guess is what you're saying. So I guess in a way, yes.
Cinderin laughed in my face when I said it's okay on Sniper. And we did see it this tournament as Sayush is spotted out by Ari. Sharpshooter's going to be there with BZM.
Are you talking about that Eggs game?
Yeah.
But where he didn't finish the Conda?
Correct.
But he was going to.
That's right. That's a win.
That doesn't make just because it's really good in Turbo does not mean that it's very good on the hero. I think Ags in that game was good. And Conda was the natural progression.
VP, they spot out Tomato. This would be a huge kill. Impale's not going to be there for Seb because of the BKBs. And Tomato is done.
Yeah.
Big kill for VP. It's been a while since they've gotten a valuable one.
Yeah, so this is what we saw from the Luna 2 games ago for Gaming Gladiators a little bit, is that she, Duraccio, I think, opted for like BKB and Hurricane Pike and Manta, all these defensive items. But if you go the Conda, then your build gets a little bit full, a little bit fast. But if he is in a position where VP doesn't punish him with a lot of heroes, then the fast Conda can just be fantastic because you're just dropping these huge nukes that are doing like 500 damage plus the Lucent Beam or something, and applying Scotties and potentially applying your 20 shards. Like I think it just makes so much sense for this like poke thing. It's like you can actually do. It's like you have an adaptive strike on Luna basically, which is really nice to not have to commit while contributing to kills on squishy heroes.
In a way, it kind of has replaced Silver Edge.
Yeah.
Because that item just doesn't exist now because it doesn't have a crit essentially. As Ari, he's going to be spotted now, but he's going to use the Atos. They're going to get aggressive. Seb comes in with the finger. Sayush is done.
He wants that HP bonus.
Is that the 15 talent or 20?
15, yeah.
Yeah, that always feels good when you have all these stacks.
I think that was his 5th one now. He's doing great. Seb's having a really good game. I think everybody in OG is playing fantastic so far. And he is a simple Void Stone away from his Bloodstone being finished. So this should be it if he, I think. They changed the recipe recently. I can't remember. I think it's a Void Stone instead of a recipe or something.
Sure. Yep.
Oh, you don't know that?
For which one?
Bloodstone.
Oh, yeah, Bloodstone. I don't know. Yeah. It's all over the place. I mean, I think that is in consideration for top 3 item that has been changed most often in the last 20 years that I've been playing.
that's true.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Do you miss the charge days?
Nah, those were very snowbally, I feel like.
Yeah.
When Storm gets 20 charge or less, you just don't die ever.
Yeah.
OG into
Storm
the pit.
is kind of annoying, but there's some other heroes that was kind of fun on like Death Prophet or something.
They're going to X BZM so he can clear out this wave. He's pretty close to his ag, so we'll provide another break opportunity onto the DK.
You see he's layering cloaks. It's got the Eternal Shroud and the Gossamer's Cape.
Oh.
They look exactly the same.
That's not. I should actually
They actually
pay
do
attention
look
to that.
very similar.
BZM is spotted. He's stunned up, already at half HP. The waveform in as well. Gets off the Blade Mail. And the Pulverize is coming through. A lot of damage as Kiritich dies first somehow. BZM eventually does fall, but it cost them 3 now. And there's all cores for VP. As Sayush, he's been dying a lot this game. That is the way of nature's prophet in this patch, it feels like. Triple kill for Tomato, and Seb even finds the 5th member in FNG. Will be sucking him from afar. Boomerang from Ari, enough to get a full team wipe.
What a fight there for OG.
Man.
I'm
and
surprised.
BZM was the one initiated on. He lived for so long.
Yeah, the power of Blade Mail. I think the players would know by now, but yeah, but they also have like the Ags Bloodstone. BZM gets jumped on here, the stun, the Blade Mail gets popped. The boat buff comes in to like really buy him some time here. That really did make a big difference. So when he finally dies, the Eclipse and the Torrents and the boat damage and Ari's everything, yeah, it was just way too much.
But the Aegis is now taken.
I guess they just thought they could kill him really quickly at the start of the fight, but it was not the case.
Yeah, I feel like this tournament, a lot of people have been trying to initiate on these Primal Beasts that are just really thick and girthy. Is Tomato enjoying what he's seeing? And again, OG, if they win this, they will continue on in the tournament along with Gaimin, with VP being eliminated. And VP in that first game against Game, it looked horrific, in all honesty. Just they lost within 5 minutes, it felt like. And now down 7K to OG. Tomato with the damage rune, has the Conda, has the Aegis. Notice, gonna pop the DK for him. Tomato is spotted.
The rune.
Take a right click from FNG, but here comes BZM. The Pulverize onto the Morph. Squadix trying to focus on the supports in the back. As he waveforms in, forced to use his BKB, turns into Luna. And Squadix able to take out Ari at the very least, so VP not fully punished. Seb.
Give him that stack.
Yeah, he wants to save that finger just in case. Get that
no.
stack. You need the right click. Was it fast enough?
I don't
Doesn't
think
look
so.
like it.
Oh, that's depression mode. Very
Seb
sad.
is probably looking at him very angry, screaming at his
Only
team.
5. Only 5. Oh, he didn't even get that HP talent, I believe. I think he went for the Hex cooldown one at 15.
Oh, okay.
Because the HP is not very high.
And now Tomato still with the Aegis will pound upon the tier 2. And OG continuing to increase now in this lead despite just a 1-for-1 in supports. VP, their buildings are starting to crumble. There's the Bloodstone. We saw that in the last fight as well. Not the most typical pickup on Kunkka these days, but extra 75 AoE, like you said, for each torrent.
I mean, it's kind of a cool item for the hero, because if they do go on you, and you get down to like 20% HP, and you cast everything and pop the Bloodstone, you could get full healed and boat buffed afterwards.
True.
So it's like they have to kill you through boat buff at full HP. It can make a really big difference. Kondo now finished. He's got Scotty queued up. This is the build, and he got the Enchanted Quiver as well, so he gets to play Enchanted Quiver damage, and Lucent Beam damage, and Conda damage, and a Scotty once the Scotty's finished. It is an amazing poke.
Squadix able to dodge a lot. The Gleipnir will follow him.
That was nice
be able to
accidental
walk by.
dodge.
Although, Whisper will find them there. There's the sheep from Seb. And the burst to follow. My goodness, they have so much damage. 70 seconds. Without the Ember now.
They're just
Tomato can just go in deep with the Aegis.
They're just doing such a good job pressuring. They just haven't slowed down at any point. Like, they lose a skirmish here or there, and then they instantly set up with 3 heroes on a different part of the map and find an enemy squad. Like, they are just reading VP's movements and not letting up. It's the value of having like 8 stuns, I guess.
And as always, with a Luna, this tower goes down. Fortification's going to delay things. Sayush trying to kill off the wave for the backdoor protection to kick in, but BZM's going to be able to push in mid pretty early. Yeah, now Tomato can just go absolutely ham with the glaives. I have to assume that this will be a setter axe for OG early. 30 minutes.
Top barracks are under attack.
Pretty fast.
And basically uncontested, right? Like, that was all from the gank on the Ember Spear, where he got away and looked fine.
TP. Seb trying to delay as long as possible. Noticed being slowed by the many mechanics added onto that mana drain over time. Notice will now BKB. BZM.
Good dodge.
It does dodge the sharpshooter.
That was really close.
And it could turn into a fight.
They're still set up. This is so
Whisper.
wild.
Oh, he gets silenced, but the boat comes out along with the Bloodstone. Will it heal enough?
No.
He's taking tons of damage. The impetus is just destroying him. Finally, the Kunkka will fall, but he gets off the Torrent Storm just in time as BZM focusing on the Dragon Knight. Squadix on the back line. We'll be able to get out, but noticed not going to have the same privilege. So 2 dead, including that Enchantress for VP.
It's just another perfect demonstration of the way that OG's playing this game, right? They chase that Dragon Knight, he gets away, and then there's Whisper like cutting off his movement, going in an aggressive place, and yes, he did die without casting all of his spells, but it's allowing all of OG to force fights, and that's really difficult to do. It's actually something that made, when Seb was playing Wind Ranger at that famous tournament, that's what was so good about the Shard. It's that when they move to approach their opponents, the Wind Shard would prevent them from escaping. So now it's like, okay, now you have to fight us. And they're really just making that happen without having to pick Wind Ranger, just by having really good map play. So OG just continues to catch and pressure their opponents.
Aegis about to be consumed. This is the last fortification for a while for VP. And the Lucent Beam Conda being used on FNG, but looks like this tower at the very least will go down. BZM trying to provide some cover. Now that Whisper has respawned, we'll see how aggressive they want to be. Perhaps they wait for the next Aegis. I mean, that is what most teams have been doing at this stage of the game. 13k lead for OG, and I mean, by then, the Butterfly will be online for Tomato as well. And I mean, Butterfly's really good this game. None of these heroes from VP that right-click want to buy an MKB or anything of the like. So
literally all 5 heroes right-click on the enemy squad. So yeah, Butterfly would be amazing if he can get it done before the game's over. He might win too fast. I don't know if he's going to make it.
True. Although VP have something to say about that. Their smoke already gets popped as BZM. Will be spotted. Pops the Uproar. Going to be really hard to take out now. Has the Aghanim Scepter, of course, as the boat comes in on top of FNG and the Dragon Knight. FNG is dead. No way to get back in the game. And Tomato with his shard. This stupid-ass Moonglaive surrounding him.
You don't like it?
Literally looked like something from Warcraft 3. Very low polygon. BZM with that shield rune still intact. Will pound upon the tower.
I mean, they just lost pure damage. Morphling's definitely not ready yet. It's 10,000 gold behind Luna.
They have to do something.
They can kill
the time. Kiritich jumps in. He's already at half HP. The Eclipse coming through for Tomato. Getting force staffed to the other side. He's getting pretty damn low. Lucent Beam is there. It gets force staffed again, but the Pulverize keeping the Morphling in place. Tomato finally does drop. Can VP win this fight? They lose their Morphling, though, as Whisper is super low. Sharpshooter there, but Squadix is the one cleaning up. He gets a triple kill on the Ember Spirit as BZM stunned up now. There's the Sprout from Sayuch. Ultra kill Squadix.
All right.
Much needed win fight for VP.
It was. The value that Morphling got, I think he was able to use the Luna Shard there is why he lived so long. He waveforms and he transforms into Luna. He manages to press the Shard because it's tied to the Glaives, and then he just fought for so long. Both of the heroes actually were very difficult to kill, even through the Eclipse. So really good hold there by VP. They get a lot of very crucial kills. And finally some breathing room, even though they're down quite a few barracks.
Yeah, the only downside for VP is that, not that they take Roche that fast, but Roche will be up in 30, which basically aligns with OG's respawn timer. And I feel like if OG gets this next Roche, that might just be the nail.
This could be a conflict in the upper.
Yep, the Roche off. It's beginning.
Middle tower is under attack.
Everyone's favorite part of the game.
It's got us set up for it.
Seb very close to that level 3 finger. Has Force Staff, Blink, going for Lotus next.
It's had such a good game. 4, 4, and 13.
It's funny, the cores for OG are, I mean, they're farm, but they're not nearly as farm as VP, other than Tomato, who's he's 8k ahead of everyone in the game. absurd.
That's an interesting point. Probably just because the cores. I mean, I'm so super. Look how much net worth Ari has in reference point. By the way, that's
true.
Position. That's wild. But they spent so much time looking for kill setups that when VP's playing greedy, 3 cores in different places, they are getting pickoffs, but they are also farming well. Luna being able to kind of farm faster than all of them has just been really, really far ahead, but it's still a good place to be. There's finally the rock throw.
Oh yeah, everyone's been waiting for that one.
Rocks!
You know, I have to say, that's the most impressed with a hero design that I've witnessed from Valve, because they took a boss and made it a hero, I think, and they actually kept it true to the effects that were in the game.
I mean, there's been a couple times in Dota's history where I heard like rumors. You know, there'll be like a TI where a hero's about to come out, and they let a couple players play it, and then we hear rumors about what their abilities are, and it sounds to me like they usually have like a good, toolbox of skills to pick from. So it changes sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
Stupid neat.
Smoke from OG. They're gonna spot Roche. And their Roche, I mean, the fighting in the pit has to be OG favored. They have so much AoE.
They do. But it depends where the fight happens. If it's in the pit, yeah, they're in a great spot. Trying to use illusions and Hoodwink here to get some scout off. BZM in a great position on the right. His smoke breaks, now he's going in.
Yeah, well, the Morphling is who they want. He's pretty damn tanky. Boats coming in will not hit, as noticed is a Black Dragon, so has an Aghanim Scepter to work with. Rock Throw, very cool effect. Hits nothing, of course. It's BZM resetting a bit as they clean up the Dragon Knight illusions. And Tomato with that butterfly is going to be very hard to deal with now for VP, as we talked about. And ooh, does VP actually want to fight? I mean, OG could just wait out the dragon for him. It's a pretty big aspect of this VP line. He's going to give some vision from the trees. There's the smoke. VP want to fight. BZM is who they see. The rock throw actually hits onto the Dragon Knight. Gleipnir as well. BZM going with the onslaught, canceling it though. Looks like they really want to wait this out as the Pulverize connecting basically on 3 heroes.
Pretty good.
Trying to get out the uppers. Tomato with the Eclipse, focusing everything onto Kittredge. He does have the BKB activated, still taking massive damage along with Notice. And now VP, they lose their Ench. He buys back. And looks like the Morphling will get cleaned up. 80 seconds, he is dead. And the Ench, that's a dieback. So OG continuing to try to clean up on the outskirts of this fight, but they could just secure Roche now. Man, and potentially the game.
The way that OG has been positioning these team fights has just been so good. Every single engagement, it is Primal Beast, 400 units next to the Kunkka. And if either person gets gone on, they are semi-covered by their items and their skills and their allies behind them. You haven't seen Ari get caught once. I haven't seen Seb get caught once. Every fight is forcing VP to go in on these tanky frontliners, and because OG has a bit of an advantage in net worth, they just wash off the damage. Even going on the Morphling was pretty good. They forced him to heavily morph into strength. He loses mana, he loses opportunity, because then he can't initiate for another handful of seconds, and then Seb instantly crosses the map to look for kills. Like, they're just playing so good.
And when you're attribute shifting that much, you're not going to be doing that much damage. You're just a tank after all that.
And he has tanked an insane amount, by all means, with that Luna Shard and with BKB, but their damage is just not quite there. They needed more, maybe out of the Enchantress to have a better game, or maybe they needed DK to be ahead. He's got great net worth, but he's just someone they can deal with a bit. They can kill the illusions with Lion, with damage. Just Luna's a monster. It's hard for them to compete with that.
Yeah, they got to kill her twice now. And then there's Cheese on top for BZM. And if they can time this between dragon forms, there is some time in between, of course.
It's almost out right now, actually.
And that is going to provide another huge boost for OG to try to finish off these tiebreakers. Tomato, he's X'd right now. Won't do too much to the buildings yet. But you absolutely cannot let this Luna in your base. Backdoor protection kicks in. Tomato getting some love from Seb.
Are we watching the... Oh,
that's the next
creep.
wave.
Other than this one.
Other than this one, yeah. We're creep watching. Very creepy. Tomato now should be able to secure the range racks. And there is a fortification for VP.
Man, these glaives are just so good against these blink heroes, because if you get close to initiating, you get a bounce on you, and all of a sudden you just got to wait 3 seconds, and
Yeah,
just
that's
kind of
true.
rinse repeat here. Tomato is getting low, so there's a little, just kidding, it's over.
Satanic, yep, good stuff.
All right, he doesn't have Satanic now, though.
That is true. Inside the Sprout, that's one way to prevent him from hitting your barracks, but he mantas out.
Oh.
Look at the damage onto the Ench. It gets X back into the boat. That is a dead Ench for sure. Tomato in the meantime, no Satanic, but he does pop the Eclipse. Morphling attribute shifting with the BKB. The Pulverize is on top. They're not doing any damage though. Tomato is taking the brunt. That is the Aegis. We'll be back shortly. Seb buys back instantly as the Torrent into the Lucent Beam onto Kittredge. He's going to have to back up now. We'll have to fully reset in all likelihood. That just means Tomato can focus on the buildings if he wants, but he's chasing for the time being. They get the X into the Torrent, into the Lucent Beam with the Conda. Down goes Notice. There's the fortification. But Tomato and company should be able to secure Megas, or they can just try to go for Throne, I suppose, but there is just one melee Rax remaining in the bot. DK buys back, but no Dragon form. This has to be the last stand for VP. Notice goes in with the Dragon Tail. EZM with the Onslaught gets the stun. Lucent Beam as well. Pulverize on top as the Ember is taking massive damage. Will try to go in, but looks like Sayush gets killed off in the meantime.
Oh, the bounce.
Buys back instantly. FNG will drop, and this will be mega creeps for OG. As BZM gets Searing Chains mid onslaught, and now Tomato can work on the tier 4 towers. As VP running out of steam quickly. The tier 4 is already evaporating. The Ancient fully exposed. Noticed? Okay, Adaptive Strike applied. That's a lot of damage to Tomato. He pops the Satanic. Not able to really right-click too much, though, but the Pulverize coming in for BZM. Beautiful Torrent as well. Morphling is dead, and so are VP, as they call GG out of this one. They are eliminated from DreamLeague, which means Gaming Gladiators and OG will move on to the next stage.
Really intense tiebreakers for sure. VP is going to be very disappointed with this one because you're thinking, only one team gets out. It's probably not going to be us. And then they just kind of got beat up in both games. But frankly, I'm not the most surprised. OG is a very solid set of players. And Gaming Gladiators got their stuff together just enough to get to this position. So amazing game by OG, honestly. They played so good. It was really just one of those games where there was constantly something happening. One guy gets killed here.
You could give MVP to any of them. Like Seb with the early finger, that was a crushing blow for Heritage.
I do genuinely believe Seb was MVP this game. I think Whisper played really good too. I think Tomato played excellent. His KD is incredible. His farm suit is incredible. But Seb was like instrumental for laning stage in so many setups in this game. He just played with so much confidence.
Yeah, Tomato ends the game 13, 2, and 11. He has had a terrific run so far on this OG squad. And again, we mentioned he is technically just a stand-in for now while they figure out what they want to do, but he could definitely work out long-term. I've always been a big fan of him. But yeah, OG looking very good in this game. That is not the right score. As you see, they did not get, I believe they had 39 kills this game, but the studio can break this up as OG will continue on in the tournament.
Amazing game, an amazing day from OG as they are the true victors of this tiebreaker. They managed to beat Gaming Gladiators, and they took a break in between, and then they beat Virtus.pro. Thus, they will move forward in DreamLeague Season 22, along with Gaming Gladiators. But unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Virtus.pro as they will be the last elimination in this Group Stage 1 for this DreamLeague.
Yeah, a little bit sad. I mean, I expected Virtus.pro to come out swinging today, show us what they're made of, but their drafts fell a little bit flat. I mean, the fight was there and how they were playing, but I like how Cinderin put it in his cast versus Gaiman, that there was just a strategic error from the very start. But in this one, this was definitely an OG outplay. I think OG executed that incredibly well because the game actually looked relatively even up until that first Roche. So OG were like fighting Roche, they baited it, they baited VP to come out, then they smoked out of the Roche pit and they found the perfect target in Morphling. In the first Roche fight, they took him out, and that's where they really cemented their lead that game, and it was just beautiful positioning, beautiful execution, just really well done, but around that Roche pit in particular is what I thought.
Yeah, sometimes you have a bad day of Dota, and also in terms of preparation, seems like OG were much more prepared team in the first one. Virtus.pro, they looked a little bit lost. They couldn't really play Dota. The game was very mentally draining, 45 minutes, and then you have to play another one. You know that you're on brink of elimination. If you lose this one, I think they got out-drafted, both of these games. So from strategic aspect, definitely something to work on. And we already did mention whenever they play some of these like very important games that they too tend to struggle to show up 100%.
But OG did show up, right?
They did.
It really was very well played. It feels like every single player brought their all today. But man, I have to say, I love watching the OG offlane duo of Whisper plus Ari. They are so fun to watch, especially Whisper. I mean, this guy's always outplaying people left and right, and he really fit into the OG playstyle so well. Also, Seb today on his Enchantress and his Lion, he popped off. I mean, watching him kill that Morphling with the surprise finger of death kill.
Yeah, you're saying that the Roche fight was the nail in the coffin, but once I saw that Morphling have to walk all the way back to lane after getting fingered, I was like,
yeah,
maybe over.
We said during the draft that it's not going to be an easy Morphling game, and it definitely wasn't. You know, this solo kill from Seb, of course, but also like rotation before that, managing to get the Hex off, get the stun off, and also the way this offlane started for OG. They were really on point. Whisper surviving and them getting not just one kill, but 2 kills before he dies, and all big smiles on camera for a good reason.
But we also saw that at some points that looked like Virtus.pro could win fights if OG mis-executed. But they were consistently able to take the good fights when it mattered around that Roche pit. There was a lot of discipline shown by OG. In that second Roche fight, they waited until there was vision on a unit, and then they would initiate on the Primal Beast, but Kunkka was just around the corner. And when that didn't happen, the disengage, they kind of backed off from each other. VP went back into the pit. OG didn't try to run into the pit. They just waited until VP decided not to take the Roche smoke out. And it was just a kind of a mind game around that Roche that OG definitely won.
It was that strategical advantage that unfortunately brings VP out of the tournament. And I also think that their drafts today felt a little bit outdated. I'm still left wondering why Nature's Prophet, after a hero that received probably the most significant nerfs of the entire C patch, they still felt in an elimination game that this was the time to bring it out, and it was already countered. We already saw the Hoodwink. Who are you going to kill when the Kunkka's already there? Yeah. And then the last pick, Primal Beast, just sealed it.
Pretty much. Nature's Prophet heavily nerfed in the C patch, but maybe they wanted to like break the lanes, focus heavily. They know that the Whisper, he's been so stable in this off lane. This is a really strong lane for OG, so maybe they wanted to bring in extra numbers from the off lane, this position for Nature's Prophet, try to get a kill, maybe get this snowball effect with their support duo, Enchantress, go for the towers, go for these early things. But we did talk about on the panel before that if they lose the laning stage, this is going to be a very difficult game for them to come back because of the heroes that they have. NP and Enchantress are not the heroes that are going to make a move during the mid game. They need someone else to go in. Nature's Prophet, like his damage in the mid game is very limited, especially if you're playing from behind.
Yeah, I mean, I like...
Who do you like? Do you like
Whoever's
BZM?
on the interview. Who is it?
It's BZM. That's who I like. That's who I'd like to speak to right now for a congratulatory. You made it to the second phase of a DreamLeague, BZM. But was that your expectation? Because you guys just had some roster changes. Were you going to be disappointed, like right off the bat, if you guys didn't make it through? Or were you like, it's okay, these 4 days were a growing period for us?
I mean, I kind of got used to it, so now that we got through, it's a bonus, you know. But I'm obviously happy. So yeah, if like I wouldn't lie if I said that I wasn't expecting to go through, because you have to be optimistic, you know.
Yeah.
You cannot just go in and oh, we're gonna lose. Like, that's not how it works.
No, but I appreciate the honesty that it was still a possibility in the back of your head. How many days do you think it took you guys to really lock in? Or are you even locked in even now with this current 5-man roster?
I mean, considering we got through, I don't see any real reasons, even from the Reddit guys, I don't know. However, so, I mean, for now, yes, like pretty much.
For every hater out there, there is someone very much celebrating the fact that OG is moving forward. So congratulations on this victory. One question that I'm not sure if you would be the best suited or RA, but I was wondering, how is communication with Whisper? So every time I get a chance to talk to him, he acts like he doesn't know English. How good is his communication in game whenever he's playing Mars, he's jumping in, arenaing spears? Is that all clearly communicated, or is it just a bunch of pings?
Pings, no, not pings, but can be pretty 50-50. So we play the game, and he's either gonna say something and we instantly do it, and it all works together perfectly, or he's not, and we're all gonna lose miserably. And then we go play Overthrow, and he's spamming and laughing and doing all these things, and I'm like, why don't you talk like this in game? You know?
So he's capable of it, but maybe he's just warming up to you guys right now, and I guess that's what this tournament for. And I guess my other question would be for your other core. So going from Yuragi to Tomato, has that affected how you have to play your game at all? And from either the laning phase, or how you itemize, or are you still just doing your same thing as always?
I don't think so. I mean, you don't really change your items and playstyle just for one player. Like if it was another team, I would understand, but just for one player, it's more like he adjusts to us, you know?
Right on. Well, the adjustment period is going very well as you guys do get to move forward. BZM, I'll let you go and celebrate because you got quite a few games coming up ahead of you. A whole week of best of threes. Best of luck to OG looking forward, and thanks so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, BCM, as they get to move on, along with Gaming Gladiators, to the rest of DreamLeague Season 22. And you heard it from him. He would not have been surprised if they were able to, or if they weren't able to make it through in this first phase, as obviously a lot of roster changes. You hope for the best, but you expect the worst.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, we did mention that these teams that made changes are doing good. Aurora with the stand-in, Shopify Rebellion with the brand new roster, and also OG. So sometimes this change is very necessary for you to get like, I think Shopify is like a really good example of them sticking around for a really long time and not being able to like win tournaments, sometimes not even getting out of the group stage. But yeah, for OG as well, much necessary change, and you can already see the fruits of it because they are doing really well. And I had my doubts coming into this one, whether they're going to show up or not. I was giving Virtus.pro an upper hand, but pleasantly surprised, especially by Tomato. I think Tomato really shines in this new environment.
Yeah, and you heard from BZM that he is taking the effort to assimilate with OG. So let's take a look at what happened today. 3 best of ones, which left us with 2 teams moving forward after this Group A tiebreaker has concluded. Gaming Gladiators and OG are able to move forward, and that will leave Virtus.pro eliminated, which is what happened today.
Yeah.
There's proof.
And disappointing if you're an EEU fan, but I do think this Virtus.pro lineup has a lot of potential, and there are lessons to be learned from their losses today, but ultimately they were the worst team out of the 3, and that's why they're just not moving forward. But I hope that it doesn't discourage them, because they have very talented players. We talked about them being the highest MMR team collectively, and they have the veteran in FNG who can potentially captain all of these players to greatness. So it's a matter of not despairing and not abusing the ability of roster changes in this kind of setup, because they're there if you want them, but maybe you shouldn't.
No, I'm encouraged by the stability, and hopefully we'll see that from them moving forward, which leaves us now with 8 teams. We went from 16, we cut them in half, and now we're down to 8, which means that we're also getting ready for best of 3s. That is the conclusion of Group Stage 1, which brings us into Group Stage 2. 8 teams remain for a week? Or is it 9 days? 8 days of games before we get to playoffs. 8 days of BO3s.
Yeah, quite a lot of BO3s, and things are going to become even more brutal now. You know, the second group stage, but yeah, this double group stage format is really brutal in terms of like sending the half of the teams home, and we can see the Group stage 2 with Team Spirit.
You had you had Shopify as maybe one of your surprises for this group stage coming through, Lacoste?
I don't think so. No,
you were expecting them to make it through?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay. So they were a surprise making it through.
Yeah, but they do really well during DreamLeague. So yeah,
I'll tell you what to believe, Lacoste.
Don't you dare put words.
No, but I think BetBoom is my team to go for. I think this team showed some really nice stuff during their own tournament. Maybe it was a bit scripted considering that they were also the tournament organizers. Just kidding. But pleasantly surprised the way they play. And I think they're very hungry for getting their first dub. And I could see them getting all the way, maybe even meeting like, I'd say maybe Team Falcons in the grand finals.
Hot take, the team that wins the last tournament. Yeah. How about you, Effie? One surprise and then maybe one front runner for you.
I will say my surprise is Shopify doing this well during the first group stage. Very happy to see it. I think honestly my dark horse after today has to be OG. Now that my dark horse in VP has been knocked out. But honestly, they look good. They look really good, especially if they can get their drafting in order. They have such a clear way that they want to play now with Tomato that they didn't seem to have before with Yuragi. So it seems like they've hit their stride a little bit, and it's going to depend on how they can formulate their ideas and their drafts. Another pleasant surprise was Aurora. I didn't think Aurora would do this well with a stand-in and Lorinov, but they're doing better with Lorinov than they did with Armel, honestly. They look really, really good. I mean, they look incredibly dominant. I wouldn't be surprised if Aurora top 4 finished.
They would have been my surprise as well. I was seeing that it's most of Talon, and I was like, okay, that should be good. And then I saw them at Dacha, and I was like, no,
that's
not good.
Not like this, guys.
Not like this.
That's just Talon. You ebb and you
That
flow.
is a good point. That's just Southeast Asia in general.
You never know what you're going to get.
And so let's hope that the flowing continues for them, because, yeah, that Talon squad always, much like VP, gets very close to greatness, but never is able to convert into championships. So let's see if this new brand will bring them success. As we can take a look at the 4 BO3s that will be coming up. Yes, we've been gifted this round-robin BO1s for this Leap Day, but we're going to start off March with 4 best of 3s. At the beginning of the day, we are starting 1 hour earlier than usual. It's going to be Team Spirit taking on Extreme.
The big one, Ame against Yatoro. The bromance continues. Extreme Gaming, they demolished Team Spirit last time they met yesterday or the day before, and then BetBoom against OG, Gaming versus Falcons, and Shopify against Aurora. Pretty interesting matchups overall.
Yeah, I'm mostly looking towards BetBoom versus OG and Shopify versus Aurora, simply because I think Shopify have done so well during the first group stage, but I want to know if they can keep their momentum, if they'll fall into the typical Shopify.
Yeah, but it's not called playoffs or anything for Shopify's second group stage, but they're fine.
True.
But isn't it a battle of endurance at this point? Like, this group stage 2 is just really about enduring the constant best of 3s on all of the Dota thrown their way. And what if one of these teams is anemic, Neil?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have 8 teams left. 8 teams play every single day. You got to grind out a best of 3 every single day, and then you gotta have the blood flow pumping.
The blood flow. But all in all of these series look really good. Like, there's not a single team on here that doesn't deserve to be here, and honestly, they all have pretty exciting playstyles. And even XG, who play a more farm-oriented playstyle around Ame, are really fun to watch because they're incredibly high skill and they have pulled off incredible comebacks.
And this is just our online league that's going on right now. But we're just getting a taster, an appetizer of LAN Dota with a crowd returning to us soon. How soon? In April, in Birmingham specifically. That's right, our first, I don't know, I guess we're not calling them majors anymore. It was the first LAN with a crowd.
That's it, just LAN.
It's a LAN.
Big one.
First big one.
There you go.
It's coming up in April, and you can get tickets right now. You can go to esl.gg/BMH to find yourself sitting in, I actually don't know the name of the arena. I need to figure that one out. It's probably a very cool arena because Birmingham is full of very exciting things. As Ted, if he was here, he'd be telling me about the Botanical Garden. There's a zoo.
The Peaky Blinders Arena.
The Peaky Blinders Arena, that's right.
I'm Googling it.
Find out where it's happening. I'm sure at esl.gg/BMH it would tell you. Or maybe you just buy a ticket and you're like, I don't know where I show up afterwards. Premium tickets are sold out, but we are expanding the arena, which is called
Resorts World Arena.
Sports World.
Resorts World.
Resorts
Arena.
World.
Wait, let me just double check.
That is actually correct.
Resorts World, yes.
I remember.
Yeah.
Resorts World Arena, friends.
Google.
Be there. Be square. Or you can just keep watching more Dream League, my friends. I hope you've been enjoying our Group Stage 1 and all the best of 2s. We're going to give you some BO3s starting tomorrow, so get ready for Group Stage 2 starting March 1st.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for.